Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. The Billionaire's Barista. Ethan Cole stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror of his penthouse apartment. The face looking back at him belonged to a stranger. Hollow eyes, sallow skin, and a perpetual frown that had become his default expression. At 34, he was worth billions on paper, but the wealth had become meaningless numbers on a screen. "Mr. Cole?" His assistant's voice came through the intercom. "The board is waiting. Mr. Murray has called 3 times. Ethan splashed cold water on his face. 5 minutes. In the conference room, 12 faces turned toward him expectantly. Vincent Murray, board chairman and venture capitalist extraordinaire, nodded curtly. Behind his designer glasses, his eyes held the predatory gleam of someone constantly calculating ROI, even on human interactions. "Ethan, we were beginning to wonder if you'd forgotten about your own product launch." Ethan forced a smile and approached the podium. The teleprompter blinked to life with words written by his PR team. Enthusiastic phrases about Nexus Development's newest mixed-use property development that would revitalize another San Francisco neighborhood. "Today marks a new chapter for urban living," he began mechanically. The words felt like sand in his mouth. "Our Mission District project will transform." The fluorescent lights suddenly intensified, their buzzing drowning out his voice. Ethan loosened his tie as sweat beaded on his forehead. The familiar tightness gripped his chest, like being slowly crushed by invisible hands. "The development will feature," his voice cracked. The room tilted sideways. Somewhere far away, Oliver Wang, his COO and oldest friend, was moving toward him with concern. "I can't do this anymore," Ethan whispered into the microphone. The room fell silent. Vincent Murray's face hardened. "What I mean is," Ethan continued, finding strange clarity in the chaos of his mind, "I need time. I'm announcing a sabbatical, effective immediately. Oliver will handle operations until I return." The boardroom erupted. Oliver reached him first, gripping his elbow with surprising strength. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed. "Saving myself," Ethan replied. 3 days later, Ethan stood in a thrift store dressing room, barely recognizing himself. Gone was the $5,000 suit, replaced by worn jeans and a faded flannel shirt. He'd grown out his stubble and traded his precision haircut for something longer and messier. Coloured contacts changed his distinctive green eyes to a forgettable brown. "Just one more thing," he muttered, removing his watch, a limited edition timepiece worth more than most cars, and dropping it into his backpack. His new apartment in the Mission District was a stark departure from his penthouse. 800 square feet of hardwood floors that creaked and pipes that clanged. But it had character, and more importantly, anonymity. No doorman, no cameras, no neighbours who subscribed to Forbes. As Evan Carter, Ethan applied to 7 coffee shops before landing an interview at Grind and Brew. His first attempts were disasters. He'd never worked retail or service in his life, and it showed. When asked about his experience, he fumbled through vague answers about taking time to explore new paths after burning out in finance. Most managers politely showed him the door. The owner of Grind and Brew, a bearded man named Rick who looked perpetually amused, finally took pity on him. "You're obviously overqualified and underexperienced," Rick mused, twirling his moustache. "But we need someone for the morning shift, and you seem desperate enough to show up at 5 a.m. Be here tomorrow. Maya will train you." The next morning, Ethan arrived at 4:45 a.m. to find a petite woman with a mass of curly hair, pulled into a messy bun already opening the shop. She wore jeans with paint splatters and a faded t-shirt under her apron that read "Caffeinate the Revolution." "You must be the new guy," she said without looking up from the register she was counting. "I'm Maya, you're late." "This sign says we open at 6, Ethan protested. "I'm 15 minutes early." Maya finally looked up, her dark eyes assessing him critically. Opening prep takes an hour. First lesson, coffee doesn't make itself. For the next hour, Maya moved through the cafe like a dancer, grinding beans, calibrating the espresso machine, and prepping pastries with practiced efficiency. She narrated each step once, and only once, before expecting Ethan to replicate it. By the time they opened, Ethan's head was spinning with instructions and his hands were already scalded twice. Customers began streaming in, each with particular orders and preferences that Maya remembered without writing down. Medium oat milk latte, extra hot for Carmen, Maya called out, expecting Ethan to make it. He froze, forgetting every step she'd shown him. With a sigh that spoke volumes about her diminishing patience, Maya gently moved him aside. "Watch again," she said, steaming the milk with practiced precision. "Carmen's one of our regulars. Works at the community centre teaching ESL classes and needs the extra caffeine to handle 30 students at 7 a.m. As the morning rush intensified, Ethan fumbled through orders while Maya picked up his slack. When he accidentally charged a teenager $23 for a $2.30 drip coffee, she smoothly intervened. "Sorry, Diego, new guy math, on the house today." She shot Ethan a look that could have curdled milk. By mid-morning, Ethan was wondering if pretending to be normal was harder than running a tech empire. His feet ached, his shirt was stained with coffee, and his ego had been thoroughly checked. During a rare lull, a dishevelled man entered, making a beeline for the restroom. An impatient businessman behind him sighed loudly. "Should we—" Ethan gestured discreetly toward the homeless man. Maya's eyes narrowed. "Should we what? I mean, he's not buying anything." "Neither are you, technically, and you're making a bigger mess," she retorted. Then more softly, "That's Mr. Gaines, Vietnam vet. Lost his housing when his building went condo. He buys coffee when he can, uses the bathroom when he needs to, and deserves the same dignity as anyone else who walks through that door." When Mr. Gaines emerged, Maya handed him a coffee and muffin. "On the house today, Mr. G. How's the job search?" Their brief exchange revealed more humanity than Ethan had witnessed in months of corporate negotiations. As Mr. Gaines left, Maya turned to find Ethan staring at her. "What?" she challenged. "Nothing," he replied. "Just, that was kind." "That wasn't kindness," she corrected him. "That was community." By his second week at Grind and Brew, Ethan had developed a newfound respect for service workers and a strangely persistent desire to impress Maya Hernandez. His early mornings now had a rhythm. Arrive at 4:45 a.m., never 4:46, start the first pot of drip coffee, and listen attentively as Maya critiqued his latte art attempts. "That heart looks like it had a stroke," she observed one morning, peering into the mug he'd been perfecting for 10 minutes. "I thought it was getting better," Ethan said, frowning at his creation. "Better than yesterday's blob? Yes. Gallery-worthy? Not quite." But there was a hint of amusement in her voice that hadn't been there before. The steep learning curve was humbling for someone who'd built a tech empire from his dorm room. Ethan had coded complex algorithms and negotiated billion-dollar deals, yet he couldn't operate a steam wand without Maya's supervision. His hands, more accustomed to keyboards and boardroom tables, were clumsy with the delicate work of the cafe. One evening after closing, Maya found him practicing with cold milk, attempting over and over to create the perfect Rosetta pattern. "You don't give up easily, do you, Evan?" she asked, using the name he'd given her, the first lie in what had become an elaborate fiction. "Not really in my nature," he admitted truthfully. She studied him with that penetrating gaze that made him feel transparent. "What made you decide to become a barista? You don't exactly fit the profile." Ethan hesitated. "Needed a change. My last job consumed me." "Finance, right? Let me guess. Investment banking? The hours crushed your soul, and now you're finding yourself through manual labour like some character in a bad novel." Her accuracy made him laugh, the first genuine laugh in months. "Something like that. Though I'm not sure I'm finding anything except how bad I am at making coffee." You're getting better, Maya conceded, taking the picture from him. But you're trying too hard. It's not about perfection. It's about flow. Her hands moved gracefully as she created an immaculate fern pattern in one smooth motion. See? You have to surrender to it a little. Surrender was not in Ethan Cole's vocabulary. He'd built his fortune by controlling every variable, anticipating every market shift. Yet here he was, being schooled in the art of letting go by a barista who lived in a world utterly different from his. As weeks passed, something unexpected happened. Ethan started enjoying the simplicity of his new life, the satisfaction of a well-made cappuccino, the morning banter with regulars, the absence of emails and notifications constantly pulling at his attention. Maya remained an enigma, tough and demanding during shifts, yet occasionally revealing glimpses of warmth. He learned she was pursuing an MBA part-time at San Francisco State, that she lived with her grandmother in a small building her family had owned for generations, that she could curse fluently in 3 languages when the milk delivery came late. "You're different," Maya's friend Zoe commented one afternoon when they were working together. Zoe wore cat-eye glasses and had a perpetual look of amused suspicion. "Most guys who come through here don't last a week under Maya's regime." "Maybe I'm more desperate than most," Ethan replied, wiping down the counter. "Or maybe you're not who you say you are," Zoe teased. "Sometimes you talk like you swallowed a business textbook, and your hands. Never seen a finance bro with such smooth hands." Ethan instinctively shoved his hands into his apron pockets. "Just good genetics." Zoe hummed skeptically. "Maya's got her eye on you, you know. Not in a good way. She doesn't trust people easily." "I've noticed," Ethan said dryly, remembering Maya's reaction when he'd offered to help fix the espresso machine. She'd practically guarded it like a dragon protecting treasure. Her ex was Diego Reyes, the community organizer. They broke up because he said her business dreams were supporting the capitalist machine or some garbage. Since then, she's extra wary of anyone who seems inauthentic. The word hit Ethan like a punch to the gut. Inauthentic. The perfect description for his entire charade. Later that week, Maya surprised him by asking if he wanted to grab dinner after closing. "Unless you have plans," she added, suddenly looking uncertain. Ethan's plans consisted of secretly checking Nexus development emails on an encrypted laptop. "No plans. Dinner sounds great." She took him to a tiny Salvadoran restaurant tucked away on a side street. The owner greeted Maya with kisses on both cheeks and led them to a table in the back, refusing to give them menus. "Tia Eleanor decides what we eat," Maya explained. "Consider yourself privileged. She doesn't let just anyone in after closing." Over pupusas and horchata, Maya gradually relaxed. She told him about growing up in the mission, raised by her grandmother after her parents died in a car accident when she was 7. "Abuela Rosa is a force of nature," she said fondly. "Immigrated here in the 70s, saved every penny working as a seamstress, and eventually bought our building when the neighborhood was considered undesirable. Now developers are circling like vultures, offering her millions." "Would selling be so terrible?" Ethan asked cautiously. Maya's expression darkened. "Our building houses 3 families who've lived there for decades. Where would they go? The mission isn't just real estate. It's a community with history and soul. These tech companies and developers see dollar signs where we see homes." Ethan shifted uncomfortably, acutely aware of the Nexus development plans sitting in his encrypted files. Plans that included approaching property owners in this exact neighborhood. "Maybe not all developers are villains," he suggested. "Maybe," Maya conceded, though she looked unconvinced. "But I've yet to meet one who cares about preserving what makes this place special." She took a sip of horchata, studying him. "What about you, Evan? What do you believe in?" The question caught him off guard. For years he'd believed in innovation, efficiency, profit margins, abstract concepts that suddenly seemed hollow compared to the passion in Maya's eyes. "I'm still figuring that out," he answered honestly. Maya nodded slowly. "Fair enough. Just be careful not to stand for nothing. you might fall for anything. As they walked back through the vibrant streets of the mission, Ethan saw the neighborhood through new eyes. The murals telling stories of resilience and resistance. The multi-generational families gathering in small apartments. The small businesses with handwritten signs and personal touches no corporate chain could replicate. For the first time, he wondered if his company's vision of urban renewal was fundamentally flawed, if they'd been erasing something vital in their pursuit of the next hot property development. When they reached the corner where they needed to part ways, Maya hesitated. "Thanks for coming tonight. You're not as hopeless as I first thought." Coming from Maya, it was practically a declaration of friendship. Ethan grinned. High praise indeed. "Don't let it go to your head." She punched his arm lightly. "See you at 4:45 tomorrow, not 4:46. "Wouldn't dream of it," he replied, watching her walk away with a strange tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with his previous panic attacks. The text message from Oliver came on a Tuesday afternoon. Emergency board meeting called. Murray making moves. Need you for strategy session tonight. Ethan stared at his phone, his world suddenly on collision course. For 6 weeks he'd maintained his double life with surgical precision. Officially, Ethan Cole was travelling extensively in Southeast Asia, while secretly managing critical Nexus business through encrypted channels and occasional clandestine meetings with Oliver. "Something wrong with your phone? It's making your face all weird." Maya's voice startled him. They were closing up the cafe, a task that had become their private ritual over the past weeks. "Just my mother," Ethan lied smoothly, "always checking in." Maya raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. As she counted the register, Ethan observed her surreptitiously. Her curls were escaping their clip after a long day, and there was a smudge of chocolate on her cheek that he found inexplicably endearing. "Do you have plans tonight?" he asked, already knowing he would have to cancel if she said no. "Community action meeting," she replied. "Some development corporation is buying up properties around Abuela's building. We're organising resistance." Ethan felt his stomach drop. Which developer? Nexus something or other, founded by some tech bro billionaire who probably thinks the mission is just real estate waiting to be disrupted. The venom in her voice made him flinch. "Maybe they have good intentions," he offered weakly. Maya snorted. "Developers don't have intentions. They have profit margins. This Ethan Cole guy wouldn't know community if it bit him on his privileged ass." The irony was so acute it was almost painful. "You've never met him. He might surprise you." "I've met enough entitled tech executives to last a lifetime," Maya countered, slamming the register drawer with unnecessary force. "They all talk about improving neighbourhoods while pricing out the people who built them." Ethan wanted desperately to defend himself, to explain that Nexus developments included affordable housing units, that they hired local contractors, that they weren't the soulless gentrifiers she imagined. But Evan wouldn't know those details, and defending Ethan Cole would only raise suspicions. "I should get going," he said instead, suddenly needing air. Maya looked up, catching something in his tone. "Hey, you okay? You've been weird all afternoon." "Fine," he assured her. "Just tired." Her expression softened unexpectedly. "You're working too hard. Between this job and whatever secret night gig you've got going on." "Secret night gig?" "Please. You're constantly checking your phone. You've got bags under your eyes that aren't just from early shifts. And sometimes you show up with that look people get when they've been making big decisions. Whatever it is, it's clearly important to you." Her perceptiveness was unnerving. "It's complicated." "Isn't everything?" she replied with a half smile. "Look, I'm not trying to pry. Just be careful, okay? You seem like someone running from something." Or towards something, Ethan thought as he watched her gather her things. The realization hit him with startling clarity. In 6 weeks of pretending to be someone else, he'd begun feeling more like himself than he had in years. The sleek offices of Nexus Development felt foreign after weeks away. Ethan had entered through the parking garage in a baseball cap and sunglasses, taking the executive elevator directly to the conference room where Oliver waited. Jesus, you look different, Oliver remarked, taking in Ethan's longer hair and casual clothes. The board thinks you're calling in from Bali, so keep your camera angled to hide whatever this transformation is. Ethan quickly reviewed the documents Oliver had prepared. Vincent Murray was indeed making moves, pushing to accelerate the Mission District acquisitions while Ethan was on sabbatical. He says the market's shifting and we need to lock down these properties before prices rise further, Oliver explained. There's a smaller building on Valencia Street he's particularly interested in, owned by a Rosa Hernandez. Ethan froze. Hernandez? Are you sure? Yes. Why? Do you know her? Before Ethan could respond, the video conference began. For 90 minutes he performed the role of CEO Ethan Cole, confident, strategic, decisive. He successfully delayed any immediate actions on the mission properties by citing concerns about community relations. Murray's suspicious, Oliver warned after the call ended. He thinks your sabbatical has made you soft on business fundamentals. Maybe it has, Ethan admitted. Oliver, I need you to pull the file on the Hernandez property. The documents confirmed his fears. 2847 Valencia Street, owned by Rosa Hernandez since 1978. Maya's building, the one place she was fighting to protect from him. We need to remove this property from our acquisition list, Ethan said firmly. Oliver stared at him. That building is the linchpin of the entire development. Its location? I don't care. Find another approach. What is going on with you? Oliver demanded. First the sabbatical, now this? I've covered for you for weeks, but you're acting erratic. Ethan considered telling Oliver everything. About Maya, the cafe, how his perspective had shifted. But articulating it would make his deception real in a way he wasn't prepared to face. I need you to trust me, he said instead. This is important. Oliver studied him closely. There's someone, isn't there? You've met someone while playing whatever role you've invented. Ethan neither confirmed nor denied it. I'll be back in the office next week. Until then, stall Murray and keep the Hernandez property off the table. The community meeting was held in a church basement a few blocks from the cafe. Ethan slipped in late, finding a seat in the back as Maya stood at the front beside a tall, charismatic man he recognized from news coverage as Diego Reyes. Nexus Development has already purchased 3 properties on this block, Diego was saying, pointing to a map projected on the wall. Their pattern is clear. Buy key properties, pressure surrounding owners to sell, then completely transform the neighborhood. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the room. Maya stepped forward. My grandmother's building is apparently next on their list, she said. Her voice steady despite the emotion Ethan could see in her eyes. She's received 3 offers in the past month, each higher than the last. Will she sell? Someone called out. Over my dead body, Maya replied, drawing appreciative laughter. But she shouldn't have to fight off corporate vultures at 82. Our families built this community when no one else wanted it. Now that it's valuable, they want to push us out and call it progress. As the meeting continued, Ethan sat frozen in his seat, watching Maya passionately rally her neighbours to resist the very company he had built. Her words stripped away his corporate rationalizations, forcing him to see his business through the eyes of the people it affected. Later, as people mingled over coffee and pan dulce, Maya spotted him and made her way over. Evan, I didn't expect to see you here. Wanted to understand what you're fighting for, he said truthfully. She smiled, a genuine warm smile that reached her eyes. That means a lot. Most people don't bother trying to understand. Diego appeared beside her, placing a proprietary hand on her shoulder. Maya, the reporter from the Chronicle, wants a statement. His eyes flickered to Ethan with barely concealed assessment. Maya made quick introductions. Diego and I go way back, she explained. He's been leading the anti-development coalition for years. Someone has to stand against corporate raiders, Diego replied, his gaze challenging Ethan as if sensing something off about him. What brings you to our meeting, Evan? You new to the neighborhood? Relatively new, Ethan acknowledged carefully. Maya's been helping me understand its importance. Diego smiled thinly. Maya has a soft heart for strays. Just remember, in this fight, you're either with the community or against it. There's no middle ground. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. As Diego led Maya away, Ethan felt the fragile worlds he'd been balancing begin to crumble around him. Outside the church, the fog had rolled in, shrouding the street in ethereal grey. Ethan walked aimlessly, his mind racing. Every step forward as Evan was a step deeper into deception. Every business decision as Ethan Cole now carried the weight of faces and names he knew personally. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Maya until she fell into step beside him. "Heavy stuff back there, huh?" she said, pulling her jacket tighter against the chill. "Yeah," he hesitated. "Do you really think all developers are evil?" "Not evil, just disconnected. They see spreadsheets, not people." She glanced at him curiously. "Why does it matter so much to you?" "Because I am one," he wanted to say. Instead, just trying to understand both sides. They walked in comfortable silence until they reached Golden Gate Park, ghostly and deserted in the fog. On impulse, Ethan took her hand. She didn't pull away. "There's something about you, Evan Carter," she said softly. "Something that doesn't quite add up." He held his breath, waiting for the accusation. "But," she continued, "for the first time in a long time, I don't feel like analysing everything to death." She turned to face him, her expression serious. "Whatever you're not telling me, and I know there's something, I hope someday you'll trust me enough to share it." The guilt was crushing, but when she rose on tiptoes and pressed her lips to his, Ethan forgot everything else. The kiss was tentative at first, then deepened with surprising intensity. When they finally parted, Maya's eyes remained closed for a moment, as if memorizing the sensation. "That was," she began. "Unexpected," he supplied. "I was going to say inevitable," she corrected with a small smile. "I've been wondering about this for weeks." As they continued walking, hands linked, Ethan felt simultaneously lighter and heavier than he'd ever been. Lighter in spirit, heavier with the knowledge that every step forward with Maya led him closer to an inevitable reckoning. The anonymous tip arrived at the San Francisco Chronicle on a Thursday morning. Ethan Cole, CEO of Nexus Development, is not travelling in Asia as reported. He's working undercover at a Mission District cafe while his company targets the neighbourhood for development. By afternoon, the story had exploded across local news and tech blogs. By evening, Grind and Brew were surrounded by reporters and curious onlookers. Maya stormed into the cafe's back room where Ethan was preparing for the closing shift, her face ashen, clutching her phone. "Tell me this isn't true," she demanded, thrusting the screen toward him. The headline glared back. "Billionaire Undercover, Tech CEO plays Barista while company targets neighbourhood." The moment Ethan had dreaded for weeks had arrived with brutal suddenness. He opened his mouth, but no words came. "Maya, I can explain," he finally managed. "So it is true." Her voice was dangerously quiet. "You're him, Ethan Cole." "Yes, but all this time, every conversation we had about the neighbourhood, about community, about trust, you sat there letting me pour my heart out while your company was planning to destroy everything I care about." "It's not like that," Ethan insisted. "Yes, I'm Ethan Cole, but the rest isn't." "What? Isn't a lie? Isn't a betrayal?" Maya's voice rose. "You infiltrated our lives like some corporate spy." "No, I needed to escape. The sabbatical was real. I was burning out, having panic attacks. I never planned to fall for you or—" "Fall for me?" Maya laughed bitterly. "Was that part of your research? Local culture and mating habits of the working class?" The unfairness of the accusation stung. "That's not who I am." "I don't know who you are," Maya shouted. "Evan Carter doesn't exist, and Ethan Cole is apparently a manipulative liar who gets his kicks playing poverty tourist in the neighbourhoods he's gentrifying." Rick appeared in the doorway looking uncomfortable. "There are reporters out front asking for both of you." Maya grabbed her bag. I have nothing to say to them, or to you." She pushed past Ethan, then paused at the door. "You know what the worst part is? I actually thought I knew you better than anyone. Turns out I never knew you at all." The door slammed behind her with devastating finality. The media frenzy lasted for days. Photographers camped outside Ethan's apartment building. Opinion pieces analysed his social experiment from every angle, some calling it exploitative, others praising his attempt to understand working-class perspectives. Billionaire Barista trended nationally. Oliver managed to spin the situation for investors, framing Ethan's undercover stint as immersive market research that would inform Nexus Development's community-centred approach. Vincent Murray was less easily placated. "The board is questioning your judgment," he informed Ethan during a tense meeting. "This stunt has delayed our Mission District acquisitions and potentially cost millions in lost opportunities." "Maybe that's not entirely bad," Ethan countered. "I've been thinking about our development approach." "Your thinking isn't the issue," Murray interrupted coldly. "Your actions are. The board has called an emergency meeting to discuss your continued leadership." After Murray left, Oliver lingered. "They can't force you out. You have controlling interest, but they can make things difficult." Ethan barely heard him. He'd been trying to reach Maya for days, leaving messages she never returned. Zoe had told him bluntly that Maya had taken time off to help her grandmother, who was being hounded by reporters and increased pressure from developers, including Nexus. "You really screwed up," Zoe added unnecessarily. "She trusted you." The irony wasn't lost on Ethan. In trying to escape his identity, he'd discovered parts of himself he didn't know existed. But in the process, he'd betrayed the one person who had seen those parts clearly. 3 days later, Ethan received an unexpected visitor at his penthouse. The doorman called up, "Rosa Hernandez to see you, Mr. Cole." Maya's grandmother was a tiny woman with impeccable posture and eyes that reflected decades of hard-won wisdom. She declined Ethan's offer of refreshments, getting straight to business. "My granddaughter is stubborn," she stated, settling onto his leather sofa. "Gets it from me, but I'm too old for grudges, and Maya is too young to be so rigid." "She has every right to be angry," Ethan said quietly. "Yes," Abuela Rosa agreed, "but anger makes poor decisions." She studied him intently. "The man Maya described to me these past weeks, before she knew who you were, did not sound like an enemy. I never meant to hurt her." "Intentions matter less than actions," she replied firmly. "What matters now is what you do next." "I've tried to apologize. She won't take my calls." Abuela Rosa waved this away impatiently. "Words are cheap, especially from rich men. If you care about Maya, about our community, prove it." After she left, Ethan sat for hours watching the fog roll across the bay from his floor-to-ceiling windows. The view that had once represented his success now felt like a barrier between himself and the world below. The next morning he called Oliver with a decision that would change everything. 2 weeks later, Maya reluctantly agreed to attend a neighbourhood council meeting at Diego's insistence. Nexus Development was presenting revised plans for their Mission District project, and the community needed to present a united front. "They're just going to feed us corporate platitudes about community integration while pushing forward with the same destructive plans," Diego predicted as they found seats. "But we need to be here to counter their narrative." Maya nodded absently, trying to ignore the hollow feeling that had persisted since discovering Ethan's true identity. The betrayal still stung, but beneath the anger lurked a more complicated emotion she wasn't ready to examine. The room hushed as Oliver Wang took the stage. "Thank you for allowing Nexus Development to present our revised vision for the Mission District project," he began. "Recent events have prompted us to fundamentally reconsider our approach to development." Maya tensed as Ethan walked onto the stage. He'd reverted to his CEO appearance, cleanly shaven, hair neatly trimmed, but something was different. He looked less polished somehow, more human. Many of you know about my recent time working in this neighbourhood, Ethan began, his voice steady despite the murmurs that rippled through the audience. What started as a personal sabbatical became something much more meaningful. I came to understand something my spreadsheets and market analyses never showed me, that a neighbourhood is more than real estate. It's a living ecosystem of relationships, histories and futures. Diego scoffed loudly, but several council members nodded. I won't pretend a few weeks as a barista makes me an expert on your community's needs, Ethan continued, but it opened my eyes enough to know that our original development plans were fundamentally flawed, so we're scrapping them entirely. The room erupted in surprised conversations. Maya found herself leaning forward, caught between skepticism and curiosity. Ethan outlined a radical new approach. Nexus would still develop properties, but with a mandate that no current residents would be displaced. Businesses being relocated would receive below-market rent guarantees in the new developments. A community oversight board would have veto power over architectural and tenant decisions. Most significantly, Ethan concluded, we're establishing a $50 million community development fund controlled by neighbourhood representatives to support local entrepreneurs, preserve cultural spaces, and develop truly affordable housing. When he finished, the room was divided, some applauding cautiously, others like Diego still openly hostile. "Pretty words from a man who lied his way into our community," Diego called out. "Why should we believe anything you say?" Ethan's eyes found Maya's across the room. "You shouldn't, not based on words alone. Judge us by our actions going forward. The mission doesn't need saviours or developers who think they know better than the people who live here. It needs partners who listen and adapt." After the presentation, Maya avoided the crowd surrounding Ethan. Outside, she gulped the cool evening air, trying to process her conflicting emotions. "Maya?" His voice behind her made her spine stiffen. "Please, just 5 minutes." She turned slowly. 5 minutes for what? More explanations? More promises? "No explanations," Ethan said quietly. "Just truth." Finally. They walked in silence to a small park nearby. Night had fallen, and string lights illuminated the empty playground. Maya sat on a bench, leaving deliberate space between them. "Your plan sounds impressive," she finally said, very PR-friendly. "It's not PR, it's a complete restructuring of how Nexus approaches development. The board nearly revolted. Vincent Murray resigned in protest." "Poor billionaire, facing consequences," Maya muttered, but without her usual fire. "I deserved that," Ethan acknowledged. "I deserved all of it. What I did was inexcusable." "Then why did you do it?" The question that had haunted her for weeks. Ethan stared at his hands, Barista's hands now, with small burns and calluses that hadn't been there before. "I told myself it was burnout, a sabbatical. But the truth was simpler and more pathetic. I was hiding from myself. The person I'd become terrified me." "So you decided to play make-believe in my life? In my community?" "I didn't plan any of it," he insisted. "Getting hired at Grind and Brew was accidental. Meeting you was unexpected. Everything that happened after was real, Maya. The only lie was my name." Maya laughed bitterly. "And your identity, and your background, and the fact that your company was targeting my grandmother's building while you sat across from me pretending to care about gentrification." "I wasn't pretending to care. That was the problem." His voice dropped. "I started caring. About the cafe, the neighbourhood, you." The sincerity in his voice made her look away. "Caring isn't enough, Ethan. Trust is something you earn, not something you take." "I know. That's why I'm not asking for forgiveness. Or a second chance." He handed her a thick envelope. "These are the legal documents transferring ownership of your grandmother's building back to her sole control, with a covenant preventing future development without resident approval. Not a loan, not a deal. The deed, free and clear." Maya stared at the envelope but didn't take it. "Why would you do this? Because it's right, he said simply, and because some things matter more than business. He stood to leave, placing the envelope on the bench between them. For what it's worth, the weeks I spent as Evan were the most real of my life. I'm sorry I ruined what we could have had. As he walked away, Maya called after him. Which version was real, Evan or Ethan? He turned, his expression complicated. I'm still figuring that out. 6 months later, the Mission District hummed with its familiar vibrant energy, though subtle changes were appearing throughout the neighbourhood. Construction crews worked on renovating buildings rather than demolishing them. New businesses opened alongside decades-old establishments, creating an eclectic blend of tradition and innovation. At the corner of Valencia and 24th, a once abandoned warehouse had been transformed into a community marketplace, with small kiosks featuring local artisans and food vendors. Above the entrance, a hand-painted sign read Corazon del Barrio, heart of the neighbourhood. Inside, the scent of fresh coffee mingled with spices and baked goods. Maya moved efficiently behind a sleek espresso bar, decorating a latte with an intricate Rosetta pattern that had become her signature. Races, Roots, her cafe within the marketplace, had been open for just 3 months but already had a loyal following. Order for Carmen, she called out, sliding the oat milk latte across the counter to one of her first regulars from Grind and Brew. This place is gorgeous, Maya, Carmen complimented, looking around at the warm wood finishes and colourful local artwork adorning the walls. Rick says business at the old cafe has actually improved since you opened here. You're drawing more people to the whole neighbourhood, Maya smiled. That was the idea, a rising tide and all that. After Carmen left, Maya took advantage of the midday lull to review her books. The cafe was turning a modest profit, but more importantly, it was employing 3 neighbourhood teens through the apprenticeship program she'd established. The Community Development Fund had provided her start-up capital, which she was determined to repay ahead of schedule. Her phone buzzed with a text from Abuela Rosa. Board meeting at 3, don't be late this time. Maya smiled, pocketing the phone. Her grandmother had become an unlikely but forceful voice on the Community Oversight Board, scrutinising every proposal Nexus Development brought forward with sharp-eyed pragmatism. Their working relationship with the company remained cautiously collaborative, not quite trust, but a respectful detente. As for Ethan Cole, their paths rarely crossed. He'd stepped back from day-to-day operations at Nexus, focusing instead on restructuring the company's approach to urban development. According to Oliver, who'd become an unexpected ally, Ethan was working on a broader initiative to change industry practices around community engagement. Maya had seen him just once since their night in the park, at the grand opening of Corazon del Barrio 3 months ago. He'd arrived without fanfare, toured the marketplace quietly, and left without approaching her directly. Only the single perfect white rose left on her counter suggested he'd been there at all. The memory still provoked complicated emotions. Anger had faded, but wariness remained. And beneath it all, a stubborn curiosity about the man who'd been both Evan and Ethan, and perhaps someone else entirely. Across town, Ethan Cole stood at the window of his office, watching fog engulf the Golden Gate Bridge. The view was still spectacular, but these days he spent more time at street level than in high-rises. The Seattle team is waiting in the conference room, his assistant reminded him, and Oliver says the community board in the Mission has some concerns about the Valencia Street timeline. Tell Seattle I'll be there in 5, Ethan replied, and ask Oliver if Maya raised the timeline issue or if it was Diego. The answer came back quickly. Diego. Of course. Some relationships couldn't be rebuilt, and Maya's ex-boyfriend remained a vocal opponent of anything with Ethan's name attached to it. Ethan didn't blame him. Trust had to be earned, and he was still in the red with many community members. The past 6 months had been humbling in ways his sabbatical only began to touch. Restructuring Nexus had meant confronting not just his board, but his own assumptions about success and progress. Every decision now passed through the filter of one question: Would I want this in my community? He'd relocated to a more modest apartment in North Beach, still comfortable but no longer isolated from the city below. Some mornings, he still woke up reaching for an apron before remembering who he was now. Vincent Murray had launched a competing development firm and was publicly predicting Nexus would fail under its new charity case model. So far, the numbers proved otherwise. Their profits had dipped initially, but were stabilizing as they found a balance between responsible development and financial sustainability. In quieter moments, though, Ethan acknowledged the void his deception had created. Business success felt hollow without someone to share it with, who understood both sides of him, the CEO and the barista, the visionary and the apprentice. Late that evening, Maya locked up races after a successful day. The marketplace remained open later, with music from a Bolivian folk band filling the communal seating area, where locals and visitors mingled over food and drinks. As she gathered her things, she noticed an envelope that had been slipped under her office door. Inside was a printed invitation to the opening of a new Nexus development in Bayview, their first project fully designed under the community partnership model. A handwritten note accompanied it. I thought you might want to see if we're actually keeping our promises. EC. Maya tucked the invitation into her bag. For weeks she'd been hearing about the Bayview project, how Nexus had preserved a historic church while building around it, how they'd created storefronts specifically sized for local businesses, how residents had participated in every phase of planning. Her curiosity finally outweighed her hesitation. She sent a brief text in reply. I'll be there. The Bayview development opening was nothing like the glitzy corporate affairs Nexus had been known for in the past. Instead of champagne and canapes, local restaurants provided the food. Children ran through the central plaza where a community garden featured plants chosen by neighborhood elders. Residents proudly showed visitors through the mixed-income housing units where modern amenities complemented traditional architectural elements. Maya wandered through the space, grudgingly impressed. This wasn't just window dressing. It was true integration of old and new, wealth and accessibility, corporate resources and community wisdom. What do you think? The familiar voice behind her sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. She turned to find Ethan watching her cautiously. He looked different again, neither the polished CEO nor the rumpled barista, but something in between, confident but approachable, successful but grounded. It's not terrible, she admitted with the hint of a smile. High praise indeed, he replied, echoing her words from what felt like a lifetime ago. They walked together through the development, an unspoken truce between them. Maya asked pointed questions about affordability metrics and displacement statistics, which Ethan answered without corporate spin or defensiveness. The oversight board has veto power on all tenant selections, he explained as they examined the commercial spaces. We've reserved 30% of units for legacy businesses at subsidized rents. And what happens when profits dip and shareholders revolt, Maya challenged. They already did, Ethan replied calmly. We bought out the most resistant ones and restructured. Nexus is now a public benefit corporation, with a legal mandate to balance profit with community impact. Maya studied him. You really changed everything. Not everything, he corrected. The core vision was always to build something meaningful. I just had to redefine what meaningful means. As evening fell, they found themselves on a rooftop garden overlooking the neighborhood. Solar-powered lights created a gentle ambiance as residents gathered for an impromptu celebration below. Races is doing well, Ethan observed after a comfortable silence. I hear you're expanding the apprenticeship program. Maya nodded. 3 students now, 6 by next quarter if funding comes through. It will, he assured her, then added quickly, I didn't pull strings. The application stands on its own merits. I wouldn't accept special treatment anyway, she replied, but without hostility. Another silence, less comfortable this time. Finally Ethan spoke the words that had been left unsaid for months. I miss you, Maya. Not just us. I miss your perspective, your challenges, the way you see the world. Maya turned to face him fully. Which version of you misses me? The CEO? The barista? Both felt real at different times, but both were incomplete. I know, he acknowledged. I've been trying to integrate those parts rather than compartmentalizing. The man who could build something like this, he gestured to the development around them, but also understand what it means on a human scale. And who is that man? She asked quietly. Ethan considered the question carefully. Someone still figuring it out. Someone who needs people in his life who'll call him on his bullshit and remind him what matters. Someone who makes a damn good cappuccino when given the chance. A reluctant smile tugged at Maya's lips. Your latte art was getting better, by the end. High praise indeed, he repeated softly. Maya leaned against the railing, looking out over the neighbourhood where lights twinkled in windows and lives continued in all their complicated glory. I'm not ready to forgive everything, she said finally. Trust has to be rebuilt slowly, but I'm willing to try if you are. Try what exactly? Ethan asked, hope and caution warring in his voice. Honesty, she replied simply. Just being real with each other, seeing where it leads. Ethan extended his hand cautiously. Hello, I'm Ethan Cole, former CEO, current community development advocate, occasional barista. My latte art needs work, but I'm learning. Maya took his hand, her fingers warm against his. Maya Hernandez, small business owner, stubborn idealist, grudging optimist. I've been told I'm a demanding teacher, but the results speak for themselves. Their handshake lingered, becoming something more intimate, a connection that acknowledged their complex history while opening the possibility of a different future. So, Ethan asked, where do we start? Maya considered the question as the sounds of the community celebration drifted up from below. We start where most good things begin, she decided. Over coffee. I open at 6 tomorrow. Don't be late. Wouldn't dream of it, Ethan replied, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Maybe you can finally teach me how to make a proper rosetta. Bold of you to assume you're allowed behind my counter, Maya retorted, but her eyes held a warmth that had been absent for months. As they descended from the rooftop to join the celebration below, neither knew exactly what path lay ahead, but for the first time they were approaching it without masks or pretenses, just two people from different worlds finding unexpected common ground in the vibrant, evolving neighbourhood they both called home. Letters from Verdun. The first shell fell at precisely 7:12 in the morning. Lieutenant Emile Rousseau had been watching his breath form ghosts in the February air when the horizon erupted. He'd been expecting it. Intelligence had warned of the German offensive for weeks, but expectation did nothing to diminish the primal terror that followed. The earth itself seemed to rise and fall like the chest of some wounded beast. "Prepare yourselves," he shouted, his professor's voice now roughened by months of orders and tobacco. The men of his company needed no instruction. They pressed themselves into the mud walls of the trench as the steel rain began. 7 hours later, when the initial barrage finally subsided, Emile emerged from his dugout into a transformed world. Where there had been trenches, there were now only craters. Where there had been men, there were pieces of men. The air reeked of cordite excrement and the distinctive sweetness of opened bodies. That night, by the uncertain light of a candle stub, Emile wrote 2 letters. The first was to his sister Matilda in Paris. "My dearest sister, all is well at the front. The Germans have begun their expected offensive, but our lines hold strong. The men are in good spirits despite the cold. Please send more socks when you can. The dampness here ruins them faster than you can imagine. How is little Jean's schooling progressing? And has mother's cough improved with the tincture I recommended? Your loving brother Emile." He sealed this letter, then opened his leather journal and began the second letter, the true one. February 21st, 1916. I watched 15 men in my company disappear today. Not die, disappear. Obliterated so completely by the new German shells that we couldn't even identify their remains for burial. I keep thinking about Danton's face when we played cards last night. The small scar above his left eyebrow, the gap in his front teeth, the precise sound of his laugh. These details seem desperately important now that he exists only in my memory. The scale of this bombardment suggests something unprecedented. The Germans have brought guns I've never seen before. The sound they make isn't like ordinary artillery, it's deeper, more visceral. You feel each impact in your spine before your ears register it. I find myself thinking about the library at the university, the perfect silence of it, the smell of leather bindings and furniture polish. I used to believe that books were the most powerful things humans created. I no longer believe this. 200 kilometres away, in a German field hospital near Spincourt, Clara Müller wiped blood from her hands with a rag that had itself long ago been stained rust brown. She'd been working for 16 hours straight as casualties from the opening phase of Operation Gericht judgment flooded in. Nurse Müller, Matron Beckendorf's voice cut through the moans of the wounded. There's a Frenchman in the last tent. Shrapnel wounds, captured near Haumont. See to him, but remember your priorities. Clara nodded. She understood the hierarchy. German officers first, then German enlisted men, then allies, and finally enemy wounded, who were treated only sufficiently to keep them alive for interrogation. The French soldier was young, perhaps 19. His lower body was a mess of torn flesh, and Clara knew immediately that he wouldn't survive the night. His eyes followed her as she checked his dressings. "Vous allez mourir," she said softly in schoolgirl French. "You are dying." The soldier showed no surprise. "I know." His voice was barely audible. "Could you write to my mother?" Clara hesitated. It was forbidden to do such things for enemy soldiers. But Matron Beckendorf was occupied with a newly arrived batch of German casualties, and something in the boy's eyes, the same blue as her brother's, made refusal impossible. She took out her small notepad and pencil. "Tell me." "Madame Lenoir, Rue de la Paix 24, Lyon," he whispered. "Chère maman." Clara wrote quickly as he dictated, occasionally helping him find words when pain interrupted his thoughts. It was a simple letter. He assured his mother he had not suffered, asked her to tell his girlfriend that he had kept her photograph with him until the end, and requested that she plant an apple tree in their garden to remember him by. When he finished, Clara folded the paper and promised to find a way to send it. The boy gripped her hand with surprising strength. "Your name?" he asked. Clara Müller." "Thank you, Clara Müller. I will remember your kindness in heaven." He died before midnight. Clara slipped his letter into her pocket, adding it to the small bundle she kept hidden in her quarters, messages from the dying that she was determined to somehow deliver when the madness of war finally ended. Back in her tiny room after her shift ended, Clara wrote to her fiancé Heinrich, as she did every night, whether letters could be sent to his position or not. "My dearest Heinrich, 4 weeks now without word from you. I tell myself this is merely a matter of disrupted mail services, that somewhere on the front you're writing to me as faithfully as I write to you. The offensive has begun, and the wounded tell us it is unlike anything seen before. The French lines are crumbling, they say. I should be glad of our victory, but I find I can take no joy in what passes through my hands each day. Today I treated a French boy who reminded me of your brother Conrad. He had your same habit of pressing his lips together when gathering courage. Before he died, he dictated a letter to his mother that broke my heart. He spoke of her apple trees and how the blossoms looked against the morning sky. In his last moments, it was not glory or fatherland that occupied his thoughts. but simple beauty. I wonder what this means about what truly matters. I must believe you are safe. I must believe we will have our small house by the lake when this is finished. I must believe there will be a world worth living in afterward. All my love, Clara. She sealed the envelope, addressed it to Lieutenant Heinrich Wagner, 18th Reserve Regiment, and placed it in the outgoing mail pouch. It was the 21st letter she'd written since his last reply. 3 days later, Lieutenant Emile Rousseau led what remained of his platoon on a night raid into German territory. Their objective was to capture a messenger known to be carrying important tactical information to the German front-line commanders. The raid was one of the few French successes of that terrible week. They intercepted the messenger in a blasted copse of trees, shooting him through the chest before he could destroy his documents. Emile personally retrieved the blood-soaked satchel, securing it while his men provided covering fire for their retreat. It was not until they returned to French lines, the taste of momentary victory metallic in their mouths, that Emile examined the contents of the leather pouch. Among the military dispatches and maps was a bundle of personal letters, both official mail for the German troops and letters to be sent back to Germany. One envelope, addressed in a neat feminine hand, caught his attention. The addressee was a Lieutenant Heinrich Wagner. The return address indicated a nurse named Clara Müller. Emile should have turned all the captured documents over to intelligence immediately. He knew this, but something, perhaps a scholar's curiosity, perhaps the maddening loneliness of command, made him slip this single letter into his pocket when no one was looking. Later, in the hollow privacy of his dugout, Emile broke the seal on Clara Müller's letter and began to read by candlelight, his finger tracing the unfamiliar curves of her handwriting as if they might reveal more than her words alone. The first lie came easily to Emile, as if his tongue had been waiting for the opportunity. He told himself it was a kindness. 3 weeks after capturing the messenger's satchel, having read and reread Clara Müller's letter until its creases threatened to tear, Emile made a discovery that changed everything. While reviewing prisoner reports, he came across a name that made his heart stutter. Heinrich Wagner, 18th Reserve Regiment, killed during a French artillery barrage on March 2nd, 1916. The man to whom Clara had been pouring her heart was dead, his body almost certainly obliterated in the same bombardment that had claimed so many lives on both sides. She would never receive official notification. The Germans were overwhelmed with casualties, and a missing officer was just another name on an endless list. That night, in a moment of madness or compassion, Emile was never afterwards certain which. He took out his pen and a sheet of paper. He began, haltingly in German, "Dearest Clara, I am alive, though injured and held in a French prison camp. Conditions are difficult but not unbearable. I cannot say more about my circumstances, as this letter will be read by censors. Know that I think of you constantly. Your letters reached me before my capture and sustained me through dark hours. Do not worry if you do not hear from me regularly. Communication is strictly controlled. I will write when permitted. All my love, Heinrich." Emile arranged for the letter to be smuggled into the German mail system through a contact in Switzerland, a former student now working with the Red Cross. The deception complete, he tried to forget about Clara Müller and her dead fiancé. Yet night after night, he found himself imagining her receiving his letter, picturing the relief washing over her face. He told himself he'd given her hope in a hopeless time. But hope based on a lie is a fragile thing. 6 weeks later, a letter arrived for Emile from his sister in Paris. Hidden within it, carefully folded and concealed behind family news, was a response from Clara, forwarded through the same Swiss contact. "My dearest Heinrich, your letter arrived yesterday, and I wept with relief. The nurses thought me hysterical. Perhaps I was. We had heard rumours of the terrible losses your regiment suffered. When weeks passed without word, I feared the worst. You write differently. There is something changed in your words. But war changes us all, doesn't it? The man who left for the front is not the same who writes to me now, just as I am not the same woman who once worried about trivial things like the colour of curtains for our future home. The hospital where I work is now receiving primarily German wounded, as we've been moved back from the front. The sheer number of casualties suggests the battle is not proceeding as our newspapers claim. The men speak of a meat grinder, of advancing only meters despite thousands of lives lost. I had a strange experience yesterday. A dying German soldier asked me to read to him, and the only book I had was that small volume of French poetry you gave me before you left, Baudelaire's Les Fleurs du Mal. I translated as best I could, and though I'm sure I mangled the verses terribly, he seemed comforted. As he slipped away, I wondered if somewhere a French nurse was reading Goethe to a dying poilu. The thought gave me an odd sense of symmetry. Write when you can. Each word from you is precious. Forever yours, Clara. Emile read her letter with growing discomfort. The mention of Baudelaire, his favourite poet, one he'd taught countless times at the university, seemed like a cosmic joke, a reminder of his deception. Yet he couldn't help but be moved by Clara's compassion, her willingness to comfort a dying man with enemy words. Against his better judgment, Emile wrote back. This time his letter was longer, more detailed. He incorporated small truths among the lies, his pre-war love of literature, his teaching at the university, his sister in Paris. Only his name and nationality remained false. As spring turned to summer and the Battle of Verdun ground on with apocalyptic intensity, their correspondence continued. Emile found himself revealing more of his true self in each letter, while carefully maintaining the fiction that he was Heinrich, a German prisoner. Clara's letters became his lifeline. On days when the bombardment was heaviest, when men went mad from the constant shelling, when the trenches became open graves filled with mud and parts of friends, he would retreat to his dugout and read her words. She wrote of small kindnesses witnessed amid cruelty, of the changing seasons viewed through hospital windows, of her dreams for after the war. In July, after a particularly devastating German assault that left his company decimated, Emile made a decision. The weight of deception had become unbearable. That night, as rain pattered on the canvas above him, and distant artillery illuminated the sky like heat lightning, he confessed everything. Dear Clara, what I'm about to write will likely end the connection between us, but I can no longer continue this deception. My name is not Heinrich Wagner. I am Lieutenant Emile Rousseau of the French Army. The real Heinrich Wagner died on March 2nd in an artillery barrage. I discovered your letter to him in a captured messenger's pouch. I should have simply let you wonder, or perhaps someday receive official notification. Instead, I wrote to you pretending to be him, telling myself it was an act of mercy. But as our correspondence continued, I found myself sharing more and more of my true self, merely casting it in the role of your fiancé. The things I've written about my thoughts, my past, my hopes, these were honest, even if the context was a lie. I was a professor of literature before the war. I do have a sister in Paris. I truly find this conflict a descent into barbarism that strips us of our humanity. I imagine you feel violated and betrayed by this revelation, and you have every right to those feelings. I will understand if you never wish to communicate again. I merely ask that you believe one thing. Though our connection began with a lie, what has grown from it is genuine. In a world gone mad, your words have been a reminder that compassion and thoughtfulness still exist. I am sorry for the pain this will cause you. Emile Rousseau. He sent the letter through their established channel, certain it would be the last time. For weeks afterward, Emile watched for a response, though he expected none. The battle intensified. Fort Douaumont fell, was recaptured, and fell again. The ground became a churned waste where nothing could grow. Men fought for meters of mud that could not be distinguished from the pulverized remains of those who had died taking it. In August, when Emile had almost forgotten to hope for a reply, a letter arrived. Lieutenant Rousseau, I have read your confession 3 times trying to understand the man behind it. My first reaction was rage, a white-hot fury that you would toy with my emotions, that you would maintain such an elaborate deception. Heinrich deserved better. I deserved better. Yet as days passed, I found my anger giving way to a more complex emotion. Part of me had suspected the truth. Heinrich's letters always carried certain phrases, certain references that were distinctly his. Yours, even from the beginning, were different. I told myself it was the trauma of war and captivity that had changed him, but in quiet moments I felt the discrepancy. What does it say about me that I continued our correspondence despite these doubts? Perhaps I needed the comfort of those letters as much as you did. Perhaps I already knew Heinrich was gone before your confirmation. I cannot decide if your initial deception was cruel or kind, but I do know that our letters became something genuine. In them, we both revealed truths we might never have shared face to face. You, a French officer, me, a German nurse. The war stripped away pretense and left only essential humanity. If you wish to continue writing, I will read your letters. But let us proceed with truth between us. We are enemies according to our nations, but I refuse to hate based on borders drawn by politicians who do not bleed. Clara. Emile read her response with trembling hands, scarcely believing the grace she had shown him. That night, he wrote back, as himself, fully and honestly. It was the first letter he had signed with his own name since arriving at Verdun. You've been receiving mail, Matron Beckendorf observed, her eyes narrowing as she handed Clara the thin envelope. Quite regularly, for someone whose fiancé is missing. Clara took the letter with practiced nonchalance. From my cousin in Munich, she worries. Of course. The matron's tone suggested she believed nothing of the sort. Remember where your loyalties lie, Nurse Müller. These are treacherous times. My loyalty is to healing the wounded, matron, as it has always been. Alone in her quarters, Clara opened Emile's latest letter with careful fingers. They had been corresponding as their true selves for nearly 2 months now, developing a rudimentary code to evade censors. References to Aunt Matilda indicated military movements. Cousin Wilhelm's health signalled German offensives. Discussions of garden plans masked their increasingly personal revelations. My dear friend, autumn comes to the garden earlier this year. The caretakers have decided to replace the damaged eastern beds entirely. You understand my meaning. Some whisper this is an admission of failure. Others call it strategic replanting. All I know is that men will die to defend or take ground that has no value beyond the blood already spilled upon it. You asked in your last letter if I still read poetry. I do, when I can find quiet moments. Last week I discovered a volume of Rilke abandoned in a dugout, perhaps left by its previous occupant, perhaps looted from a civilian home. Either way, it was my first encounter with his work. I find his understanding of solitude particularly resonant now. Love consists in this, that 2 solitudes protect and touch and greet each other. Is that not what we have created through these letters? 2 solitudes reaching across the most insurmountable divide of our time. Sometimes I imagine a world where we met differently, perhaps at a university lecture or a cafe in Paris. You would be reading something challenging, Nietzsche perhaps, while I would have Baudelaire open before me. Our eyes might meet over the rims of our coffee cups. But such fantasies are dangerous. We exist where we exist. You in your hospital with the smell of ether and the cries of the wounded. Me in this tomb of mud with the whistling of shells and the sharp reports of rifles. Yet I find myself increasingly incapable of seeing you as other, as enemy. The divisions that seemed so clear when I arrived at Verdun now appear arbitrary and absurd. The men in my charge still fight and die for France, but I no longer know what that means. How can nations matter when humanity itself is being fed into the grinding wheels of this war? Write soon if you can. Your words are light in darkness. Emile. Clara pressed the letter to her chest, feeling the familiar ache that accompanied his words. What began as an unusual correspondence had developed into something neither of them had anticipated, a connection that transcended the hatred surrounding them. She wrote back that night, "Dear Emile, your mention of Rilke pleased me more than I can express. He understands the space between souls better than any poet I know. Before the war, I attended a reading he gave in Munich. He was smaller than I expected, almost fragile, but his voice carried enormous power. I still remember how the room fell completely silent as he read. Even the waiters stopped to listen. You asked about my plans after the war. I've never shared these with anyone, not even Heinrich. I want to study medicine properly. Before the war, this seemed impossible. A woman becoming a doctor was viewed as unnatural, almost obscene. But now, after what I've seen and done in the hospital, after performing surgeries when the doctors were overwhelmed, it would be obscene not to use what I've learned. The world has changed, hasn't it? Not just politically or geographically, but fundamentally. The old certainties have dissolved. Sometimes I think this is the real reason the fighting continues, not for territory or power, but because men fear the unfamiliar world taking shape around them. Last week I treated a French officer with severe burns. As I changed his bandages, he asked me in perfect German if I had children. When I said no, he nodded and whispered, "Good. This is no world for children." Then he asked me to help him die. I pretended not to understand, but his eyes knew that I did. I've begun collecting small items for after the war, tokens of normality. A tarnished silver spoon from an abandoned village, a porcelain button found in the mud, a pressed flower from the hospital garden. I keep them in a tin box beneath my bed. Sometimes, late at night, I open it and touch each object, reminding myself that beauty existed before all this and will exist after. Do you have such talismans? Clara. As autumn deepened into winter, their letters grew more intimate. They shared childhood memories, philosophical debates, and increasingly tentative expressions of feelings neither had anticipated. They were careful never to explicitly declare romantic attachment. Such confessions would make their correspondence feel impossible, tainted by betrayal of their respective duties and loyalties. Yet between the lines, in the spaces around their words, something undeniable was growing. In November, Emile was wounded during the final French push to recapture Fort Vaux. A shell fragment tore through his left shoulder, missing his heart by centimetres. As he lay in the field hospital, delirious with pain and morphine, he called Clara's name repeatedly, causing the French nurses to exchange knowing looks. His recovery placed him for the first time in the same region as Clara, separated by only 20 kilometres of devastated countryside and opposing armies. In his first letter after regaining consciousness, Emile shared this realization. "Clara, I write with my right hand now, as my left arm remains largely useless. The doctors say I was fortunate. The shell fragment could easily have killed me. I don't feel fortunate except in one regard. I am now at Hospital 14, near what remains of Fleury. The nurse who changes my bandages mentioned that the main German field hospital is now stationed near Orne, which, if my calculations are correct, places us less than 20 kilometres apart. 20 kilometres. After the vastness of our separation, this suddenly seems like nothing at all. I could walk it in a day if the circumstances were different. Instead, it might as well be 1,000 miles. I've been offered a staff position in Paris once I recover, a recognition of my service and a convenient way to utilise a damaged officer. I should be grateful. The position would mean safety, decent food, distance from the constant shelling. Yet the thought of leaving Verdun, of moving farther from where you are, fills me with a dread I cannot articulate. They let me keep the fragment they removed from my shoulder. It's surprisingly small for something that nearly ended my life. Smaller than a franc coin, roughly triangular. I've put it on a string and wear it around my neck. A strange memento, I suppose, but it reminds me of how arbitrary survival is here. And now, it also reminds me of this unexpected proximity to you. 20 kilometres. Emile. Clara's response came more quickly than usual. Emile. 20 kilometres. I've been repeating this number like a prayer or an incantation. After existing only in words for so long, the thought that you're just beyond the horizon seems impossible, miraculous. I've received news that our hospital unit will be relocated eastward next month. Farther from the front, farther from where you are. The offensive has stalled, and they're consolidating medical resources for the winter. Before I received your letter, I had resigned myself to this move. Now, the thought is unbearable. After coming so close, close enough that we might breathe the same air, see the same stars, to be pulled away again seems a cruelty beyond enduring. I find myself standing outside the hospital at night, looking westward, imagining I might glimpse a light from your window, though I know it's impossible. I find myself inventing reasons to travel to forward aid stations, hoping for some chance encounter that could never happen. I am not a reckless person, Emile. Before the war, I lived cautiously, properly. I followed rules and respected boundaries. But the world has changed, and so have I. The old Clara would never contemplate what I'm about to propose, but the old Clara died somewhere between the first casualty she treated and the 100th letter she wrote to a man she's never met. There is a ruined cathedral in the abandoned village of Besanville, which lies almost exactly between our positions. According to the orderlies who bring casualties from the front, it sits in a kind of no man's land, occasionally patrolled but currently claimed by neither side. I know this is madness. I know the penalties for what I'm suggesting, but I also know that if we miss this chance, we may never have another. One day, one meeting. Then we return to our duties and accept whatever comes after. Tell me I'm not alone in this madness. Clara. Emile read her letter twice, his heart pounding so loudly he was certain the other patients could hear it. What she proposed was desertion, even if temporary, a crime punishable by execution in both their armies. It was reckless, dangerous, possibly suicidal. It was also the only thing he wanted in the world. That night, with his good hand shaking so badly he could barely hold the pen, Emile wrote the most important letter of his life. The cathedral was nothing but a broken shell, its once soaring arches now jagged teeth against the grey February sky. The roof had collapsed years ago, leaving the nave open to the elements. Snow dusted the shattered flagstones and collected in the hollow eyes of toppled saints. Emile arrived first, just as false dawn began to lighten the eastern horizon. He had left the hospital the previous evening, telling the night nurse he was going for a brief walk, a common enough request from convalescing officers. Instead of returning, he had followed a route carefully planned over weeks, using detailed maps smuggled from the intelligence office. His journey had been harrowing. Twice he'd been forced to hide from French patrols, pressing himself into the frozen mud and hardly daring to breathe. Once, he had triggered a flare that illuminated the landscape with ghostly light, forcing him to remain motionless for what felt like hours. And there had been the minefields to navigate, marked on his maps but still terrifying to cross, each step potentially his last. Now, huddled in what remained of the cathedral's sacristy, Emile questioned his sanity. The pain in his shoulder had returned with vengeance after the night's exertions. His uniform was caked with mud and torn in several places. If Clara didn't come, and how could she really? How could anyone navigate this hell between the lines? He would be trapped. Returning to French territory in daylight would be suicide. Surrendering to the Germans would mean imprisonment at best, espionage charges at worst. But if she did come, the sound reached him first, a soft crunching of snow under cautious feet. Emil pressed himself deeper into the shadows, his hand moving automatically to the pistol at his belt. The steps hesitated at the cathedral's ruined entrance, then continued more slowly now. A figure appeared, backlit by the strengthening dawn, small, wrapped in a dark cloak dusted with snow, moving with deliberate care among the rubble. "Clara?" Emil's voice was barely a whisper, but in the absolute stillness of the ruined church it carried. The figure froze, then turned toward the sound. "Emil?" He stepped from the shadows then, his heart hammering against his ribs. For a moment they simply stared at each other across the debris-strewn nave. The French lieutenant and the German nurse, two people who had shared their deepest thoughts yet never seen each other's faces. Clara moved first, picking her way through the rubble until she stood before him. She was smaller than he had imagined, her face narrower, her eyes a startling shade of green that her letters could never have conveyed. A strand of dark hair had escaped from beneath her woolen hat, curling against her cheek. "You came," she said simply, "as did you." An awkward silence fell between them, the inevitable gap between the intimacy of their correspondence and the strangeness of physical presence. All the things Emil had planned to say evaporated. Instead, he found himself cataloguing details. The small scar beside her right eyebrow, the chapped quality of her lips, the graceful way her hands emerged from two large gloves. "I brought food," Clara said finally, opening her satchel. "Not much, but—" "I have wine," Emil interrupted, producing a flask from inside his coat. "Terrible wine, but authentic." They both laughed then, the tension breaking like ice on a spring river. They settled in what had once been the choir, sheltered from the wind by a partially collapsed wall. Emil spread his coat on the ground for them to sit upon, and they shared a meagre feast. Hard bread, a chunk of cheese Clara had pilfered from the hospital kitchen, dried apples, and the sharp red wine from Emil's flask. As they ate, the strangeness between them gradually dissolved. They began to talk, hesitantly at first, then with increasing animation. Their spoken conversation had none of the polish of their letters, but it had an immediacy, a vitality that written words could never capture. Emil found himself gesturing enthusiastically with his good arm. Clara's face came alive with expressions that shifted like light on water. "You speak German better than your letter suggested," she observed, switching to his language. "I studied in Berlin before the war," he admitted. "I downplayed it in my letters. It seemed too convenient somehow. And you? Your French is impeccable." "My mother was from Alsace. We spoke both languages at home," she smiled. Another detail that seemed dangerous to share. The hours passed with remarkable speed. They spoke of their childhoods, their work, their discoveries during the war. They carefully avoided discussion of the future. There was an unspoken agreement to exist only in this stolen present. Around midday, snow began to fall. Large, lazy flakes that drifted through the open roof to melt on the stones around them. Clara reached out to catch one on her gloved finger. "I used to believe snowflakes were the souls of the dead," she said softly. "My grandmother told me that. Each unique, each perfect for a moment before vanishing." Emil watched her profile against the grey light. "And now? Now I've seen too many dead to believe in perfect souls, but I still find beauty in the snowflakes." He reached for her hand then, an instinctive gesture. Their fingers intertwined, wool against wool, warmth communicating through layers of fabric. "In my third letter to you, when I was still pretending to be Heinrich, I wrote about a world after war, where people would remember what truly matters," Emil said. "I believed it then, but barely. Now, sitting here with you, I believe it completely." Clara turned to face him fully. "What does truly matter?" Emile Rousseau. This, he said simply, connection, understanding, finding humanity in the person you've been told is your enemy. She studied his face for a long moment. Then, with deliberate care, she removed her glove and reached up to touch his cheek. Her fingers were cold against his skin, but the contact sent warmth radiating through him. In all my imaginings of this meeting, I never quite believed it would happen, she said. Even as I made my way here last night, dodging patrols and following landmarks, it seemed impossible that you would really be waiting. Yet here we are. Yes, here we are. The moment stretched between them, taut with possibility. Then, with the most natural movement in the world, Emile leaned forward and kissed her. Her lips were cold at first, then warming against his own. The kiss was gentle, tentative, a question being asked and answered simultaneously. When they separated, Clara's eyes remained closed for a heartbeat longer than necessary. When she opened them, Emile saw they contained tears. "We've inverted the world, you and I," she whispered. "Everyone out there," she gestured toward the ruined walls, "is trying to preserve distance, to kill from as far away as possible. Artillery that fires from beyond the horizon, machine guns that mow down men who are nothing but silhouettes, gas that murders faceless enemies. And here we are, crossing every boundary to be close." The day aged around them. The brief winter sun reached its zenith and began its descent. The snow stopped, leaving the world outside muffled and transformed. They talked, fell silent, talked again. They shared stories they had never included in their letters. Clara of the German officer who had tried to force himself on her, whom she had stopped with a morphine-filled syringe. Emile of the young soldier in his company who had saved his life by throwing himself on a grenade, leaving behind only a blood-stained photograph of a woman who would never know how he died. As afternoon faded toward evening, they both became acutely aware of time slipping away. The moment of parting approached with the inevitability of nightfall. "I have something for you," Emile said suddenly. He reached inside his shirt and pulled out a pocket watch. Silver, antique, engraved with intricate scrollwork. It was my father's. It's the only valuable thing I still carry. Clara shook her head. "I can't take that. Please, I need to leave something of myself with you." After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the watch, cradling it in her palm as if it were made of fragile glass rather than metal. "Then you must take this." She unpinned the silver nursing badge from her cloak, a small cross with the red crescent, her name engraved on the back. "So you'll remember the real Clara, not just the one from the letters." Emile closed his fingers around the badge. "As if I could ever forget." The light was failing now, shadows lengthening across the ruined cathedral floor. Outside, the temperature was dropping rapidly. Soon they would need to begin their separate journeys back through the dangerous terrain of no man's land. "We should establish a contingency," Emile said, his voice taking on the practical tone of an officer. "If we're caught—" "We won't mention each other," Clara finished for him. "I know." He nodded. "And after the war? If we both survive?" The question hung between them, the first acknowledgement of a future beyond this stolen day. "The Lion d'Or Café in Paris," Clara said after a moment. "The first Sunday of every month at noon, beginning 1 month after armistice. I'll find a way there, no matter where I am." "The Lion d'Or," Emile repeated. "First Sunday, noon." He memorized the commitment like a prayer. Their goodbye was brief. Neither had the strength for prolonged farewells. One final embrace, desperate in its intensity. One last kiss, tasting of wine and tears and promises. Then Clara slipped away through the eastern ruins while Emile forced himself to remain behind, giving her time to clear the area before he too departed. As he waited in the gathering darkness, Emile realized they had created a memory today that would sustain him through whatever came next. A perfect moment preserved in amber, untouched by the madness of the world outside. Whether they ever met again or not, this day in the ruined cathedral would remain sacrosanct. When he finally left, following his planned route back toward French lines, the pocket where he kept Clara's letters felt lighter. They had burned them together in a small fire, watching their words turn to ash that swirled up through the broken roof toward the emerging stars. But the weight of her nursing badge pressed against his chest with each step, as tangible as a promise. Matron Beckendorf was waiting when Clara returned to the hospital just after midnight. "Nurse Müller," her voice cut through the darkened ward. "My office, now." Clara had prepared herself for this possibility, had rehearsed explanations about visiting a nearby aid station, about getting lost in the snow. But as she followed the matron's rigid back through the corridor, she knew with crushing certainty that such stories would be useless. The evidence lay spread across Beckendorf's desk, Clara's letters to Emile, his responses, their entire correspondence exposed like organs in surgery. "Your quarters were searched after you failed to report for duty," Beckendorf said, her voice clinical with disgust. "Imagine my surprise when this treason was discovered." "Treason?" Clara kept her voice steady despite the fear constricting her throat. "Corresponding with a friend is hardly—" "A French officer is not your friend. He is the enemy." Beckendorf's hand slammed down on the letters. "You have been passing information to him for months." "I've passed no military information. Read them yourself. These are personal letters, nothing more." "Personal?" The matron's voice rose sharply. "You speak of your hospital's location, movements, conditions. You describe our wounded. Every detail you shared could aid the French in targeting our facilities." Clara wanted to argue, to explain that their correspondence had nothing to do with the war, that it represented something pure amid corruption. But she understood the futility. In wartime, human connection itself became suspect. "Where were you today?" Beckendorf demanded. Clara remained silent. "The French lieutenant whose letter is on top of this pile. Did you meet with him?" Again silence. Beckendorf's face hardened. "Your silence condemns you more than any admission. The military police will arrive tomorrow. Until then, you're confined to the supply closet under guard." As Clara was led away, she pressed her hand against the pocket where Emile's watch lay hidden. They could take her freedom, her position, perhaps even her life, but they could not take the day she'd stolen from the war. 50 kilometers away, Emile Rousseau sat rigidly in the office of Colonel Mercier, his commander at the field hospital. "Explain yourself, Lieutenant," the colonel said, gesturing to the paperwork before him. "You were absent without leave for 26 hours. The night nurse reports you claimed to be taking a short walk." "I needed time alone, sir, to clear my head." "In no man's land, because that's where the patrol found you stumbling back toward our lines after dark." Emile said nothing. "They thought you were a deserter. You nearly got yourself shot." The colonel studied him with narrow eyes. "But deserters run away from the front, not toward it. So I ask myself, what would drive an intelligent officer to risk court-martial by venturing into no man's land?" The colonel reached into his drawer and withdrew a familiar envelope. This was intercepted by sensors 3 weeks ago. It was deemed suspicious enough to warrant monitoring your correspondence. He removed Clara's letter, the one suggesting their meeting. "A German nurse, Lieutenant? Really?" Shame and anger warred within Emile. "Our communication was personal, sir. No military information was exchanged." "So you admit to the correspondence?" "I do." "And to meeting with this Clara Müller yesterday?" Emile hesitated only briefly. "Yes, sir." Colonel Mercier leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "You understand the gravity of your actions? Communication with the enemy, unauthorized absence, potential espionage." "It wasn't espionage, it was—" Emile stopped, unable to articulate what it had been without sounding naive or sentimental. "It was what, Lieutenant?" "An affirmation, sir, that humanity can exist even here." The colonel snorted. Save your philosophical justifications for the tribunal. You'll be transported to headquarters tomorrow. Until then, you're under arrest. The military prison in Nancy was a grim stone building that had once been a monastery. Emile found dark irony in this transformation, from a place of contemplation to a place of punishment. His cell was small but clean, with a narrow bed, a wooden stool and a barred window that offered a sliver of sky. For 2 weeks he existed in limbo, awaiting a tribunal that seemed perpetually delayed by the more pressing business of war. He was permitted no visitors, no letters, no news from the front. His only human contact came in the form of taciturn guards who delivered meals and occasionally escorted him to a small courtyard where he could walk in circles for precisely 30 minutes. On the 15th day of his confinement, the cell door opened to reveal not a guard but Colonel Mercier himself. The officer entered without greeting, closing the door behind him. "Your tribunal has been scheduled for next week," he said without preamble. "The charges are serious." Emile nodded. He had expected nothing less. "However," the colonel continued, "I've been authorized to offer you an alternative." "An alternative?" "The 42nd Regiment is being deployed to Chemin des Dames. They're short on experienced officers. Volunteer to join them, and the charges will be suspended, not dismissed, but set aside for the duration of your service." Emile understood immediately what was being offered. The chance to die honourably in battle rather than face disgrace. The Chemin des Dames was rumoured to be the site of the next major offensive, a potential slaughterhouse like Verdun. "And if I survive this deployment, then your case will be reviewed based on your conduct." The colonel's expression softened slightly. "It's the best option I could secure for you, Rousseau. Consider it." After the colonel left, Emile sat on his narrow bed, Clara's nursing badge cool between his fingers. The choice before him was hardly a choice at all: face certain court-martial or accept near-certain death at Chemin des Dames. Yet the second option offered at least the possibility of redemption, the chance, however slim, of surviving to seek Clara when the war finally ended. The following morning he informed the guards of his decision. 3 days later he was on a transport train heading north, the prison clothes exchanged for a fresh uniform, his rank restored temporarily. As the French countryside passed outside the train window, Emile wondered where Clara was, whether she had faced similar consequences, whether she thought of him still. The uncertainty was its own kind of prison. Clara's imprisonment proved brief but effective. After 3 days in the hospital supply closet, she was transferred to a women's detention facility in Frankfurt, a converted textile factory now housing various female offenders against the German war effort, from suspected spies to vocal pacifists to nurses who had committed crimes of sentiment. Her trial was a perfunctory affair. The letters provided damning evidence, and Clara offered no defence beyond asserting that her correspondence had been personal rather than political. The tribunal was unmoved. Her nursing credentials were permanently revoked, and she was sentenced to 2 years' detention with labour. The textile factory had been repurposed to produce uniforms, and Clara found herself at a sewing machine for 14 hours each day, stitching the same seams with mechanical precision. The irony was not lost on her. After mending wounded men, she now mended the uniforms of those sent to be wounded. At night, in a dormitory shared with 40 other women, Clara would remove Emile's pocket watch from its hiding place in her mattress. She never wound it, preserving its time at 4:17, the moment they had exchanged their tokens in the ruined cathedral. Running her thumb over its smooth surface, she would allow herself to remember that day, to draw strength from it. Months passed. News of the war reached the detention facility in fragments. Rumours carried by new arrivals, carefully worded announcements by the facility director, occasional glimpses of newspapers. Clara learned of the American entry into the war, of the continued meat grinder at Verdun, of food shortages across Germany. In April 1917, she was summoned to the facility director's office, uncertain whether to expect punishment or reprieve. The stern woman behind the desk studied her with cold assessment. "Your mother has been petitioning for your early release, Fräulein Müller." Clara felt a jolt of surprise. She had not heard from her family since her arrest, had assumed they had disowned her in shame. "She has terminal cancer," the director continued dispassionately. "The authorities have decided to grant compassionate release, so you may care for her in her final months. You will remain under house arrest in Munich, reporting weekly to the local police." 2 days later, Clara found herself on a civilian train to Munich, still wearing her prison uniform beneath a donated coat. The Germany that passed outside her window was not the same country she had left. Faces were thinner, buildings shabbier, fields untended. The war had hollowed the nation from within. Her mother's condition was worse than Clara had imagined. The once vibrant woman was skeletal, her skin yellowed, her breathing laboured, yet her eyes still held their characteristic determination. "So," she said when Clara entered the small apartment, "you fell in love with a Frenchman?" Clara froze in the doorway. "How did you—" "The authorities told me everything when I petitioned for your release. They thought it would discourage me." A thin smile crossed her mother's face. "They don't know me very well." That night, after settling her mother to sleep, Clara stood at the apartment window, looking out at the darkened city. She wound Emil's pocket watch for the first time since receiving it, listening to its steady ticking, a mechanical heartbeat that spoke of continuity, of time moving forward despite all attempts to freeze it. "I will find you," she whispered, a promise to the night. "When this is over, I will find you." The war ground on. Emil survived the bloodbath at Chemin des Dames, though most of his regiment did not. His actions during the battle, dragging 3 wounded men to safety under heavy fire, earned him commendation rather than the expected death. When the offensive finally collapsed in failure, he was transferred to a quieter sector near the Swiss border. Then came the Russian Revolution, the continued American build-up, the slow shift in momentum. By the summer of 1918, Emil found himself promoted to captain, his earlier indiscretion seemingly forgotten in the desperate need for experienced officers. In his rare moments alone, he would take out Clara's nursing badge, the silver tarnished now from constant handling. With no way to communicate, no way to know if she was even alive, Emil sustained himself with memories and the fragile hope of their planned meeting at the Lion d'Or. In October, as the German lines began to collapse across the Western Front, Emil contracted Spanish influenza. The disease that had been ravaging the trenches finally found him, reducing him to a feverish wreck in a field hospital near Reims. For days he hovered between life and death, his body burning with infection, his mind lost in delirium. In his fever dreams he returned repeatedly to the ruined cathedral, to Clara sitting across from him as snowflakes drifted between them. Sometimes she spoke to him, words he couldn't quite catch. Sometimes she simply watched him with those green eyes that had haunted him for 2 years. When the fever finally broke, Emil awoke to a changed world. While he had been unconscious, the armistice had been signed. The war was over. He lay in his hospital bed, too weak to stand, listening to the distant sounds of celebration. Church bells rang across France, their peals carrying over fields where millions lay in unmarked graves. He should have felt joy, relief, some sense of closure. Instead, he felt only a crushing weariness and a single driving purpose: to recover enough strength to reach Paris by the first Sunday of December, to keep the promise made in a ruined cathedral. Clara learned of the armistice while burying her mother. As the priest spoke words of comfort over the grave, church bells began to ring across Munich. The mourners raised their heads in confusion, then understanding. Some wept. Others stood in stunned silence. Clara felt oddly detached from the moment. For her, the war had ended that day in the cathedral. Everything since had been merely epilogue. Her mother's death freed her from house arrest, though Germany itself remained in turmoil, revolution brewing in Berlin, soldiers returning to a nation on the brink of collapse, food shortages worsening rather than improving with peace. Crossing into France would be nearly impossible for a German citizen, especially one with a criminal record. Nearly impossible, but not entirely so. In the weeks following the armistice, Clara methodically converted her small inheritance into various currencies, secured false papers through contacts of her late mother, and plotted a circuitous route through Switzerland. The journey would be dangerous, expensive, and quite possibly futile. She had no guarantee that Emil had survived, no certainty that he remembered their pact, no assurance that he hadn't moved on with his life. What she had was a tarnished pocket watch that still kept perfect time, and a promise made in the snow. The Lion d'Or Café sat on a narrow street in the Latin Quarter, its facade distinguished by peeling gold paint and windows that offered glimpses of marble-topped tables and bentwood chairs. On the first Sunday of December 1918, just 3 weeks after the armistice, it was doing brisk business. Parisians celebrating both peace and the approaching Christmas season. Emil arrived 30 minutes early, still gaunt from his illness, leaning heavily on a cane. He secured a table by the window, ordered coffee, and prepared to wait. He had rehearsed this moment countless times during his recovery. What he would say when she appeared, how he would react if she didn't. Noon came and went. Emil ordered another coffee, then a cognac. The waiter began giving him sympathetic glances as the afternoon wore on. By 3 o'clock the cafe had emptied of its lunch crowd, leaving Emil almost alone in the quiet room. She wasn't coming. Perhaps she hadn't survived the war. Perhaps she couldn't get out of Germany. Perhaps she had simply moved on, as any rational person would have done. At 4:30, as daylight began to fade, Emil finally accepted defeat. He paid his bill, gathered his coat, and stepped out into the chill December air. The disappointment was physical, a weight pressing against his chest. Yet beneath it lay a strange peace. He had kept his promise. He had tried. And he would return on the first Sunday of January and of February and of every month until hope finally deserted him completely. What Emil couldn't know, as he limped away from the Lion d'Or that December afternoon, was that Clara was at that moment detained at the French border, her false papers having aroused suspicion. She spent 3 days in a holding facility while authorities verified her identity, her connection to a Munich hospital, her claim to be seeking work in France. By the time she was released, it was Wednesday. Paris was still 6 hours away by train. The first Sunday meeting had been missed, but Clara refused to despair. There would be another first Sunday in January. She would find accommodation in Paris, secure employment, and be waiting at the Lion d'Or when the new year began. December passed in frantic activity for both. Emil, released from military service due to his injuries, secured a modest position teaching literature at a lycée in Montmartre. The work was below his qualifications, but he found he no longer cared about academic prestige. After Verdun, connecting with young minds felt like participating in renewal rather than mere education. Clara, unable to work as a nurse due to her German nationality, found employment as a translator for a small publishing house specializing in medical texts. Her apartment was little more than an attic room near Place d'Italie, but it offered independence, a precious commodity for a woman alone in post-war Paris. Neither knew the other was in the same city, separated by mere kilometres of cobblestone streets and riverside boulevards. Neither knew that they both traced daily routes that sometimes came tantalizingly close to intersection. Neither knew that they both sometimes sensed a presence just beyond perception, a familiar profile glimpsed in a crowd, a laugh that echoed with recognition, a momentary certainty that the search was over, followed by crushing disappointment. On the first Sunday of January 1919, a snowstorm struck Paris, the heaviest snowfall in decades, according to newspapers. The Lion D'Or's owner considered closing, but ultimately decided to open for the few customers stubborn enough to venture out. Emile arrived at 11:30, snow-dusting his shoulders and hat. He claimed the same table by the window, ordered coffee, and watched the street outside where wind-driven snow reduced visibility to a few meters. At 11:45, the cafe door opened, bringing a swirl of snowflakes and a woman wrapped in a dark coat, her face obscured by a scarf and hat. Emile glanced up casually, then froze, his coffee cup suspended halfway to his lips. Clara stood just inside the entrance, unwinding her scarf, her cheeks flushed from cold. For a moment she didn't notice him, occupied with removing her snow-covered outer garments. Then she turned, scanning the cafe's interior, and their eyes met. Neither moved. 2 years had passed since the cathedral. 2 years of separation, of uncertainty, of holding on to a memory that logic insisted should be released. 2 years of war's final convulsions and peace's first tentative breaths. Then Emile stood, his cane clattering forgotten to the floor. Clara took one step forward, then another, until she was close enough to see the new lines around his eyes, the silver threading his once dark hair. "You came," she said, echoing her words from the cathedral. "As did you." They stood suspended in the moment, acutely aware of the other patrons, of the proprieties still governing post-war Paris, of the impropriety of their connection. "I have a table," Emile said finally, gesturing unnecessarily behind him. "Yes, good." They sat across from each other, separated by a marble tabletop and 2 years of unshared history. Emile ordered more coffee. Clara removed her gloves carefully, finger by finger. The awkwardness between them was palpable, the inevitable distance between the intimacy of their letters and the reality of physical presence. "I tried to come in December," Clara said abruptly. "I was detained at the border." "I was here," Emile replied, "all afternoon. I thought you might have—" She didn't finish the sentence. "Died? Forgotten? Moved on?" He shook his head. "None of those things." Clara reached into her coat pocket and withdrew his father's pocket watch. "I kept it wound. Every day since ... Emile touched his chest, where her nursing badge remained pinned inside his shirt. "I still have yours as well." The silence between them softened, grew comfortable. Outside the window, snow continued to fall, transforming Paris into an otherworldly landscape of white curves and muffled sounds. Inside, the cafe was warm, intimate, scented with coffee and freshly baked bread. "What happens now?" Clara asked quietly. Emile considered the question. Before the war, he would have had a carefully structured answer, a plan with contingencies. Now he found himself embracing uncertainty. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I'd like to find out. Together." Clara's smile in response was like sunrise after the longest night. She extended her hand across the table, and Emile took it, their fingers intertwining as they had in the cathedral. Outside, Paris continued to disappear beneath the snow, while inside, something lost was finally found. In the spring of 1920, Emile received a letter from a priest in Verdun. The region was slowly being rebuilt, the letter explained, with teams clearing unexploded ordnance and recovering bodies for proper burial. During the reconstruction of a small chapel near Besançon, workers had discovered a cache of letters hidden in a wall cavity of the ruined cathedral. Letters addressed to E and C, left there periodically over the past year. The priest, having read enough to understand their significance, had recognized the names from a registry of visitors to the region. He had taken the liberty of collecting these messages and wished to return them to their rightful owners if they would make themselves known. Emile showed the letter to Clara that evening in their small apartment near the Luxembourg Gardens, where bookshelves now overflowed with a curious mixture of French and German volumes, where medical journals shared space with poetry collections, where two people from opposite sides of a devastating conflict were building something new from the ruins of the old world. "Someone has been leaving letters for us?" Clara asked, puzzled. "Who would even know about the cathedral?" "I don't know," Emile admitted, "but I think we should find out." 2 weeks later, they returned to Verdun for the first time since their clandestine meeting. The landscape remained scarred: cratered fields, skeletal tree stumps, occasional unexploded shells cordoned off with warning signs. But there were signs of renewal as well: new saplings planted in rigid rows, fields being cleared for planting, foundations being laid for replacement homes. The cathedral ruins had been partially cleared, with a simple chapel rising from one corner of the original foundation. The priest who had written to them, Father Benoit, elderly but energetic, welcomed them with genuine warmth. "I recognised your names from visitor registries," he explained as he led them to his small office, adjacent to the chapel. "So many come to see where their loved ones fell, you see. When I found these," he indicated a wooden box on his desk, "I made inquiries." He opened the box to reveal dozens of letters, some weathered by exposure to the elements before his discovery, others relatively recent. Each was addressed simply to E or C. "They began appearing shortly after the armistice," Father Benoit explained, "left in a specific crevice in the ruins. At first, I thought little of it. People leave mementos at significant sites. But as they accumulated, I became curious." Emile selected one of the letters addressed to C and opened it with careful fingers. Inside, in unfamiliar handwriting, was a message: "To the unknown woman who met her love here. I found their letters in the mud, just fragments, destroyed by rain and trampling, but enough to understand. My brother died at Verdun in 16. I like to think he might have found such a connection before the end, something beautiful amid horror. I hope you found each other after. I hope you built something worthy of what was lost here. A soldier's sister." Clara read over his shoulder, her breath catching. She reached for another letter, this one addressed to E. "To the French officer who loved across enemy lines. I was a stretcher bearer at Verdun. I carried men whose names I never knew. I held them as they died, speaking of home. After the armistice, I returned to find meaning in this place of senseless death. I found scraps of your story in conversations with locals, in rumours among reconstruction workers. Your courage in reaching across hatred gives me hope that this war truly was the last, that we have finally learned. May you have found peace, wherever you are." Letter after letter revealed similar sentiments, messages from strangers who had somehow learned fragments of their story and found meaning in it. Former soldiers, nurses, grieving family members on both sides of the former conflict, all had left words at the site where an unlikely connection had bloomed amid war's desolation. "Your story has become something of a legend in the region," Father Benoit explained. "Whispered among those who work to rebuild, shared among pilgrims who come to mourn. I believe it gives people hope, a reminder that humanity persisted even here, where it was most severely tested." As the priest spoke, Emile and Clara exchanged glances, a silent communication born of shared experience. What had been intensely personal, almost sacred in its privacy, had somehow transmitted itself to others, had taken on meaning beyond their individual lives. "What will you do with these?" Clara asked, gesturing to the letters. "That depends on you," Father Benoit replied. "They were meant for you after all, even if sent by those who never knew you." That evening, as they sat in a small inn near the reconstructed village of Fleury, Emile and Clara read through every letter in the box. Some brought tears, others laughter. All testified to the power of their story, a story they themselves were still writing. Perhaps, Emile said as they finished the final letter, this is what remains after war. Not monuments or boundaries redrawn on maps, but stories that remind us of our better nature. Clara looked up from the scattered letters. Do you think we should respond? Let them know their messages reached us. Emile considered this. Not individually, but perhaps. The idea formed between them gradually, taking shape over the remainder of their visit to Verdun and the train journey back to Paris. By summer, they had begun work on a small volume. Not a memoir exactly, nor purely fiction, but something in between. A narrative woven from their actual letters, from the experiences that had shaped them, and from the messages left by strangers who had found hope in their connection. They wrote in alternating chapters, each maintaining their distinct voice while creating a unified whole. They debated titles, settled on a structure, argued productively over which details to include and which to leave private. The process became another form of communication between them, another bridge spanning different perspectives. When complete, they published it anonymously, by E&C, with a small Parisian press. They expected little attention, perhaps a brief notice in literary journals. Instead, Letters from Verdun, a story of connection across battle lines, found an audience hungry for narratives of reconciliation. In a Europe still reeling from unprecedented destruction, still nursing hatreds that would later bear terrible fruit, their story offered a different possibility, the chance that understanding might prevail where diplomacy failed. Reviews appeared in French and German newspapers alike. Translations followed in English, Italian, Russian. Letters arrived from readers around the world, some sharing similar experiences, others simply expressing gratitude for the reminder that humanity's capacity for connection might yet outweigh its talent for division. On a warm evening in June 1921, exactly 5 years after the height of the battle that had nearly claimed both their lives, Emile and Clara returned once more to Verdun. The cathedral reconstruction had progressed significantly, walls rising from the rubble, new stained glass beginning to replace what had been shattered by artillery. Father Benoit welcomed them with enthusiasm, proudly showing them the small reading room he had established adjacent to the chapel. There, displayed in a glass case, was their book, alongside a selection of the letters that strangers had left at the ruins. A handwritten sign identified this as the collection of E and C, a testament to love amid war. People come specifically to see this now, the priest explained, to read these letters, to leave their own. Some even leave letters to loved ones lost in the battle, using this as a way to say what remained unsaid. After the priest left them alone in the reading room, Clara turned to Emile, her expression contemplative. We came here as enemies once, then as two people seeking connection. Now we return as witnesses. How strange the paths life creates. Emile took her hand, the gold of their matching wedding bands catching the light from the new windows. Not so strange, perhaps. In the midst of humanity's darkest hour, we chose to see each other, really see each other, beyond uniforms and nationalities, he smiled. And now others are making the same choice because of our story. Outside the chapel, the fields of Verdun were beginning to green, wildflowers pushing through soil once saturated with blood. The scars remained, they would for generations, but life continued its persistent return. As Emile and Clara emerged into the summer evening, they moved not as former enemies, not as French and German, but simply as two people who had found in each other the best answer to war's worst question. Behind them, in the chapel reading room, their book lay open to its final passage. We are not naive enough to believe that love alone can prevent war. The forces that drive nations to conflict are complex and powerful. But we have learned that even in war's darkest heart, human connection remains possible. If such connection could find unlikely life in the wasteland of Verdun, perhaps it can be nurtured in the difficult peace that follows. We offer our story not as a solution, but as a question. What might be possible if we choose to see the humanity in those we are told to hate? The answer, we believe, is worth seeking. The quiet of Clover Hill. Rachel Mitchell's hands wouldn't stop shaking. The makeup artist had given up trying to apply her usual camera-ready foundation 15 minutes ago, leaving her clutching a paper cup of rapidly cooling coffee in the green room of Boston's highest-rated news network. The cup trembled so violently that ripples formed perfect concentric circles on the surface of the dark liquid, like a stone dropped in still water, spreading outward, disturbing everything in its path. 3 minutes, Ms. Mitchell. The production assistant didn't look up from her clipboard. Rachel nodded, though no one was watching for her acknowledgement. 3 minutes until she interviewed the Treasury Secretary. 3 minutes before she returned to the desk where, exactly 72 hours earlier, she had imploded on live television in front of 1.2 million viewers. She set down the coffee cup and reached for her phone, opening Twitter against her better judgment. The hashtag # Rachel Mitchell meltdown still trended, though it had mercifully dropped from 1st to 7th place. The most widely shared clip, viewed over 8 million times now, showed the precise moment when, mid-question about federal interest rates, her voice had faltered. Then came the visible flush creeping up her neck, the sudden inability to form words, and finally her desperate gasp for breath that the microphone had captured with cruel precision. 1 minute. Her editor Gail appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. You don't have to do this today. Yes, I do. Rachel stood, smoothing her skirt with clammy palms. The network psychologist recommended 6 weeks minimum. It's only been. I'm fine. The lights of the studio felt hotter than usual as Rachel took her seat. Across from her, Treasury Secretary Wilkins offered a professionally sympathetic smile. The red recording light blinked on. Rachel opened her mouth to deliver her carefully rehearsed introduction. Nothing emerged except a thin wheeze. The familiar tightness returned to her chest, an iron band constricting, squeezing the air from her lungs. Secretary Wilkins' face blurred before her as sweat beaded along her hairline. I apologize, she managed before the world tilted sideways. 3 days later, Rachel stood in Gail's office staring at a medical leave form requiring her signature. 3 months is excessive, she said. Gail, 20 years her senior and impervious to tantrums after raising 4 children, didn't look up from her computer. The network mental health policy is non-negotiable. It was just anxiety. It was your second on-air panic attack this year, and this one made national news. The New York Times ran an op-ed about burnout culture using your freeze frame as the header image. Rachel winced. I haven't taken a day off in 7 years. Precisely the problem. Gail finally looked up. The network psychologist called it acute stress response precipitated by chronic overwork and perfectionism. So I take a few days off, do some yoga. 3 months, Rachel. Paid leave. Go somewhere without Wi-Fi. Learn to knit. Fall in love. Whatever people do when they're not working themselves to death. Gail slid the form across her desk. Or I can make it 6 months. Your choice. That night, fueled by expensive Cabernet and spite, Rachel scrolled through remote cabin rentals. She bypassed charming cottages in the Berkshires, too many weekend tourists from Boston who might recognize her, and lake houses in Maine, her ex-husband's territory now. When she found the listing for a restored logger's cabin deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains of western North Carolina, minimum internet connectivity, maximum tranquility, she clicked book now before she could reconsider. The confirmation email arrived seconds later. 3 months in a place called Clover Hill. Population 1,842. The sort of town where nothing ever happened and no one would know or care about Rachel Mitchell's professional implosion. Perfect. The cabin looked nothing like the listing photos. Those had been taken in summer, with wildflowers softening the rugged edges and sunlight dappling through the trees. In late October, the property had a skeletal quality. Branches bare, garden dormant, the wooden structure itself looking somehow smaller and more vulnerable than advertised. Rachel killed the engine of her rented SUV and sat for a moment, listening to the ticking as it cooled. The silence that followed was absolute. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbours, just wind through trees and the distant sound of running water from a creek she couldn't see. The key waited under a ceramic toad, exactly as promised. Inside, the cabin smelled of pine and wood smoke. Someone had arranged kindling and logs in the stone fireplace ready to light. A handwritten note sat on the kitchen counter. "Welcome to Clover Hill. Wood stacked on east side. Market in town open Tuesday to Saturday. Honey in fridge for your tea. Martha, property manager." Rachel opened the refrigerator. A single jar of honey glowed amber under the light. Nothing else. By the time she'd unloaded her suitcases and brought in groceries from town, where the only coffee available was pre-ground Folgers, night had fallen completely. She pulled her sweater tighter and stepped onto the porch. The darkness was thick enough to touch, offset only by stars so numerous and bright they seemed artificial. In Boston, Rachel rarely noticed stars. Here, they demanded acknowledgement, sprawling across the sky in reckless abundance. She felt suddenly insignificant beneath them. Her career, her breakdown, her reputation, microscopic concerns in a universe unaware of interest rates and news cycles. Sleep came reluctantly in the strange bed. The quiet pressed against her ears like cotton wool, and every creak of the settling cabin jolted her awake. When her phone showed 3:17 a.m, Rachel admitted defeat and reached for her laptop, opening the draft of her memoir that publishers had been pursuing for years. Chapter 1. Breaking the Glass Ceiling. The cursor blinked accusingly. She deleted the title. Chapter 1. Breaking down on national television. She deleted that too, slamming the laptop closed. Outside, dawn was beginning to lighten the sky when Rachel noticed movement on the property line. A figure in white moved deliberately among what appeared to be wooden boxes arranged in neat rows. She pressed her face to the window, squinting through early morning mist. A beekeeper. The white was a protective suit and the boxes were hives. Curious despite her exhaustion, Rachel pulled on boots and a jacket. She picked her way down the sloping yard, stopping at a respectful distance as the figure, a man she could now see, worked with methodical patience. He moved with such gentleness that even through the protective netting of his hood, she could sense a profound attentiveness. "Hello," she called, immediately regretting the intrusion when he startled slightly. "Sorry, I'm renting the cabin. I didn't know there were bees on the property." He turned slowly, lifting his hood. His face was unexpectedly young, tanned from outdoor work, with kind eyes that crinkled slightly at the corners. When he didn't immediately speak, Rachel filled the silence. "I'm Rachel. Just arrived yesterday." Eli, he finally said, the name catching twice before emerging. "Welcome to C. Clover Hill." His stutter was pronounced, his voice soft. Rachel felt her journalistic instinct to ask questions recede beneath a stronger urge to escape the awkward interaction. "Well, sorry to disturb you. I'll let you get back to your bees." They were waking up. Eli gestured toward the nearest hive. "Morning inspection. You can watch if you want." Something in his manner, an openness without expectation, made her pause. Rachel glanced at her watch. She had nowhere to be, no segment to prepare, no emails demanding immediate attention. "Okay," she heard herself say, "I'd like that." Eli's smile transformed his entire face, erasing the careful reserve. He turned back to the hives, and Rachel stood in the grass still wet with dew, watching as the first light of day illuminated thousands of bees beginning their ancient work, guided by hands that moved with a grace she found oddly soothing. For the first time in what felt like years, Rachel Mitchell forgot to count the seconds as they passed. Clover Hill's farmers' market occupied the town square every Saturday, rain or shine. After 2 weeks of cabin isolation punctuated only by Martha's occasional check-ins, Rachel decided to venture into town properly. The market wasn't what she expected. Instead of quaint artisanal booths selling overpriced jam to tourists, Clover Hill's market was thoroughly practical, a place where locals bought actual groceries. Card tables held pyramids of October apples and the last tomatoes of the season. Pickup trucks with handwritten signs offered bushels of potatoes. An elderly woman sold eggs by the dozen, each carton featuring a Sharpie-drawn happy face. Rachel felt conspicuous in her city clothes, dark jeans and a cashmere sweater that suddenly seemed pretentious. She'd tied her hair back and worn minimal makeup, but several people glanced at her with a frank curiosity reserved for outsiders. She was inspecting a bunch of carrots when she noticed Eli at a small table at the market's edge. Before him sat dozens of honey jars arranged by colour from pale gold to deep amber. A hand-painted sign read, "Clover Hill Apiary, raw honey, $8. No elaborate marketing, no Instagram-worthy packaging, just honey in simple glass jars." Rachel hesitated, then approached his table. "Good morning." Recognition flickered in his eyes. "Morning, Rachel." He remembered her name. "I didn't realise you were a commercial beekeeper." "Small scale," he said, gesturing to his modest display. "Just local." An awkward silence followed. Rachel, who interviewed presidents and prime ministers for a living, found herself uncharacteristically at a loss for words. A woman in line behind her sighed pointedly. "I'll take one," Rachel said quickly, pulling out her wallet. "Which do you recommend?" Eli considered the jars with serious attention, finally selecting one with honey the colour of burnished copper. "Wildflower from the R Ridge above your sea cabin. Best for TT." As he carefully wrapped the jar in paper, Rachel noticed his hands, strong but gentle, with a small burn scar across the left knuckles. Working hands. Nothing like the manicured hands of the men she typically encountered in Boston media circles. "Thank you." She accepted the jar, their fingers brushing momentarily. "You don't sleep much," he said suddenly. Rachel blinked. "Excuse me?" "Your L lights, on most N nights, till morning sometimes." She wasn't sure whether to be touched by his observation or disturbed. "Occupational hazard," she said finally. "I'm a journalist. Was American, on leave." His eyes, a clear hazel she hadn't properly noticed before, held no judgment, only quiet interest. Words are tricky things sometimes. Coming from anyone else, it might have sounded condescending. From Eli, with his careful stutter, it felt like genuine empathy. The woman behind Rachel cleared her throat loudly. "Enjoy the honey," Eli said, already turning his attention to the next customer. Rachel nodded and stepped away, clutching the jar. Only when she was halfway across the square did she realise she'd just paid $8 for honey, identical to the complimentary jar already in her refrigerator. The honey tasted like nothing Rachel had ever experienced, complex with notes of something almost citrusy, then deepening to a flavour reminiscent of caramelised sugar. She found herself rationing it, using tiny amounts each morning, making it last. October slipped toward November. The mountains burned with fall colours, then faded to brown. Rachel struggled to adjust to the rhythm of a life without deadlines. She took long walks, attempted to read novels that had sat on her nightstand in Boston for years, and half-heartedly practiced meditation techniques recommended by the network therapist. Each morning she found herself unconsciously timing her coffee to coincide with Eli's arrival at the hives. She would watch from her porch as he worked. Sometimes he noticed her and waved, Twice he invited her to observe more closely, showing her how to identify the queen, or explaining why he was applying a particular herbal treatment to a hive showing signs of distress. She found his slow, deliberate speech soothing rather than frustrating. Unlike the rapid-fire debates of her Boston life, conversations with Eli contained comfortable pauses, spaces for thought. "Have you always been a beekeeper?" she asked one morning, surprising herself by initiating conversation. Eli was carefully scraping excess wax from a frame. "Since I was 12, my grandfather kept bees." "And you took over his operation?" "Nanumma started my own. One hive, then to 2. He smiled slightly. "Now to 28. "That's impressive." "Patient work, like most worthwhile things." Rachel thought about her own career, the relentless climb, always rushing to the next breaking story, the next exclusive interview. When had she last built something slowly, with care? "Why journalism?" Eli asked, turning the conversation unexpectedly toward her. Rachel gave him the answer she always gave. "I believe people deserve the truth." He nodded thoughtfully, removing his gloves. "And what truth are you looking for here?" The question caught her off guard. "I'm not working right now." "Everyone's working on something," he said quietly, "even when they're resting." Before she could respond, fat raindrops began falling, quickly intensifying. Eli efficiently packed his tools. "Storm coming," he said, glancing at clouds darkening the western sky. "The big one. Will the bees be okay?" "They know what to do. Go inside together. Key cluster for warmth." He smiled again, a brief illumination. "See smarter than people that way." Rachel watched him walk away through the increasing rain, a solitary figure crossing the meadow toward a small house partially hidden by pines. A home she hadn't even noticed before, though she'd been living less than half a mile away for nearly a month. That night the promised storm arrived with theatrical fury. Wind screamed around the cabin's corners. Rain lashed the windows with such force Rachel feared the glass might shatter. Lightning transformed the room into stark moments of brightness, followed by deeper darkness. Well after midnight, a particularly violent gust was followed by a splintering crack. Rachel rushed to the window in time to see the massive oak beside her cabin slowly toppling, as if surrendering with dignity to a superior force. It fell across her driveway rather than onto the cabin itself, but the power went out immediately, plunging the cabin into perfect darkness. Rachel fumbled for her phone, illuminating the suddenly unfamiliar space. The temperature was already dropping without the heating system. She pulled on extra layers and huddled under blankets, listening to the storm's continued assault. By morning, the rain had softened to a gentle patter, but the oak remained across her driveway and the power stubbornly refused to return. The temperature inside the cabin had dropped to an uncomfortable chill. Her phone showed no signal, the cell tower presumably affected by the same outage. When a knock came at her door mid-morning, Rachel expected to find Martha checking on her welfare. Instead, Eli stood on her porch, rain dripping from his jacket. "Your drive is blocked," he said unnecessarily, gesturing toward the fallen oak. "Yes. I was going to call about that, but there's no signal. Towns without power. Might be days," he hesitated. "The hives on the East Ridge were de-damaged. I need to move them. Could use a help." Rachel glanced down at her increasingly cold cabin, then back at Eli's steady gaze. "I don't know the first thing about bees." "You can learn." Something about his quiet confidence made refusal seem impossible. "Let me get my boots." Rachel had never worn a beekeeper's suit before. The white canvas felt simultaneously restrictive and protective as she followed Eli up the rocky path to the damaged apiary. 3 hives had been partially crushed by fallen branches. "Won't they be angry?" Rachel asked through her protective veil, eyeing the buzzing insects warily. "Disturbed," Eli corrected, "not angry." They're protecting their home. He handed her a frame holder. Hold this steady. For the next 2 hours, they worked together, salvaging what they could, transferring intact frames to new boxes Eli had carried up the path. Rachel's city soft hands grew blistered, and sweat trickled uncomfortably down her back despite the November chill. Yet she found the work oddly satisfying, immediate, necessary, concrete, in a way that television journalism rarely was. Eli worked with methodical focus, speaking little except to offer instruction. Rachel found herself watching his hands, the economy of motion, the way the bees seemed to sense his calm and respond in kind. "Why aren't they stinging us?" she asked during a brief water break. "They would if they felt threatened," he replied, lifting his veil to drink. "But we're moving slowly, with purpose." He glanced at her. "They respond to energy, for fear makes them defensive." "Like people," Rachel observed. "Exactly like people." By afternoon, they'd successfully relocated the surviving colonies. Rachel's muscles ached pleasantly from unaccustomed labour. As they packed up the equipment, fat snowflakes began drifting down, the storm's cold tail. "First snow," Eli noted. "Early this year." Rachel shivered, suddenly aware of how quickly the temperature was dropping. "I should get back to the cabin, see if I can get the fireplace going." Eli shook his head. "Your dew wood will be soaked from the rain, and that oak needs a chainsaw to clear." He hesitated. "My house has a dew wood stove and generator. You can stay until they clear your D drive." The offer hung between them, unexpectedly intimate. Rachel thought briefly of how this would look in Boston, accepting hospitality from a man she barely knew, a near stranger. But this wasn't Boston, and Eli wasn't a stranger exactly. Something about him inspired trust in a way she couldn't articulate. "If it's not an imposition," she said finally. His house surprised her. From the outside, it appeared to be a simple mountain cabin similar to her rental. Inside, however, was a revelation, built entirely by hand, with evident care and craftsmanship. Exposed beams framed a great room with a massive stone fireplace. Handcrafted shelves lined every available wall, filled with books arranged not alphabetically, but by some private organisational system Rachel couldn't immediately discern. "Did you build this yourself?" she asked, running her fingers along a perfectly smooth oak banister. Eli nodded. "It took 7 years. Worked on it when I could afford materials. It's beautiful. It's her home." He moved to the wood stove, efficiently building a fire. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll make tea." Rachel wandered to the bookshelves, scanning titles with increasing amazement. Philosophy, physics, literature classics, modern poetry, botany, astronomy. The collection would have been impressive in a university professor's home. Here, in this remote mountain cabin belonging to a man the town apparently considered simple, it was extraordinary. "You've read all these?" she asked when Eli returned with 2 steaming mugs. "Most of them. Some multiple times." He handed her a mug. "Words on a page, just don't care if you read them slowly." Rachel accepted the tea, noticing he'd added honey, his own of course. "The townspeople, they don't see you clearly, do they?" Something guarded crossed his expression. "They see what they expect, which is simple man, slow mind." No bitterness coloured his voice, just matter-of-fact acceptance. "People hear my speech and make assumptions." Rachel felt a rush of indignation on his behalf. "That's horribly unfair." "Is it?" He settled into an armchair across from her. "You made the same assumption at first." The observation stung with its accuracy. She had indeed initially viewed him through the lens of his disability, categorising him as somehow less complex, less complete than herself. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely. "And no need. It's human nature to sort and classify, your J job especially." "How do you mean?" "Journalism. You could categorize people into stories. His gaze was direct, unflinching. The victims and villains, heroes and fools. Rachel opened her mouth to protest, then closed it, recognizing uncomfortable truth in his assessment. How often had she reduced complex individuals to convenient narratives that fit her segment's time constraints? Sometimes I think that's why I... She stopped, unsure how to continue. Had a panic attack on national tea television? Eli finished mildly. Rachel nearly spilled her tea. You know about that? I have satellite internet, and I recognized you, a small smile. Your face was everywhere for a while. Mortification washed over her. All this time, as she'd been observing him, categorizing him, he'd known exactly who she was, had seen her most vulnerable, humiliating moment. It's why I'm here, she admitted. Mandatory leave. 3 months of rest and reflection. Is it helping? Rachel considered the question. I'm sleeping better, sometimes, and the panic attacks are less frequent. But I don't know who I am without the work. The confession emerged unbidden. I've been Rachel Mitchell, award-winning journalist for so long, I'm not sure what's left if you take that away. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Outside, snow continued falling, blanketing the world in hushed whiteness. Sometimes, Eli finally said, we need to let the noise fade to hear what's underneath. They talked until well after midnight, the longest conversation Rachel could remember having in years that wasn't an interview or about work. Eli spoke of his childhood with a harsh father who viewed his stutter as weakness, his discovery of beekeeping as sanctuary, his gradual self-education through library books and determination. Rachel found herself sharing things she'd never told anyone. Not her therapist, not even Gail. Her fear that she'd built her career by becoming what the network wanted, rather than following her own journalistic instincts. Her growing suspicion that the panic attacks weren't just from overwork, but from a deeper disconnection from her own voice. I've spent 15 years asking other people questions, she said, watching flames dance in the wood stove. I never stopped to ask myself any. When she finally dozed off on Eli's comfortable couch, wrapped in a handmade quilt, the storm howling outside seemed suddenly remote and unimportant. In the morning, Rachel woke to the scent of coffee and the sound of Eli speaking on the phone, his stutter noticeably more pronounced as he arranged for someone to clear her driveway. She kept her eyes closed, listening to the cadence of his voice, realizing she'd stopped noticing the stutter altogether during their long conversation. It was, she reflected, the first time in years she'd truly listened to another person without simultaneously formulating her next question. December transformed Clover Hill into a snow globe version of itself. White-dusted pines, smoke curling from chimneys, holiday lights twinkling in shop windows. Rachel's 3-month exile had reached its midpoint, and she'd fallen into an unexpected rhythm. Mornings writing at her cabin, afternoons often spent with Eli maintaining his winter hives, evenings alternating between solitude and shared meals at his home, where their conversations range from bee colony dynamics to quantum physics to the nature of truth itself. She'd begun writing again, not her memoir, but something entirely different, a series of personal essays exploring silence, attention, and the art of listening. The words came without strain, unlike the forced professionalism of her earlier attempts. On impulse, she sent the first completed essay to Gail with a brief note. Not for publication, just sharing. Gail's response came within hours. This is the most honest writing I've ever seen from you. Send more. So Rachel did, surprised by how little she cared about Gail's professional opinion compared to the simple joy of expressing something authentic. The pieces weren't polished or perfect, but they were undeniably hers. One snowy afternoon, she sat at Eli's kitchen table while he prepared their now customary tea. Something about the domesticity of the moment struck her suddenly. How comfortable this had become. How natural. "What will you do when you go back?" Eli asked, setting a steaming mug before her. The question caught Rachel off guard. She hadn't thought concretely about returning to Boston in weeks. "Resume my career, I suppose." "The same way as before?" "No," she said with surprising certainty. "Not the same way." His eyes held hers briefly before he turned to take honey from the shelf. In that moment, Rachel faced a truth she'd been avoiding. She'd begun to care for this quiet, thoughtful man in a way that complicated her inevitable departure. "There's an exhibition at the T-Town Gallery tonight," Eli said, changing the subject. "Local artists. Would you like to go?" Rachel hesitated. She deliberately avoided becoming part of Clover Hill's social fabric, fearing the small-town gossip that would inevitably accompany the revelation of her identity. "People will talk," she said, "about us, together. Does that matter?" The question was genuinely curious rather than challenging. "It shouldn't," she admitted, "but I've spent my entire career managing public perception." Hard habit to break. He stirred honey into his tea. "But this isn't Boston. People here mind their own business mostly." That evening they walked the short distance to the gallery through gently falling snow. The exhibition occupied a converted warehouse space with surprisingly sophisticated lighting. Local artists displayed pottery, weavings, landscape paintings, and woodwork. Rachel relaxed when no one seemed particularly interested in her presence. A few people greeted Eli warmly, but most simply nodded respectfully as they passed. "You're well liked here," she observed. "Respected, maybe. For my honey." He shrugged slightly. "Not the same as being known." In the gallery's back room, they encountered a series of stunning macro photographs. Extreme close-ups of bees in flight, delicate wing structures captured with crystalline precision, intimate portraits of insects most people never pause to truly see. Rachel leaned closer to read the artist placard. Apis mellifera, Portraits of the Overlooked Photographs by Elijah Watson. She turned to Eli, who was studying one of his own images with critical detachment. "These are yours." He nodded. "Hobby. Started with a microscope when I was 14. Now I use a digital camera with special L lenses." "They're extraordinary, Eli. They're just honest." The gallery owner approached, a stylish woman in her 60s with silver hair and artist's hands. "Eli, there you are. National Geographic called again about featuring your work in their Pollinator series." Rachel watched in astonishment as Eli engaged in a detailed technical discussion about photography techniques, his stutter noticeably lessening as he spoke about something that clearly passionate him. The gallery owner treated him not with condescension, but with professional respect. "You never mentioned your photography," Rachel said later as they walked home under starlight, snow crunching beneath their boots. "You never asked." The gentle rebuke landed precisely. How easily she'd constructed a narrative about him based on partial information, just as she did with interview subjects. How rarely she'd ask questions that didn't confirm her assumptions. At his front door, Eli paused. "Would you like to see my dark room?" The invitation felt significant somehow. Rachel nodded. His dark room occupied a small backspace off the main house, meticulously organised. Photographs hung drying on lines. Not just bees this time, but birds, wildflowers, dewdrops on spider webs. Each image revealed the extraordinary in the ordinary, the complexity within simplicity. "You see things others don't," Rachel said softly. "I just did take time to look." Eli carefully adjusted one of the hanging prints. "Most people are too busy to notice." "I was too busy," she admitted, "for years." He turned to face her. They stood close in the small space, the chemical smell of developing solution sharp in the air between them. "And now?" he asked. "Now I'm learning to see." The kiss happened without conscious decision, a natural culmination rather than a beginning. His lips were warm, slightly chapped from winter air. His hands, when they came to rest lightly at her waist, were steady and sure. When they separated, Rachel felt none of the awkwardness she'd expected. Instead, a sense of rightness settled over her, as if something that had been slightly misaligned in her world had finally clicked into proper position. Later, sitting before the wood stove watching snow accumulate on the windowsills, Eli showed her his journals, dozens of them, filled with observations, sketches and reflections spanning 20 years. His written words contained no stutter, flowing with a poetic precision that took her breath away. "Why do you stay here?" she asked, turning pages filled with his elegant handwriting. "With your talent, you could be anywhere." "This is where I belong," he answered simply. "Where my bull bees are, where I can hear myself think." "Don't you ever feel isolated, cut off from the world?" "I'm more connected to the actual woo world here than most people ever are." He gazed into the fire. "The internet brings me what I need from elsewhere. But the fundamental things, they're right here." Rachel thought about her Boston life, the constant noise, the performative busyness, the endless striving for the next achievement. She'd always believed she was at the centre of important events, privy to significant truths. Now she wondered if she'd been skimming the surface of existence rather than diving into its depths. "I envy your clarity," she said finally. "It came at a cost." His expression grew distant. "Years of being misunderstood, dismissed. My father called me broken." He met her eyes directly. "You learn what matters when the superficial is denied you." His words resonated with a truth Rachel was only beginning to understand. All her life she'd been praised for qualities that came easily. Her articulate speech, her quick mind, her polished appearance. She'd built her identity on these gifts without questioning their true value. Now, watching snow blanket the world in hushed simplicity, Rachel wondered what she might discover about herself if she stopped performing and started simply being. The realization was terrifying and strangely liberating. January arrived with bitter cold and a phone call from Gail. "The network wants you back," her editor said without preamble. "Your replacement is tanking in the ratings, and your personal essays have generated serious buzz." Rachel stood at her cabin window watching Eli work with his winter hives in the distance. "I have another month of leave. They're offering the anchor desk, prime time, your own segment." A year ago, this news would have sent Rachel into paroxysms of professional ecstasy. Now she felt a curious detachment, as if the offer concerned someone else entirely. "I need to think about it," she said. Gail's silence radiated disbelief through the connection. "Rachel Mitchell needs to think about the anchor desk. Who are you, and what have you done with my most ambitious reporter?" "I've changed, Gail. Clearly, your writing certainly has. These essays, they're vulnerable in a way your reporting never was. People are responding to that authenticity." Gail paused. "But television pays better than literary essays, and your contractual obligation with the network doesn't end for another 2 years. The reminder landed like a stone. Rachel had conveniently forgotten the binding contract she'd signed in her last negotiation. Exclusive rights to her professional services through 2026. "When do they want me back?" "Next Monday. They're already promoting your return. Rachel Mitchell, stronger than ever. PR has drafted a statement about your journey through burnout to resilience." After disconnecting, Rachel stood motionless, phone still clutched in her hand. The career she'd spent 15 years building now lay directly before her, not just recovered but enhanced. Yet instead of excitement, she felt a hollow ache spreading beneath her ribs. She hadn't told Eli about her looming departure date. Their relationship had evolved with careful, deliberate intimacy, shared meals, long conversations, tentative physical affection that never rushed toward conclusion. They existed in a pocket of time that felt somehow separate from the world's demands. She'd allowed herself to ignore the temporary nature of their connection. That evening, when he arrived at her cabin with a jar of fresh honeycomb and plans to teach her how to make mead, Rachel struggled to match his relaxed demeanour. "Something's wrong," he said immediately, setting down his offerings. His perception always unnerved her. "I got a call from my editor today. They want me back in Boston next week." Eli absorbed this without visible reaction. "Earlier than P planned." "Yes." The anchor P position. She shouldn't have been surprised that he'd intuited her career trajectory. "Yes." He nodded slowly. "You've been waiting for this your whole career." "I thought I was..." The silence between them held the weight of unspoken questions. Rachel broke it first. "I have to go back, Eli. I'm under contract. But what we've found here is complicated by distance." His eyes held hers steadily. "And different worlds." "Is that what you think? That we're from different worlds? Aren't we?" His question contained no self-pity, only pragmatism. "You belong in places where things here happen. I belong here, with my bees." "You're oversimplifying." "Am I?" His smile held gentle challenge. "I've watched you these months, Rachel. When you talk about your work, even the parts that broke you, your eyes still light up." He was right, and this recognition pierced her. Despite everything, she still hungered for the work itself. Not the trappings or status, but the fundamental act of bringing important stories to light. "I don't want to lose this," she said finally, gesturing between them. "You haven't even decided what this is yet." He picked up the honeycomb, busying himself with unwrapping it. "Let's make mead. Talk about the rest later." For her final week in Clover Hill, Rachel moved through days with hyper-conscious awareness, memorizing the quality of light through pine branches, the smell of Eli's workshop, the specific rhythm of his footsteps approaching across snow. They didn't discuss her departure again, instead filling time with ordinary moments rendered precious by their finitude. On her last evening, a national nature magazine arrived to interview Eli about his conservation work with native bee species. The reporter, a fashionably dishevelled young man from Washington, spoke to Eli with the exaggerated patience one might use with a child, frequently cutting him off mid-sentence. Rachel, observing from the kitchen, felt increasing indignation until she could no longer remain silent. "Perhaps," she interrupted icily, "you could allow Mr. Watson to complete his thoughts. His expertise on this subject is unparalleled." The reporter blinked in confusion, then recognition dawned. "You're Rachel Mitchell? What are you doing here?" Before she could respond, Eli laid a gentle hand on her arm. "I appreciate your concern, Rachel, but I'm quite capable of handling this interview." He turned to the reporter with perfect composure. "Now, about those neonicotinoid pesticides." Rachel retreated, chastened and impressed. Eli needed neither her protection nor her advocacy. His quiet dignity was entirely self-contained. Later, after the reporter departed, Eli found her packing the last of her belongings. "You don't need to defend me," he said, leaning against the doorframe. "I know, I'm sorry." "Don't be. It was kind." He watched her fold a sweater with unnecessary precision. "But it shows what you're worried about." "What do you mean?" "You're worried people will treat me as less than I am. That they'll see the stutter, not the man." His gaze was steady. "And that's why you haven't told me about us yet." The accuracy of his perception startled her. "That's not true, isn't it? You haven't decided if I'm someone you build a life with or just a pleasant sabbatical story?" No accusation coloured his tone, only calm assessment. "I knew who you were from the beginning, Rachel. I've always seen you clearly." The truth of his words silenced her protests. She'd been holding back, not just from practical considerations of distance, but from an unexamined fear of what integrating Eli into her Boston life might mean. "I'm not ashamed of you," she finally said. "I know." His smile held genuine warmth. "But you're not sure of yourself yet. What you want. Who you are now." "I care about you," she insisted. "Or I care about you too. Enough to let you go without demands or expectations. He approached, taking the sweater from her hands and setting it aside. Find your own truth first, then decide about us. That night they slept side by side in her cabin's narrow bed, not making love but simply holding each other in the dark. Rachel memorized the rhythm of his breathing, the solid warmth of him against her back, the way his hand curled protectively around her waist. In the morning she left Clover Hill with the taste of his goodbye kiss still on her lips and a single jar of his honey in her luggage. Boston assaulted Rachel's senses. The noise, the pace, the sheer density of human activity after months of mountain quiet. Her apartment felt simultaneously familiar and alien, its sleek surfaces and urban views no longer registering as home. The network welcomed her back with promotional fanfare, manufacturing a narrative of resilience and triumph from her breakdown. Rachel smiled through interviews about her restorative time away, carefully avoiding details about where she'd been or with whom. Her first broadcast earned the network's highest ratings in 5 years. Viewers and critics alike praised her newly authentic approach and compelling vulnerability. Rachel delivered the news with the same professional polish as before, but now she paused occasionally, allowing space between words, listening more attentively to interview subjects. She kept Eli's honey jar on her nightstand unopened. 3 weeks after her return, news broke about an unprecedented bee colony collapse affecting commercial apiaries nationwide. Agricultural experts predicted potential food shortages if pollination services couldn't be maintained. Rachel immediately requested the assignment, leveraging her new status to secure a 3-part special investigating the crisis. Her producer initially balked at her insistence on including independent researchers and small-scale beekeepers rather than just agricultural corporations and government officials. This isn't just about economic impact, Rachel argued. It's about sustainable solutions. Some smaller operations have developed resistant colonies and preventative practices that big commercial outfits ignore. Her conviction won the day. The network approved her expanded focus, provided she could deliver compelling content. That evening, Rachel finally opened her laptop to the last email Eli had sent, a brief note wishing her well, accompanied by links to his published research on bee health and resilience. His methods, she realized as she read through the scientific papers, directly addressed the problems now threatening commercial beekeeping. The organic treatments he'd developed, the selective breeding for disease resistance, the habitat diversity he maintained, all offered potential pathways through the current crisis. Rachel's hands trembled slightly as she dialed his number. When his voicemail answered, she hesitated before speaking. "Eli, it's Rachel. I'm working on a story about colony collapse disorder. Your research could help a lot of people understand what's happening. Call me if you're willing to talk. And I miss you." He didn't call back, but the next morning an email arrived containing detailed notes on his conservation practices, links to additional research, and contact information for other independent beekeepers using similar methods. The message was informative, helpful, and entirely professional. No mention of missing her or their time together. Rachel channeled her disappointment into work, producing a series that garnered critical acclaim and caught the attention of agricultural policymakers. She featured Eli's research prominently, though never mentioning their personal connection. When the final segment aired, showing close-up footage of bees that she'd licensed from his photography collection, Rachel found herself watching his images with an ache of recognition. That night she made a decision. After confirming details with her lawyer regarding her contract obligations, she drafted a proposal for a new position, special correspondent focusing on environmental and rural American issues, requiring only weekly in-studio appearances with the majority of her time spent in the field. Gail regarded the proposal with narrowed eyes. This wouldn't have anything to do with wherever you spent your leave, would it? It has everything to do with becoming the journalist I want to be, Rachel answered honestly. 2 weeks of negotiations later, the network reluctantly agreed to her terms, not wanting to lose their newly popular anchor to competitors. Rachel signed the amended contract on a Friday morning. By afternoon, she was driving south toward the Blue Ridge Mountains, uncertainty and hope battling for dominance in her chest. Clover Hill welcomed her with early spring sunshine, the first wildflowers pushing through melting snow. She drove directly to Eli's property, rehearsing words that dissolved into meaninglessness as his house came into view. His truck wasn't in the drive. Beehives stood in neat rows, but no white-suited figure moved among them. Rachel sat in her car, uncertainty mounting. Finally, she approached the house and knocked. No answer. She was turning to leave when she noticed activity on the hillside above. Not Eli, but several people in research gear examining hives and taking samples. She recognized the logo on their jackets. University of North Carolina Agricultural Extension. One of the researchers noticed her and waved. "Can we help you?" "I'm looking for Eli Watson." "Dr. Watson's down at the community centre. They're doing a training session for new beekeepers today." Dr. Watson. The title surprised her, though it shouldn't have given his evident expertise. The Clover Hill Community Centre bustled with activity. At least 30 people crowded into the main room, where Eli stood calmly demonstrating how to check a hive for disease. He wore no protective gear, handling the bees with his characteristic gentle confidence. His stutter was present but less pronounced as he answered questions with authority. Rachel stood at the back, watching him in his element, respected, engaged, clearly valued by his community. When his eyes found hers across the room, his brief pause was the only indication of surprise. The session continued another 40 minutes. Rachel remained standing, unwilling to draw attention by trying to find a seat. When the crowd finally dispersed, Eli approached her with unhurried steps. "You didn't mention you were coming." "I didn't know until yesterday." Around them, people packed up equipment and engaged in conversations about queen bees and honey production. A normal day in a world where Rachel had briefly belonged. "Your segments on colony collapse were excellent," Eli said. "You made complex issues understandable." "I had good sources," Rachel took a breath. "I've renegotiated my contract with the network. I'll be working as a special correspondent, focusing on environmental issues in rural America." She forced herself to meet his eyes directly. "I'll still be based in Boston officially, but I'll only need to be there 1 or 2 days a week for studio appearances." Understanding dawned in his expression. "And the rest of the time?" "That depends." Her heart hammered against her ribs. "Is there still a cabin for rent near here? Preferably one near a good apiary." "The cabin situation might be complicated," he said slowly, "but I know a beekeeper with a spare room, if you're interested." "I am." Rachel took a step closer. "Very interested." His smile transformed his face just as it had the first morning they met. "Welcome back to Clover Hill." Later, walking hand in hand toward his home, now humming with research activity, Rachel felt a sense of rightness settle into her bones. She would build this new life deliberately, with the same patience Eli brought to his bees and hives. Not rushing, not forcing, but allowing something beautiful to develop at its natural pace. "The university tea team has been documenting my methods," Eli explained as they approached the busy researchers. "They think we can help commercial operations become more R-resistant to collapse." "I'd like to follow the story," Rachel said, "if you're comfortable with that." He considered this thoughtfully. "Only if you tell the whole story, not just about the bees, but about how we see them, what they teach us about patience and attention." "That's exactly the story I want to tell," she squeezed his hand. "I've learned something about those qualities myself recently." 1 year later, Rachel Mitchell broadcasted her environmental segment from their shared property, now officially recognized as a research station for sustainable beekeeping practices. She had finally found the voice that had eluded her throughout her career. Authentic, measured, more concerned with depth than speed. When her producer complained about the persistent hum of bees in the background audio, Rachel smiled and adjusted her microphone. "The hum is the whole point," she explained. "It's the sound of things working as they should." Behind the camera, Eli stood in his beekeeper's gear, watchful and patient as always. As the segment wrapped, he handed her a protective suit. "Ready to check the new hives?" Rachel nodded, slipping the white canvas over her broadcast clothes, a perfect metaphor for the life she was building. Not either or, but both and. The public voice that reached millions and the private self that had found home in this unlikely place. Together they walked among the flowering clover, surrounded by the gentle hum that had become, for both of them, the sound of love. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he had moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. "Watch it!" Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. "Some of us actually have responsibilities." "Sorry." Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. "Let me." "Don't." She snatched the papers away. "I've got it." He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The Soundpost entry number 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. "Transfer?" "Yeah, Eli Carter. You're Maya?" She frowned. "How do you know that?" It's on your papers." "Right." She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. "Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive." She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. "Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed." "The Bowen?" "Maya Bowen. Runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than the economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe." Tyler grinned. "Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So, you're screwed." If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. "Analysing indie pop evolution," she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. "I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade." "I actually know a bit about music," Eli offered. "Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain." Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres, but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. "Huh," she said, "maybe you're not completely hopeless." It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. "This is incredible," Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. "You've documented everything." "Music is memory," Maya said simply. "People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie." She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. "Want to hear something?" What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. "You play?" Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. "A little." They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. "Not bad, Carter," Maya said, and for the first time he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. "Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one." He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. "Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship. Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all," Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static Noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent, making noise in Tyler's garage. "Bro, you're holding back," Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. "You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird." "Just trying to fit in." "Yeah, about that." Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. "Where'd you get this?" "Music store." "They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage." Tyler studied him. "You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats." That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. "Question," Maya said, suddenly serious. "Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound?" "No," Eli answered without thinking. "I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing. Even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand." Maya looked at him for a long moment. "You know what, Carter? You might actually get music." She started packing up her violin, and Eli realized with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. "Same time Monday?" "Definitely." Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. Dude, I know who you are. His blood went cold. Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated. Very complicated, Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, "Not bad, Carter," about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent light seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "I didn't sleep," Tyler announced without preamble. "I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes." "Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me." Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. "And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read." Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. "It's not like that." "Then what's it like?" The question followed him through the morning. What was it like, exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things. Normal things. Things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from Anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. "Maya Bowen," she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. "We need to discuss your love life." "What love life?" Maya didn't look up from her notebook. "The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles." "Sophia!" "Maya?" Sophia turned to Eli. "What are your intentions with my best friend?" "We're doing a project." Projects. That's what they call it these days." Maya kicked Sophia under the table. "Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance." "Everything is romance," Sophia declared. "Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show?" Eli nearly choked on his water. "Where did you hear that?" Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. "Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste. Someone who could challenge him creatively." The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. "Want to go somewhere other than the library today?" "Sure." She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. "My parents died here," she said without preamble. "Car accident 3 years ago." Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. "I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. You know? "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know. Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame?" She glanced at him. "Do you think that's fair?" The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. "I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing, maybe not. How do you tell the difference? You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation." Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise. Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing. That's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography? That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. Take it, Maya said. I'll wait. Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. Progress report, his father said without greeting. Everything's fine. Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents? No incidents. Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos. Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted. But don't forget what's real. What's real? Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. I understand, he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. Work stuff? She asked. Family stuff. Everything okay? Yeah. She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. I wrote something. For the project. But also, not for the project. The paper contained lyrics. Simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not. He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together? Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter. High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you? Yeah. What are you going to do? Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. I don't know. Want some advice? Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow. The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. You're getting better, Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognize his style. Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity. I'd no mediocrity. This is something else. She studied him like she studied music. searching for the truth beneath the performance. Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go. Music or life? The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway, the rare ones with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what? Maya's smart enough to figure it out?" "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realizes you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics, in my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog posts from Anonymous Melody intensified. What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognize? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters? Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM, "You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger." Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something." "Symptoms of friendship." In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that." "It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. "You're moonlighting as Static Noise's guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good." Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. "Yeah," he said carefully, "just trying to keep a low profile." "Well, your secret's safe with me, though ... She glanced at Tyler. "I might want to interview the band for the paper." That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the Static Noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer. But she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. "You really don't sing?" Maya asked during a break. "I leave that to others," Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. "Pity. You have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain." How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. "Can I tell you something weird?" "Always." "Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something." "Maybe you're just that intuitive about music. Or maybe you're just that intuitive about me." The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment, the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. "I should go," Maya said, but she didn't move. "Yeah, me too." Neither of them moved. "Tomorrow?" Maya asked. "A library? Or the memorial?" "Let's go somewhere new." "Okay, somewhere new." She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travel to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, and not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter." Some secrets, Eli realized, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. "You're punctual," she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. "That's something." "Mrs. Bowen." "Grace, and I'll be direct." She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the Soundpost, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. "My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge." Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognize patterns. Patterns like famous people's children hiding in plain sight. Like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary. Like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. "Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening." She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not. The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time. Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her? That you're proof her hypothesis was wrong, Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away, but the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does, if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room forgotten in the renovations that had modernized the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. How did you find this place? Eli asked. I'm good at finding hidden things. Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think, she took a breath, I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff. Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now there's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry, but Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually several problems. Sophia knows. She actually knows. And she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiraling fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain. Can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison, who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room. 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction? I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you. Not Eli, but Jackson. To Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there breathing hard with Tyler right behind her. "Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak," Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. "But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot." Tyler added, "And Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus." Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. "Congratulations. Your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself." She walked toward the door, paused. "For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good. Better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been." She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. "Eli," Tyler said gently, "we need to get you out of here." But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to anonymous. "Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye." The final word felt like a door closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. "This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving." "Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school, a girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work. Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. "Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me." He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. "I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that." The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. "That was quite a performance," she said. "Wasn't meant to be a performance, just the truth. Finally." "The truth," she repeated, testing the word. "You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep." They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. "I'm leaving," Eli said. "My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates. But I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know?" She smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. "Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous Melody, as you." "All of me? All of you?" 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone, and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. Letters to the Moon. Leah Aguilar's fingers traced the granite edge of Maya's headstone, the cold stone a stark contrast to the warm September air. 1 year. The word seemed impossible, hollow and meaningless against the enormity of Maya's absence. "I brought you something," Leah whispered, pulling out a pale blue envelope from her messenger bag. The paper was already soft at the edges from being handled too much, her indecision about coming here today evident in its worn creases. She propped the letter against a small potted succulent she'd brought last month. It had survived somehow, unlike Maya. "I don't know why I'm still writing these," Leah admitted to the silence. "Mum says it's unhealthy. Parker thinks I need therapy." She laughed, the sound brittle in the cemetery's hush. "They're probably right." A breeze picked up, rustling the pages of her letter. For a moment, Leah imagined Maya's fingers reaching for it, eager as always to devour her words. They had been writing letters to each other since they were 9, when Maya's family moved in next door. 2 shy girls who found it easier to pass notes through their bedroom windows than to speak aloud the tender thoughts of growing hearts. "Remember when we decided email was for cowards?" Leah smiled, brushing a leaf from the stone. "You said handwriting was like fingerprints for the soul." The memory pulled her back 17 years, to Maya standing in Leah's bedroom, her wild curls escaping an attempted ponytail, her eyes wide with conviction. "Writing by hand is an act of love, Leah," she had declared, 11 years old and already so certain about everything. "When you type, your thoughts go through a machine first. When you write, they go straight from your heart to the page." They had made a pact that day, swearing on Maya's dog-eared copy of The Secret Garden that they would always write real letters, no matter what, even if they lived next door to each other forever. "I kept my promise," Leah whispered, tears finally spilling, even now. She stood, brushing grass from her jeans. her body heavy with the familiar weight of grief. The 1-year milestone felt both significant and meaningless. Time after loss wasn't linear. It folded in on itself, some days feeling like Maya had just left, others like she'd been gone forever. Leah walked back to her car, not noticing the slender figure watching from beneath a distant oak tree. A week later, Leah's keys clattered against the ceramic dish by her front door, the sound echoing in her quiet apartment. Parker had left for a business trip that morning, his goodbye kiss distracted, his eyes already focused on the day ahead. Their relationship had settled into something comfortable if unexciting, a port in the storm after Maya's death. She shuffled through the mail automatically. Bill, advertisement, credit card offer. Then her fingers froze on a pale yellow envelope. Her name was written in a familiar looping script that made her heart stutter. Maya's handwriting. "No," she whispered, her keys dropping forgotten to the floor. "That's not possible." Hand shaking, she tore open the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. "Dear Leah, do you remember the lunar eclipse when we were 14? How we snuck onto your roof with those awful lime popsicles and watched the moon disappear? You said something that night I've never forgotten. You said, 'The moon isn't gone just because we can't see it.' I think about that wisdom often these days. I miss you. I miss the way you see the world, always finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. That's your gift, Leah. Don't lose it because I'm not there to remind you. Look up tonight. The moon will be full. Love always, Maya." Leah sank to the floor, the letter clutched to her chest, her breath coming in short, painful gasps. She knew every curve and slant of Maya's handwriting, had a box full of her letters spanning nearly 2 decades. This wasn't a cruel joke. This was Maya's handwriting, Maya's voice, Maya's soul on paper. But Maya had been dead for a year and 1 week. Leah read the letter again, searching for clues. The paper was Maya's preferred stationery, the pale yellow parchment she special ordered from that little shop in San Francisco. The ink was the precise shade of blue-black that Maya's fountain pen produced. Even the slight indentation where Maya pressed too hard on her Y's was there. She scrambled for her phone, dialing with trembling fingers. "Daniel? It's Leah. I need to see you. Now." Daniel Santos's bookstore smelled of vanilla and aged paper, a scent that had always reminded Leah of Maya. The siblings shared that, a love for the physicality of books, the texture and smell and weight of them. Where Maya had been a hurricane of energy and words, Daniel was the quiet eye of the storm, observing more than speaking. He'd taken over the family bookstore after college, transforming the struggling business into a beloved community haven. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said quietly as Leah burst through the door, the small bell overhead jingling in protest. "I think I have." She thrust the letter at him. "Daniel, look at this." His face remained carefully neutral as he read, but Leah caught the slight widening of his eyes, the infinitesimal tightening of his jaw. He knew something. "This is Maya's handwriting," she said. "Tell me how this is possible." Daniel handed the letter back, his movements deliberate. "Leah, maybe you should sit down." "I don't want to sit down. I want to know why I'm getting letters from my dead best friend." The few customers browsing the shelves looked up, startled. Daniel gently took her elbow, guiding her toward the back room where Maya had once spent hours reading manuscripts, dreaming of publishing her own poetry someday. "I don't know what to tell you," he said once they were alone. "It looks like her writing, yes, but nothing, Daniel. This is from Maya. The handwriting, the stationery, the..." Leah's voice caught. "The memory. No one else knew about that night. We never told anyone." Daniel ran a hand through his dark hair, so similar to Maya's it made Leah's heart ache. "Maybe you mentioned it and don't remember." "To Parker, maybe." Leah shook her head firmly. "Never." She studied his face, looking for answers in the familiar contours. Daniel had always been kind to her, especially since Maya's death, checking in regularly. bringing her coffee and pastries from the cafe next to his bookstore, lending her books he thought might help with her grief. But now there was something guarded in his expression. "You know something," she accused. "Tell me." "I don't," he insisted, but his eyes flickered away. "Maybe it's just someone trying to, I don't know, help you." "By pretending to be Maya? That's not help, Daniel. That's cruel." She turned away, missing the conflict that crossed his face. Outside the small window, the afternoon sun caught on the wind chimes Maya had given him for the store. Little bronze moons and stars that tinkled softly in the breeze. "I'm going to find out who's doing this," Leah said, her voice hardening with determination. "And why?" As she left, letter clutched in her hand like a talisman. She didn't see Daniel reach for his phone, didn't hear him whisper urgently to someone on the other end. "Mum, we need to talk." She got the first letter. Another week, another letter. This one arrived on Wednesday, just as Leah was finishing an illustration for a children's book about a little girl who could talk to the moon. She'd taken the commission months ago, but hadn't been able to make progress until recently. Now, with Maya's inexplicable letter fueling her imagination, the pages were finally coming alive with colour. She recognised the pale yellow envelope immediately, her heart lurching at the sight of it nestled between a water bill and a takeout menu. This time she didn't hesitate, tearing it open with an urgency that surprised her. "Dear Leah, do you still have the shell collection we gathered at Half Moon Bay? I was thinking about that trip yesterday, how you insisted on saving that broken sand dollar because it had lived a full life and deserved to be remembered. That's so you, finding beauty in the damaged things. I had a dream about the ocean last night. In it, you were standing at the edge of the water trying to count waves. I told you it was impossible, and you said, 'So is forgetting you, but I'm still trying.' Don't try so hard, Leah. Some things aren't meant to be forgotten. Remember our bucket list? The one we wrote when we were 17 and drunk on my mum's sangria? I think it's time you crossed something off. Start with number 8. You know which one I mean. Love always, Maya. Number 8. Leah closed her eyes, the memory surfacing immediately. 8. Spend a night in the lighthouse at Point Reyes. They had added it to their list after watching some romantic movie where the heroine found clarity at a lighthouse. Maya had been obsessed with the symbolism, a beacon in the darkness, guiding lost souls home. "This is insane," Leah muttered, but she was already reaching for her laptop, already searching for information about the Point Reyes lighthouse. It wasn't open to overnight visitors, of course, but there were historic keepers' quarters nearby that could be rented. Before she could question herself, she had booked a reservation for the coming weekend. Only afterward did she realise she'd need to cancel plans with Parker. Again. He had been increasingly frustrated with her distraction over the past week, her obsession with the first letter. This wouldn't help matters. As predicted, their phone call that evening was tense. "So let me get this straight," Parker said, his voice tight with controlled irritation. "You're cancelling our dinner with my boss, a dinner we've had planned for a month, so you can chase some ghost at a lighthouse?" "It's not like that," Leah protested, though it was exactly like that. "It's something I need to do, something Maya and I always planned." "Maya is gone, Leah." "I'm sorry, but she is, and I'm here, trying to build something with you, but you're still living in the past." The truth of his words stung. "That's not fair." "Isn't it? You've spent the last year frozen in place, and now these letters, which are obviously from someone trying to help you move on, have you chasing shadows instead of living your life?" "You think the letters are a good thing?" This surprised her. Parker sighed, running a hand through his meticulously styled hair. The gesture reminded Leah of when they'd first met at that gallery opening. His passion for architecture had sparked something in her, his structured approach to life a counterbalance to her artistic chaos. Before grief had made her rigid, she'd needed his steadiness. "I think someone cares enough about you to try to break through your walls," he said finally. "Maybe it's her family. Maybe it's a friend. Does it matter? If it gets you out of your apartment and doing things again, I'm all for it. Leah hadn't considered this perspective. Could the letters be a well-intentioned intervention? But that didn't explain the handwriting, the intimate knowledge of moments only she and Maya had shared. I need to do this, Parker. I'm sorry about dinner. The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken frustrations. Finally he said, Do what you need to do, Leah. I'll make your excuses to everyone. The call ended with a hollow beep, leaving Leah alone with her thoughts and Maya's letter. She traced the handwriting with her fingertip, feeling the slight indentations in the paper. Whoever was writing these knew exactly how to echo Maya's voice, how to tap into memories Leah had kept sacred. If not Maya, and it couldn't be Maya, then who? The Point Reyes lighthouse stood stark against the darkening sky, its beam already cutting through the early evening fog. Leah pulled her jacket tighter around herself as she made her way along the path to the keeper's quarters, the wind off the Pacific sharp with salt and secrets. The small cottage was rustic but comfortable, with windows facing the churning ocean below. Leah placed Maya's letters, now 2, on the wooden table by the largest window, anchoring them with a smooth stone she'd picked up on her walk. Then she unpacked her sketchbook and charcoals, setting them beside the letters like offerings. She hadn't drawn just for herself since before Maya died. Commercial illustrations paid the bills, but her personal art had dried up along with her tears. Now, as she watched the lighthouse beam sweep across the darkening water, she felt an urge to capture the moment. Her hand moved across the paper with unexpected surety, charcoal smudging her fingers as the scene emerged. The lighthouse, the roiling sea, and, surprising herself, a figure standing at the edge of the cliff. A woman with wild curls blowing in the wind, her face turned toward the horizon. Maya. A knock at the door startled her so badly she dropped her charcoal, leaving a dark streak across the drawing. For a wild moment she thought it might be Maya herself, somehow alive and following her here. But when she opened the door, it was Daniel who stood on the threshold, his dark hair damp from the misting rain, his expression apologetic. "What are you doing here?" Leah demanded, shock giving way to suspicion. "How did you know where I was?" "I called 4 lighthouses before I found the right one," he admitted. "Can I come in?" "It's freezing out here." Reluctantly, she stepped aside. Daniel entered, bringing with him the scent of rain and something familiar, the sandalwood cologne he'd worn since college. He spotted the letters immediately, his gaze lingering on them before shifting to her half-finished drawing. "You're drawing again," he said softly. "That's good." "Daniel, why are you here?" He sighed, running a hand through his wet hair. "I was worried about you. Taking off on your own, chasing these letters." "I didn't tell you about the second letter," Leah realized, narrowing her eyes. "Or about coming here." Daniel looked trapped. "Parker mentioned you'd cancelled plans to visit Point Reyes. He's worried about you, Leah. We all are." "So you drove 3 hours to check on me? That seems excessive, even for you." The silence between them hummed with unspoken questions. Daniel moved to the window, looking out at the lighthouse, its beams sweeping steadily across the night. "Maya loved lighthouses," he said finally. "She used to say they were proof that humans would go to extraordinary lengths just to help each other find their way home." Something in his voice made Leah's suspicion sharpen. "Daniel, do you know who's sending the letters?" He turned back to her, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "What would you do if you found out?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Be angry, maybe, or grateful, probably both." "Maybe some mysteries are better left unsolved," he suggested, moving toward her drawing. "This is beautiful, Leah. You've captured her perfectly." The way he said it, like he could see Maya in the rough charcoal sketch, like he recognized her from just a silhouette, made Leah's heart race. "You know something," she accused again. "Tell me the truth, Daniel." Instead of answering, he reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope. the same pale yellow as the others. "This was in my mailbox this morning. It's addressed to you." Leah stared at the envelope, at her name written in that painfully familiar script. "You're part of this," she whispered. "You're helping whoever's sending these." "It's not what you think, Leah." "Then what is it?" She grabbed the envelope from his hand. "Because it looks like someone is playing a cruel game with my grief, and you're helping them." Daniel's expression softened with such genuine compassion that Leah's anger faltered. "Read the letter," he said gently. "Then we'll talk." With trembling hands, she opened the third letter, aware of Daniel watching her, of the lighthouse beams sweeping rhythmically past the window, of her heart thundering in her chest. "Dear Leah, if you're reading this at Point Reyes, then you're already braver than you think. The Leah who used to fear the ocean is facing it alone tonight. I'm proud of you. Do you remember what we promised each other on our 21st birthday? That no matter what happened, we'd never stop pushing each other toward joy. I haven't forgotten my promise, even if I had to find an unconventional way to keep it. There's a journal in the drawer of the nightstand. It's been waiting for you. Love always, Maya." Leah's gaze shot to the small wooden nightstand by the bed. How could the letter know about a drawer in a lighthouse keeper's quarters she'd rented on impulse? Unless someone had placed it there deliberately. She crossed the room in 3 quick strides and yanked open the drawer. Inside was a worn leather journal she recognized instantly. Maya's poetry journal, the one she'd carried everywhere their last year together. The one that had been missing since her death. Leah turned to Daniel, the journal clutched to her chest. "How?" she demanded, tears blurring her vision. "How is this possible?" Daniel moved toward her slowly, as if approaching a wounded animal. "My mother found a box in Maya's closet after the funeral," he said quietly. "It was filled with letters, dozens of them, all addressed to you." The journal's leather cover was soft against Leah's fingertips, worn smooth by Maya's hands. For a moment she couldn't breathe, couldn't think past the enormity of what Daniel had just revealed. "Letters," she repeated, the word hollow in her mouth. "Maya wrote letters to me before she died." Daniel nodded, his eyes never leaving her face. She'd been writing them for years, apparently. Letters to be sent on specific dates, for specific occasions. He hesitated. For after she was gone. That's impossible. Maya didn't know she was going to die. The words came out sharper than Leah intended, edged with a year's worth of rage at the senselessness of it all. A rainy night, a drunk driver, a moment's distraction. "No, she didn't," Daniel agreed, moving to sit at the small wooden table. "But Maya always said life was uncertain. Remember how she used to joke that her imagination was her backup plan for everything?" Leah did remember. Maya had been obsessed with contingencies, with ensuring nothing was left unsaid, undone, unfelt. It was why she wrote poetry, to capture moments before they slipped away. "The letters weren't just for if she died," Daniel continued. "There were letters for if she moved away, for if you two had a falling out, for your 30th birthday, for when you published your first children's book." He smiled sadly. She had this whole system, organised by date and circumstance. "But how," Leah's voice caught, "how did she know about the lighthouse, about me coming here this weekend?" "She didn't. That was me." Daniel looked apologetic. "I've been helping my mother send the letters. When you booked the lighthouse, I brought the journal. Maya always said it was where you two would find clarity." Leah sank onto the edge of the bed, the journal heavy in her hands. "So you've been reading my letters?" The invasion of privacy stung, even as she understood the intention behind it. "No," Daniel said firmly. "Mum and I never opened them. Maya sealed each one and labelled the envelopes with instructions. For Leah, 1 year after I'm gone. For Leah, when she needs to remember joy. For Leah, when she visits the lighthouse." He shrugged. "We've just been following her instructions." But the second letter, it mentioned a dream about me trying to count waves. How could she have known that? Daniel's expression softened. "You told me about that dream, Leah, last month, when we had coffee. You said you dreamed about Maya and the ocean." He looked slightly embarrassed. "When you mentioned the lighthouse yesterday, I was surprised. It seemed like such a perfect coincidence. That's when I thought of bringing the journal here." The memory surfaced slowly. A rainy afternoon at the cafe next to Daniel's bookstore. Her hands wrapped around a mug of chamomile tea, confessing to Daniel that Maya still visited her dreams. "You added that detail," she realised. "You and your mother have been customizing the letters." "Just a little," he admitted. "Maya left so many, with so many different scenarios in mind. We've been choosing the ones that seem to fit what you're going through, adding small details to make them feel more immediate." He looked down at his hands. "We thought it would help you remember her, but also help you move forward." Leah didn't know whether to feel betrayed or touched. The letters had felt so authentic, so present, as if Maya were reaching across the divide of death to speak directly to her heart. Now she learned they were a collaboration between Maya's foresight and her family's intervention. "Why didn't you just tell me?" she asked. "Why the mystery? Would you have accepted them if we had?" Daniel's question was gentle but pointed. "Or would you have seen them as a reminder of your loss, put them away somewhere dark and continued to shut yourself off from the world?" The truth of his words landed with the precision of an arrow. Leah had spent the past year in a holding pattern, unable to move forward, unwilling to let go. Her relationship with Parker had stagnated, her art had withered, her spark had faded to embers. Only the letters, with their impossible connection to Maya, had awakened her from this suspended animation. "No," she admitted, "I probably wouldn't have accepted them." Daniel nodded, unsurprised. "Maya knew you better than anyone. She knew how you'd respond to loss." He gestured to the journal in her hands. "Read it. She wrote it for you." Leah looked down at the journal, tracing the pressed flower on its cover. A forget-me-not, preserved between the leather and a thin sheet of resin. She and Maya had picked the flowers on a hike in the Marin Headlands, pressing them between the pages of their respective journals. "I'll give you some privacy," Daniel said, standing. "I've got a room at the inn down the road. Take all the time you need." As he reached the door, Leah called after him, "Daniel?" When he turned, she asked the question that had been forming since his arrival. "Why are you doing this? Driving up and down the coast, planting journals, mailing letters. Why?" Something vulnerable flashed across his face before he composed it into a small smile. "Because Maya asked me to, and because—" He paused, seeming to weigh his words carefully. "Because you matter to me, Leah. You always have." With that, he slipped out the door, leaving Leah alone with Maya's journal and the rhythmic sweep of the lighthouse beam across the darkening water. The journal's pages were filled with Maya's distinctive handwriting. Poems, sketches, observations about life and love and loss. Leah read late into the night, the beam from the lighthouse periodically illuminating the pages, as if Maya herself were pointing out passages she wanted Leah to see. Midway through, she found a section addressed directly to her. "Leah, if you're reading this, something has separated us. Distance, disagreement, or something more permanent. I've always been a planner, always preparing for contingencies. You used to tease me about it, remember? Maya, not everything needs a backup plan, you'd say, but now I'm glad I ignored you. Here's what I know. Whatever has come between us, it doesn't change what we are to each other. Soul friends, heart twins, the kind of connection that transcends ordinary friendship. I've left you letters because words are how I make sense of the world, how I organise my heart. By the time you read this, my mother will have found them. She'll know what to do. Mum, if you're reading this first, the letters are in the blue hat box in my closet. You know the one. But letters aren't enough. I need you to know that whatever life has thrown at us, whatever has changed, you were loved. Completely. Imperfectly. Eternally." You've always been afraid of being forgotten, Leah. It's why you draw, isn't it? To leave a mark that says, I was here, I felt this, I saw beauty. I promise you, my fierce friend, you will never be forgotten. Not by me, not by those who love you, including my brother. Yes, I'm talking about Daniel. Don't roll your eyes. I see you doing it. He's loved you since we were teenagers, you know. Too loyal to me to ever say anything, too gentle to push past your obliviousness. But I've seen how he looks at you when you're not watching, like you're a rare first edition he's discovered on a dusty shelf. Maybe if I'm gone, you'll finally see him, really see him, and maybe if I'm very lucky, you'll find in each other a new kind of joy that honours what we shared rather than replaces it. That's my final backup plan, Leah. Not just the letters, but the people who will carry my love for you forward. Forever yours, Maya. Leah closed the journal, her vision blurred with tears. Daniel. Quiet, steady Daniel, who had been checking on her weekly since Maya's death, who brought her coffee exactly how she liked it, who remembered her favourite authors and set aside books he thought might interest her. Daniel, who had driven 3 hours on a moment's notice because he was worried about her. Daniel, who loved her, if Maya was to be believed. And Maya was rarely wrong about matters of the heart. The realization settled over Leah like a warm blanket. Not shocking, not earth-shattering, but somehow right. As if a puzzle piece she hadn't known was missing had finally slid into place. Outside, the fog had lifted, revealing a sky scattered with stars. The lighthouse beam cut through the darkness, steady and sure, guiding lost souls home, just as Maya had intended her letters to do for Leah. She picked up her phone, noting the late hour but dialing anyway. Daniel answered on the second ring, his voice alert despite the time. Leah, is everything okay? I read the journal, she said simply. All of it. A pause, then, and I think I'd like some company, if you're still offering. His reply was immediate. I'll be there in 10 minutes. As she waited, Leah returned to her abandoned drawing, adding details to the lighthouse, to the churning sea below, to the figure on the cliff. But now she added a second figure, standing just behind the first, watching over her. Not Maya, as she had initially thought, but Daniel, patient, steadfast Daniel, who had been there all along. Daniel arrived with 2 cups of steaming tea and a paper bag of still-warm pastries. The inn has a 24-hour bakery, he explained, setting everything on the table. Strange but convenient. Leah accepted the tea gratefully, wrapping her hands around the warmth. The night had grown chilly, the kind of bone-deep coastal cold that seemed to seep through walls. Or perhaps it was the emotional toll of the evening that left her feeling so drained. Thank you, she said, gesturing vaguely at the tea, the pastries, his presence, for all of this. Daniel nodded, his eyes moving to the open journal on the bed, then back to her face. You've been crying, he observed softly. Good tears, Leah assured him. Mostly. They fell into a comfortable silence, sipping tea and sharing a blueberry scone. Leah studied Daniel over the rim of her cup, seeing him with new eyes, not just as Maya's brother, not just as a friend, but as a man who had carried quiet devotion for her alongside his own grief. Why didn't you ever say anything, she asked finally, about your feelings? Daniel didn't pretend to misunderstand. At first, because of Maya. You were her best friend. It would have been complicated. And after? He looked down, absently breaking off a piece of scone. After she died, you were devastated. Then you started dating Parker. The timing never seemed right. He glanced up, a wry smile playing at his lips. And I was afraid of ruining what we had. Your friendship has been important to me. Maya knew, Leah said, about your feelings. She wrote about it in her journal. Of course she did, Daniel laughed softly. Maya knew everything. She used to tease me about it, said I was painfully obvious to everyone except you. I wish she'd told me, Leah admitted. It might have saved us some time. Would it have made a difference? Before, I mean. Leah considered this, remembering herself before Maya's death. Ambitious, confident, laser-focused on her career. I don't know, she answered honestly. I was different then. We both were. Daniel nodded, accepting this. And now, he asked, his voice careful, neutral. Now I'm discovering that the Daniel who's been bringing me coffee and checking on me and mailing me letters from my dead best friend is someone I'd like to know better. She smiled, surprising herself with how natural it felt. Much better. The tension in his shoulders eased visibly. I'd like that, he said simply. Leah stood, moving to the window where the lighthouse beam continued its steady rotation. There's something I don't understand, she said. That first letter, it mentioned the lunar eclipse when Maya and I were 14. About how I said the moon isn't gone just because we can't see it. I never told you or anyone else about that night. How did Maya know to include that specific memory in a letter meant for after her death? Daniel joined her at the window, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Maya kept journals her whole life, he explained. She recorded everything, conversations, dreams, moments that might seem insignificant to anyone else. After she died, Mum found dozens of them. The letters she wrote to you were filled with those memories, those small moments she'd preserved. So she wasn't just writing letters for hypothetical futures, Leah realised. She was creating a map of our past. Exactly. A constellation of memories only you two shared, bright enough to guide you forward even in her absence. It was such a Maya thing to do, practical and poetic simultaneously. Leah could almost hear her friend's voice. See, Leah? I told you my obsessive journaling would come in handy someday. There's more, Daniel said. Letters, I mean. Many more. Mum and I have been sending them sparingly, trying to gauge your reaction, but they're yours, whenever you want them. The thought of more letters, more pieces of Maya, more of her voice and heart, filled Leah with a bittersweet longing. I'd like that, she said, but maybe not all at once. Maybe just as I need them. Daniel nodded. That's what she would have wanted, I think. For the letters to find you when you needed them most. Like breadcrumbs, Leah murmured, leading me out of the dark. Maya always did have a flair for the dramatic, Daniel said with affection. Even her absence is somehow theatrical. This startled a laugh from Leah, the first genuine laugh she had experienced in months. God, you're right. She's directing this whole thing from beyond, isn't she? Pushing us together, making me visit lighthouses, probably cackling about it somewhere. Daniel's answering laugh was warm, intimate. Definitely cackling. Probably saying, I told you so to anyone who will listen. The shared moment of humour, of remembering Maya not with grief but with joy, felt like a small miracle. For the first time since her death, Leah felt the weight of loss lifting, just enough to glimpse a future where Maya's memory wasn't a burden but a blessing. Outside, the first hints of dawn were lightening the horizon, turning the Black Sea to deep indigo. They had talked through the night, sharing tea and memories and tentative hopes. Stay, Leah said impulsively. Watch the sunrise with me. Maya and I always said we'd do that here, but we never made it. Daniel's smile was gentle. I'd like that. They moved to the small porch that faced the ocean, bringing blankets from the bed. Huddled together against the morning chill, they watched as the sky transitioned from indigo to lavender, to the softest pink, like the inside of a seashell. Maya would have written a poem about this, Leah said. Her voice hushed in the dawn stillness. She did, actually. Daniel reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was in one of her journals. I copied it before I came. He handed it to Leah, who unfolded it with reverent fingers. Maya's handwriting danced across the page. Dawn at Point Reyes. The light arrives in increments so small they're imperceptible until suddenly, darkness has surrendered completely. This is how healing happens. Not in grand gestures or epiphanies, but in moments so slight they pass unnoticed until one morning you wake to find the weight has lifted from your chest and you can breathe again. The lighthouse, having guided ships through darkness, rests in the daylight. Its purpose not diminished by the sun's return, but temporarily paused. We're all lighthouses in our way, illuminating paths for each other, burning brightest when the world is darkest. Today, at the edge of the continent where land surrenders to sea, I watched the birth of light with my friend and understood nothing truly ends. It only changes form, like darkness into dawn, like ocean into mist, like absence into presence. She never showed me this, Leah whispered, tears blurring the words. When did she write it? The date says June last year, 3 weeks before the accident. Daniel's voice was soft with wonder. It's like she knew somehow. Not about dying, maybe, but about how you would heal. Leah leaned against him. The poem clutched to her chest, the rising sun warming their faces. Below them, the Pacific stretched endlessly, a living entity breathing against the shore. The lighthouse stood sentinel against the brightening sky, its beam no longer visible, but its presence no less powerful. I think I'm ready, she said after a long moment. For what? To stop counting waves. She smiled, remembering the dream mentioned in Maya's second letter. To start living again. Daniel's arm tightened around her shoulders, and in that simple gesture, not possessive, not demanding, just present, Leah felt the first stirrings of something new. Not replacing what she'd lost, but growing alongside it, like wildflowers beside a grave. As the sun cleared the horizon, casting long golden fingers across the water, Leah thought of Maya's words. Nothing truly ends. Perhaps that was the greatest gift her friend had given her. Not just the letters, but the permission to find joy again without betraying her memory. Thank you, she said, both to Daniel and to the friend who had orchestrated this moment from beyond the veil of death, for helping me remember how to see beauty again. Daniel smiled, his eyes reflecting the sunrise. Maya did the hard part. I just delivered the mail. Leah laughed, the sound carrying out over the cliffs, mingling with the cry of seagulls and the rhythm of waves. For the first time in a year, the sound held no edges, no hidden grief, just simple, uncomplicated joy. And somewhere, Leah liked to think, Maya was laughing too. 3 months later, Leah stood in her studio surveying the completed illustrations for her new children's book. Watercolour moons in various phases adorned the walls, alongside sketches of a young girl sending paper boats across a starlit pond. The book had practically written itself once she'd returned from Point Reyes, pouring out of her like water from a broken dam. Letters to the Moon, her first author-illustrator project, would be published in the spring. Her agent had practically wept when she'd submitted the manuscript, declaring it Leah's breakthrough work. Privately, Leah knew the real breakthrough had little to do with her career. These are beautiful, Daniel said from the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in hand. He'd taken to spending weekends at her apartment, their relationship unfolding with a gentle inevitability that felt both new and familiar, like returning to a place she'd only visited in dreams. Do you think kids will like a story about grief? Leah asked, accepting the coffee gratefully. Kids understand more than we give them credit for, Daniel replied, studying a particularly evocative illustration of the young protagonist sending a letter tied to a balloon. They know about loss, about missing people. He smiled at her over his cup. Besides, it's also a story about finding your way back to joy. That's universal. Leah nodded, leaning into him slightly. Their relationship had progressed with deliberate slowness, neither of them wanting to rush what felt precious and unexpected. Parker had been surprisingly understanding when she'd ended things, admitting that they'd been drifting apart long before the mysterious letters arrived. Mum called, Daniel said, changing the subject. She wants us to come for dinner tomorrow. Says she has something for you. Mrs. Santos had become a more significant presence in Leah's life since the revelation of the letters. What could have been awkward, Daniel's mother playing such an intimate role in Leah's grief journey, had instead deepened into a relationship that honoured Maya's memory while creating something new. "Did she say what it is?" Leah asked, already suspecting the answer. Daniel shook his head. "But it's been 3 months since the last letter. If she's following Maya's instructions..." Another letter. The thought still sent a thrill of anticipation through Leah, though the letters no longer arrived with their initial mystique. Knowing their source didn't diminish their power. If anything, understanding the love and foresight that had created them made each one more precious. "I'll pick you up at 6, Daniel said, kissing her lightly before heading to the bookstore for his Saturday shift. After he left, Leah returned to her illustrations, making minor adjustments to the colour balance on a particularly difficult spread. The protagonist, a girl with wild curls who bore a striking resemblance to Maya, was sitting on a rooftop watching a lunar eclipse with her friend. "Some things are still there, even when hidden from view," read the text beneath the illustration. A gentler version of those words from that long-ago night, preserved in Maya's journal, now immortalised in a book that would reach children she would never meet. Leah smiled, thinking of how Maya would have loved that. Her words living on, offering comfort to strangers. It was the kind of immortality her poet's heart would have valued most. Mrs. Santos's home smelled of garlic and cilantro when they arrived the next evening, the familiar scents of her legendary paella filling the small house. She greeted Leah with a fierce hug, holding her at arm's length afterward to study her face. "You look well," she declared, satisfaction evident in her tone. "Happy?" "I am," Leah admitted, realising the truth of it with a sense of wonder. Happiness had crept up on her so gradually she hadn't noticed its return until recently. Mrs. Santos nodded, as if this confirmed something important. Good. Maya would be pleased. She led them into the dining room, where the table was set with her best dishes, the ones reserved for special occasions. "We're celebrating tonight." "What are we celebrating?" Daniel asked, helping his mother bring the steaming paella to the table. "Life," Mrs. Santos said simply, continuing, changing. She looked pointedly at Leah and Daniel's intertwined hands, growing. The meal was filled with reminiscences about Maya, funny stories, embarrassing moments, the kind of memories that had once been too painful to revisit, but now brought smiles rather than tears. Mrs. Santos was in rare form, describing teenage Maya's disastrous attempt to dye her hair blue before prom, a story that had Daniel wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "She looked like a Smurf had exploded on her head," he gasped. Mum was furious. "I was not furious," Mrs. Santos protested, though her eyes twinkled. "I was concerned about the bathtub stains." Leah laughed, picturing 16-year-old Maya with her blue-streaked curls, defiant and beautiful. She wore that colour with such confidence that by the end of prom, 3 other girls were asking where she got it done. "That was Maya," Mrs. Santos agreed fondly, making disasters look deliberate. After dinner, as Daniel cleared the dishes, Mrs. Santos disappeared into her bedroom, returning with a pale yellow envelope and a small box. "It's time for this one," she said, handing both to Leah. Maya was very specific about the timing. The envelope bore the now familiar instruction, "For Leah, when she starts to live again." Leah ran her fingers over the words, Maya's handwriting as intimate as a touch. "Go ahead," Mrs. Santos encouraged, settling back in her chair. "I promised Maya I'd be here when you read this one." With careful fingers, Leah opened the envelope. "My dearest Leah, if you're reading this, something extraordinary has happened. You've begun to heal. Mum promised she'd know when it was time to give you this letter. She's uncanny that way, always sensing what others need before they know it themselves. Thanks, Mum. I told you she'd get there eventually. I've written so many versions of this letter over the years, each one imagining a different reason for my absence. But the truth is, whatever separated us, I always knew you'd find your way back to joy. It's who you are, a person who sees beauty even in broken things. There's a box with this letter. Inside is the necklace my grandmother gave me before she died, the silver moon with the tiny diamond star. Remember how I used to joke it was my backup light source, in case the moon ever failed to show up for work? I want you to have it now, not as a reminder of loss, but as a symbol of what we both know to be true. Light always returns, even after the darkest night. I have one last request, my friend. One final item for our bucket list. Find the place where we buried our time capsule on my 16th birthday. You remember, under the oak tree in Watershed Park, where we carved our initials. Dig it up. There's something inside, I added later, something meant for this moment in your life. I don't know who you are now as you read this. I don't know what paths you've taken or what joy you've found, but I know who you were, and I know the heart at your centre doesn't change. That's the part of you I've loved since we were 9 years old, passing notes between bedroom windows. Keep writing your own story, Leah. Make it beautiful and messy and completely yours. Just promise me one thing. Don't skip the love chapters. They're the best part. Forever and always, Maya. P.S. If my annoying brother is still mooning over you, pun absolutely intended, maybe give the poor guy a chance. He's not half bad once you get past the book nerd exterior, and he's loved you almost as long as I have. Leah looked up, tears streaming silently down her face, to find Mrs. Santos smiling at her with such tender understanding that it nearly broke her heart all over again. "She knew," Leah whispered, "about Daniel and me. She knew before we did." Mrs. Santos nodded, unsurprised. Maya always saw the patterns before they formed, like constellations only she could recognize. She reached across the table to squeeze Leah's hand. "Open the box, querida." Inside was the necklace Maya had worn nearly every day of her adult life, a delicate silver crescent moon with a tiny diamond star nestled in its curve. Mrs. Santos stood, taking the necklace from the box and moving behind Leah to fasten it around her neck. "There," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Now you carry a piece of her light with you." Daniel returned from the kitchen, stopping in the doorway when he saw the scene before him. His mother standing behind Leah, both women with tears on their faces, Maya's necklace glinting at Leah's throat. "The time capsule," Leah said, looking up at him. "Do you remember where we buried it?" Daniel smiled, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Of course. The oak tree at Watershed Park." He glanced at his watch. "It's not too late. We could go now if you want." Mrs. Santos shooed them toward the door. "Go, go. Maya's waiting." The park was deserted at this hour, the old oak tree a massive silhouette against the night sky. Leah ran her fingers over the bark until she found what she was looking for, the carved M+L inside a rough heart, now nearly grown over with new bark but still discernible. "Here," she said. "It should be about 3 feet down directly beneath." Daniel had brought a small shovel from his mother's garden shed. They took turns digging, the physical labour a welcome counterpoint to the emotional weight of the evening. Finally, the shovel struck something solid. A metal cookie tin painted with stars, its paint now flaking and rusted. "I remember this," Daniel said, brushing dirt from the lid. "Maya stole it from the kitchen. Mum was looking for it for months." Together they opened the time capsule. Inside were the expected treasures of 16-year-old girls, friendship bracelets, notes passed in class, a CD of songs they'd loved that summer, ticket stubs from a concert, photos of them with their arms around each other, smiling with the boundless confidence of youth. But nestled beneath these artifacts was a small velvet pouch Leah didn't recognize, with a note attached. For Leah, when she's ready to write a new story. With trembling fingers, Leah opened the pouch. Inside was a fountain pen, vintage, elegant, its barrel a deep blue with tiny flecks of gold, like a night sky filled with stars. "It's beautiful," she breathed, turning it in her hands. "That was her grandfather's pen," Daniel said, surprised. "He was a writer. She treasured it." Leah looked at him, understanding dawning. She left her necklace and her pen, the moon, and the means to write about it. "That sounds like Maya," Daniel agreed, his voice soft with affection and grief and pride. Under the oak tree where they had buried childhood treasures, beneath a sky scattered with stars, Leah felt the circle completing itself. Maya had given her final gifts, permission to find new joy, tools to create new stories, and a heart ready to receive both. As if responding to this realization, a cool breeze stirred the leaves overhead, sending moonlight dappling across their faces like a blessing. "You know what this means," Leah said, closing her hand around the pen. "I have to write her story. Our story." "I think that's exactly what she intended," Daniel replied, helping her gather the time capsule's contents. They stood together under the oak tree, the metal tin between them like a shared treasure. Daniel brushed a leaf from Leah's hair, his touch gentle against her temple. "Ready to go home?" She nodded, suddenly certain of something she hadn't been able to name until now. "Yes, I'm ready." They walked back through the darkened park, Maya's necklace cool against Leah's skin, the fountain pen a comfortable weight in her pocket. Above them, the moon hung like a silver pendant in the velvet sky, not full, not empty, but waxing toward completion, its light illuminating the path ahead. Those we love are never truly lost, Leah thought. They remain in the stories we tell, in the words we write, in how we choose to live with their memory. And in that knowledge there was peace, the end. The last bus to Odessa. The bus smelled like 18 years of spilled coffee and broken dreams. Kimberly Ramirez pressed her fingers against her temple, willing away the headache that had been building since O'Hare. She'd specifically chosen the last bus to Odessa because she thought it would be empty, a chance to decompress before facing her family's inevitable questions about why she was arriving at her sister's wedding alone. Again. "Ladies and gentlemen," the driver's voice crackled through the intercom, "we're experiencing some mechanical difficulties. We'll be pulling into Cedar Falls for emergency repairs." Through the frost-laced window, Kimberly watched the landscape transform from urban sprawl to endless Iowa farmland, now being swallowed by what the weather app euphemistically called winter precipitation. She counted exactly one other passenger, a guy in his late 20s wearing a thrift store sweater, hunched over a notebook like it contained state secrets. When the bus lurched into the station, a glorified shack with peeling paint, she finally got a better look at him. Scruffy brown hair that definitely hadn't seen a professional in months, wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and the kind of expression her divorce clients wore when they still believed in happy endings. "Folks, I'm afraid we're looking at an overnight stay," the driver announced, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd delivered this news too many times. "There's a waiting room inside. Heat works most of the time." The poet, she'd decided to call him that based on his notebook, bounded off the bus with an optimism that made her teeth ache. He held the door open for her, offering a smile that was either genuine or insane. In her experience, the two often overlapped. "Thanks," she muttered, pulling her coat tighter. The wind hit like a personal insult. Inside the depot, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly green tint. The poet claimed a bench near an ancient space heater, while Kimberly chose the opposite corner, maximising distance and minimising the chance of conversation. Her phone displayed 17 missed calls from her mother and a text from her sister. "Where are you?" "Could be worse," Poet called out. apparently mistaking her visible distress for an invitation to chat. At least we're not camping. Kimberly studied him over her phone. Up close she noticed flour dusting his sweater cuffs and a callus on his middle finger that spoke of excessive pen use. You do this often? Get stranded in Iowa? First time, actually. I usually fly, but he gestured vaguely at his notebook. Writer's retreat in Nebraska got cancelled. Decided to turn the trip into material. Ah, a writer. She loaded the word with all the disdain 8 years of family law had equipped her with. In her experience, artists and alimony rarely mixed well. Jake Morrison, he offered, extending a hand she didn't take. Kimberly? The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied, as if the building was gathering courage for what came next. So, Jake said, apparently immune to social cues, what's your story? Business trip? Family obligation? Secret rendezvous? Wedding. Sisters. Tomorrow. She punctuated each word like separate sentences, hoping he'd get the hint. Ah, the classic wedding anxiety. Been there. Well, not to my sisters. I don't have one. But weddings in general. Emotional minefields. Her phone battery dropped to 15%. Perfect. Look, she said, turning to face him properly for the first time. I'm not great at small talk. I'm going to sit here, try to figure out how to explain to my sister why I'll probably miss her wedding, and generally contemplate my life choices. You're welcome to do whatever poets do in blizzards. He blinked, then laughed. Not the nervous kind she expected, but something genuine and warm. Fair enough, though for the record, poets in blizzards mostly think about how snow is a metaphor for everything. Despite herself, her mouth twitched. Everything. Purity. Death. New beginnings. The blank page. This silence between words. The way. Okay, I get it. But she was almost smiling now, which annoyed her. She didn't smile at poets. She barely smiled at opposing counsel when they finally conceded. Her phone died with a tiny chime that sounded exactly like resignation. Oh no, she whispered. Blessing in disguise, Jake offered. Now you can't check your emails. Now I can't call my sister, or my mother, or anyone. True. He considered this. But also now you have to be here. Really here. With Iowa. And me. And... He gestured around the depot. Whatever this is. A rat scurried across the floor. The lights flickered again. The heater made a concerning grinding noise. This, Kimberly said slowly, might be the worst night of my life. Might be, Jake agreed cheerfully. Or we could make it interesting. Want to hear about the dream I had last week about a bakery that sells temporal pastries? She stared at him. Really stared. This guy, this broke-looking, overly optimistic poet, was suggesting they pass time with bedtime stories like children at sleepover. You're insane, she declared. Probably, but I'm also not wrong. We've got... He checked his phone. 8 hours minimum, could wallow in misery, could practice small talk about the weather, or dash. Or we could tell stories, real ones, weird ones, the kind you usually keep locked away. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, Kimberly heard herself laugh. Not the bitter bark she used in depositions, but something rusty and surprised. You know what? Why the hell not? But I'm warning you, my stories aren't pretty. Good, Jake's voice came through the dark. Neither are mine. The emergency lighting kicked in 20 minutes later, bathing them in an amber glow that made everything look sepia-toned and unreal. Jake had migrated closer, carrying the space heater like a peace offering. So, he said, settling onto the bench beside her, not close enough to be presumptuous, but close enough that she could see his notebook up close. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, sketches, coffee stains. Ground rules for story time? Kimberly considered this. In her profession, everything had rules, boundaries, clearly defined terms. No lies of omission, and nothing we wouldn't tell our therapists. Brutal honesty. I like it. He flipped through his notebook. Ladies first? Or should I lead with the temporal bakery? God, start with the bakery. I need to warm up to brutal honesty. Jake's face lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for children and religious converts. Okay, so picture this. There's this bakery, right? Hidden between a dry cleaner and a shop that only sells left shoes. Don't ask why, that's a different story. The sign just says, yesterday's tomorrow, and the hours are flexible. Flexible how? They open when you need them to, not when you want them to, when you need them. Anyway, they don't sell regular pastries. They sell moments. Like you bite into a croissant and suddenly you're 5 again, sitting in your grandmother's kitchen while she teaches you to fold paper airplanes. Or you take a sip of their coffee and you're experiencing your first kiss, except this time you don't bump noses. Despite herself, Kimberly was leaning in. What's the catch? The catch is you can't choose which moment you get, and sometimes... He paused, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Sometimes you bite into something that tastes like goodbye, like the last time you saw someone you loved, and you didn't know it was the last time. The heater hummed between them. Outside, the storm was picking up, rattling the windows in their frames. My mum, he continued quietly, had dementia, Alzheimer's, and for the last 2 years I kept thinking I'd go to that bakery if it existed. Buy a whole tray of eclairs or whatever, just to have one more real conversation with her. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable shifting in her chest. When did she die? 8 months ago. She didn't remember me for the last 6 months, but I kept visiting anyway. Read her poetry, mine and others. I think she liked the rhythm of it, even when the words didn't mean anything to her anymore. They sat in silence for a moment. The kind of silence that felt necessary rather than awkward. My turn? She asked finally. Your turn. She took a breath. Okay, real story. About 5 months ago I had this case. Divorce, obviously. 22 years of marriage, 2 kids, the whole suburban dream. The wife came to me because she'd found texts on her husband's phone. But here's the thing, the texts weren't what you'd expect. Not an affair. Number he was texting his dead brother, like full conversations. Hey Jim, kid got into college. Jim, Sarah made meatloaf again, count your blessings. Jim, I think I'm losing myself in this marriage. Jake was quiet, processing. Was he talking to someone pretending to be his brother? Number he had his brother's old phone, charged it every night, would write these texts but never send them, just save them in drafts. 3 years after the accident. Jesus. The wife thought he was having some elaborate affair. Turns out he was just grieving. Still. But she couldn't understand why he'd never told her, and he couldn't understand why she'd snooped. And I'm sitting there thinking about all the things I don't tell people, all the conversations I have with ghosts. What happened? They're still married, counselling. The husband keeps texting his brother, but now the wife reads them sometimes, says it helps her understand him better than 20 years of actual conversation. Jake nodded slowly. My dad left when I was 12. I wrote him letters for years, never sent them, still have them in a shoebox somewhere. What do they say? Mostly questions, why he left, whether it was because of something I did, whether he thinks about us, whether he knows I tried to be the man of the house at 12 and failed spectacularly. The lights flickered again, and this time they heard a transformer explode somewhere in the distance. They were fully committed to emergency lighting now. Your turn, Kimberly said, and make it weird. Jake grinned and she realised she liked his smile, not in a professional networking way, but in a way that made her stomach do something complicated. Okay, weird story, true story. When I was 16, I got a job at this movie theatre in Des Moines. Wait, you're from Iowa? Born and raised, don't hold it against me. Anyway, this theatre had been there since the 50s, and on slow nights I'd sneak into Screen 7 to do my homework. Screen 7 was weird. The movies changed. Changed how? Like you'd put in The Princess Bride, but the movie that played would be The Princess Bride if Wesley had actually died. or if Buttercup had married Humperdinck out of spite, or if the whole thing was a metaphor for the Cold War. That's impossible, right? That's what I thought. So I started documenting it, bringing friends, testing different movies. Turns out Screen 7 showed alternate endings. Not just alternate versions, it showed what would happen if the characters made different choices. And nobody else noticed. The manager knew, said it had been happening since 1967, said some nights the screen would just go blank for 20 minutes and people would emerge crying or laughing or completely silent. Said management kept it quiet because it was good for business. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You're making this up. Am I? I can draw you a map. Fine. What did you watch? Everything I could get my hands on, but there was one rule. You could only watch each movie once. After that, Screen 7 would just show the regular version, no matter how many times you tried. What was your favourite alternate ending? It's a Wonderful Life where George Bailey decides to leave Bedford Falls, becomes a travel writer, sees the world, falls in love with a war correspondent in London, comes back 20 years later as a stranger, walks through town, realises most people are better off without him. Not bitter, just different, more complex. That's dark. No, that's the thing. It wasn't dark, it was true. Like brutally, uncomfortably true about how sometimes the best thing you can do for people is not be their everything. She looked at him then. Really looked. This scruffy poet with flour on his cuffs and stories about magic bakeries was saying something she'd never heard from anyone else. Not from her clients who clung to marriages like life rafts. Not from her mother who still asked when she was going to settle down. Not from herself in 17 years of dating men who made sense on paper. My turn, she said. Really weird story, also true. Hit me. I keep a list. On my phone. Well, kept before it died. A list of all the couples I've divorced and why they split. Not for legal reasons, just personal curiosity. How many couples? 347. And you know what the number one reason is. It's not infidelity. It's not money problems. It's not even the in-laws. What is it? They stop being curious about each other, like truly curious. Not how was your day curious. More like, what do you dream about when you dream in colour curious. They start seeing each other as functions. Wife function. Husband function. And then one day they realise they're living with a stranger who just happens to share their Netflix password. Jake was quiet for a long moment. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Is it? I always thought it was hopeful. How? Because curiosity isn't finite. You can get it back, if you want to. If you're brave enough to admit you don't know everything about the person you've been sleeping next to for 20 years. The storm outside had turned into something biblical. Snow pressed against the windows until they couldn't see out anymore. The depot felt like a spacecraft, untethered from the real world. Tell me something you've never told anyone, Jake said suddenly. For real. Kimberly hesitated. This was dangerous territory. The kind of conversation that happened in therapy or AA meetings or 3 a.m. phone calls you regretted in the morning. I've never been in love, she heard herself say. Not really. I thought I was a few times. But it was always strategic. Like I picked men the way I pick cases. Good chance of success. Limited risk of catastrophic failure. Why? Because, she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears. My dad left when I was 9. Just vanished. No note, no forwarding address. And my mum fell apart. Completely. Couldn't get out of bed for months. I had to feed my little sister, check her homework, lie to teachers. I swore I'd never let anyone have that much power over me. So you became a divorce lawyer? So I became a divorce lawyer, and I'm very good at it. I protect people from the fallout of failed love, document it, quantify it, divide it into equitable portions. But you don't let yourself feel it. Feeling it is the problem. That's what breaks people. The feeling. Jake reached into his bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee is probably awful. Bus station vending machine, but at least it's warm. She accepted the cup, their fingers brushing briefly. The coffee was indeed awful, but the warmth was perfect. My turn for radical honesty, Jake said. I'm not really going to a poetry retreat. Colour me shocked. No, I mean, there is no retreat. I made it up. I'm actually running away. My ex-fiancé married my brother 6 weeks ago. Big wedding. Whole family there. Except me. I told them I had a retreat. Booked a bus ticket to nowhere. Been riding buses for 3 days. Kimberly felt her lawyer instincts kicking in. Your brother? My older brother, Seth, the responsible one. The one who took over the family farm. The one everyone always said would make something of himself. Unlike me, the artsy loser who went to college for creative writing. When did you find out? About them? 6 months ago. Grace, my ex, said she needed space to think. Then she started spending time at the farm, getting to know my family better. By the time I realised what was happening, they were engaged. And your family knew? Mum called it a blessing. Said Grace had always fit in better with them anyway. Said maybe now I'd come to my senses and settle down. Jesus. The worst part? She's right. Grace does fit in. She laughs at Seth's jokes about crop yields. She makes perfect dinner rolls from scratch. She never once complained about living in a town with one stoplight. She's everything I'm not. Kimberly found herself getting angry on his behalf, which was new. And what does she do? First grade teacher. She's amazing with kids, patient, nurturing. The kind of person who knows how to make Halloween costumes from scratch. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant, does she write? Does she see the world like you do? Does she understand why someone would drive 500 miles for a poetry reading? Or stay up until 3 a.m. because the words are finally coming right? Jake blinked at her. Number she doesn't. Then she's not amazing. She's just someone else. Someone who probably needed to marry your brother more than she needed to understand you. When did you become a relationship counsellor? I've been one for years. I just usually see people after everything's already broken. At 2 a.m, the space heater gave up with a sound like a dying robot. The temperature dropped immediately, visible breath forming between them in the amber light. Well, Jake said, rubbing his hands together, this is cosy. That's one word for it. Kimberly was already shivering. Her business-appropriate wool coat hadn't been designed for Iowa blizzards. Here. Jake dug into his backpack and produced a mess of scarves, what appeared to be a spare sweater, and several bus blankets he'd apparently hoarded. Emergency supplies. Boy Scout training die hard. You were a Boy Scout. Eagle Scout, actually, which is ironic considering I can't tie my shoes properly half the time. She accepted a scarf and watched him create a nest of sorts on the bench. Despite everything, the cold, the circumstances, the fact that she was about to miss her sister's wedding, she felt oddly calm. Kimberly, Jake said carefully, we should probably share. Body heat. Purely practical. She raised an eyebrow. Smooth. No, I mean, God, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant... Jake. Yeah? Shut up and make room. She settled next to him, careful to maintain some distance even as they arranged the blankets. The intimacy felt strange. She hadn't shared space like this with anyone in... She couldn't remember how long. Better? He asked. Better. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their breath mist in the cold air. Kimberly found herself studying his profile in the dim light. He had the kind of face that was interesting rather than conventionally handsome. Too angular, features too thoughtful, but there was something about the way he held himself that suggested he was comfortable with exactly who he was. Can I ask you something? She said finally. After everything we've shared tonight, you're still asking permission. Fair point. Why poetry? Jake considered this, absently tapping his pen against his notebook. My mum used to read to me, not just kids' books. Real poetry, Neruda, Dickinson, Hughes. I was maybe 6 and I didn't understand most of it, but I loved the sound, the rhythm. The way words could stack on top of each other and suddenly mean something completely different. And then Dad left and she kept reading. More, actually. Like poetry was the only thing that made sense when nothing else did. I started writing my own when I was 12. Terrible stuff, but it helped. What did you write about? Everything 6-year-olds write about when they're trying to make sense of the world. Why the sky is blue, where the dogs dream. Why dads sometimes don't come home. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable in her chest. Not pity exactly, but recognition. I started planning when my dad left. Everything. Every day mapped out. Homework schedule, meal plan, chore chart. Control was my poetry. Did it help? Yes and no. I never missed a deadline, never forgot anything, but I also never relaxed, never let things just be messy and uncertain. Until tonight. Yeah, until tonight when I'm literally stuck in Iowa with a poet and no phone and my entire family probably thinks I've been murdered. There are worse fates. Are there? But she was smiling. Jake pulled his notebook closer. Want to hear something I wrote tonight? While you were glaring at your dying phone? Let me guess. Haiku about blizzards being metaphors for the human condition. Worse. Free verse about accidental companionship. Oh God. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with your worst. He cleared his throat dramatically. Stranded, an ode to Cedar Falls Depot, by Jake Morrison. Two strangers walk into a blizzard. Sounds like the start of a bad joke, but here we are, trading stories like currency while winter holds us hostage. She counts broken marriages like rosary beads. I collect metaphors like other people collect stamps. Neither of us planned this unexpected confession booth, this Arctic waiting room of truth. But sometimes the best stories are the unplanned ones, the detours that force you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. That's not terrible. High praise from a divorce lawyer. I mean it. She struggled to find the right words. It's honest, and honesty is rare in my line of work. Honesty is rare everywhere. True. She hesitated. Can I tell you something? And promise not to psychoanalyze it or turn it into a poem? Promise. I think I engineered this, subconsciously. Engineered what? Missing the wedding. I took the last bus when I could have flown. Didn't leave myself any backup options. Like part of me wanted to have an excuse not to be there. Why? Because watching other people get married is hard when you've spent 8 years helping people get divorced. Because my sister is perfect and I'm not. Because she's getting everything our mother wanted for us and I'm 35 and still don't know what I want for myself. Maybe that's not a bug, it's a feature. How so? Maybe not knowing what you want means you're still open to possibilities. Maybe perfection is overrated. Maybe. He stopped abruptly. What? I was about to say something disgustingly optimistic and poetic. Caught myself just in time. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Don't hold back on my account. I'm stuck here anyway. Fine. Maybe the universe stuck us here because we both needed to stop running. You from the idea that love equals catastrophe. Me from the idea that I'm not good enough for anyone who actually knows me. That's the most disgustingly optimistic thing I've ever heard. I warned you. They were sitting closer now, the cold and the conversation drawing them together incrementally. Kimberly noticed details she'd missed before, the way Jake's hands moved when he talked, the small scar on his left eyebrow, the fact that he smelled like coffee and something else, maybe lavender soap. Jake, she said softly. Yeah? I'm glad we're stuck here. He turned to look at her and something passed between them. Not quite a decision, but an acknowledgement. The space between them felt charged, electric. Kimberly. Don't talk, she said, and leaned in. The kiss was tentative at first, then deeper. Jake tasted like terrible coffee and hope. Kimberly felt something crack open in her chest. Not breaking, but opening. Like a door she'd kept locked for years, finally giving way. When they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. That was, Jake started. Yeah, are we... I don't know. She rested her forehead against his. I haven't done this in a very long time. Done what? Kiss someone without a 3-year plan. He laughed softly. How does it feel? Terrifying. Also, she paused, considered lying, decided against it. Also right. They kissed again, slower this time, hands finding their way under sweaters and scarves. The depot felt like their own private universe, the storm outside creating a bubble where normal rules didn't apply. We should probably, Jake murmured against her neck, talk about what this means. Or, Kimberly said, surprised by her own boldness, we could not talk for a while. I like the second option better. They didn't sleep much that night. Between kisses and whispered conversations and the increasingly creative ways they found to share body heat under the thin blankets, sleep seemed less important than this moment, this connection, this unexpected gift they'd been given by a broken-down bus and a Midwest blizzard. Around 4 a.m., wrapped in Jake's arms with the snow still falling outside, Kimberly had a thought that would have terrified her 12 hours earlier. Maybe her sister's wedding wasn't the most important thing happening that weekend after all. You're thinking too loud, Jake murmured, half asleep. Sorry, just processing. Process later. Sleep now. Yeah, she said, settling more comfortably against him. Sleep now. But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there listening to Jake's breathing, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and marvelling at the fact that she wasn't panicking. For the first time in years, she wasn't making contingency plans or exit strategies, or calculating the probability of disaster. She was just here, present, with this man who wrote poems about melancholy bakeries and alternate movie endings, and who kissed like every moment mattered. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside their makeshift shelter, Kimberly felt warmer than she had in years. The replacement bus arrived at 7:15 a.m., its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Kimberly woke to the sound of an engine and the feeling of Jake's arms still around her. For a moment she stayed perfectly still, trying to hold on to the dreamlike quality of the night. Then reality crashed in like cold water. Jake, she whispered, shaking him gently. The bus is here. He blinked awake, momentarily confused, then seemed to remember where he was. His smile was soft, intimate in a way that made her stomach flip. Morning, he said, voice rough with sleep. Morning. They disentangled themselves awkwardly, gathering scattered scarves and blankets. Kimberly caught a glimpse of herself in the depot's dusty mirror and winced. Her carefully styled hair was a disaster, makeup smudged, business clothes rumpled beyond repair. You look beautiful, Jake said, as if reading her mind. I look like I spent the night in a bus station. Exactly. Beautiful. Her phone had regained just enough battery to turn on, immediately buzzing with a cascade of missed calls and texts. 43 missed calls from her mother, 17 from her sister, text messages filled with increasing panic. Oh God, she muttered, scrolling through them. Mum thinks I'm dead. Rosa thinks I've been abducted. Someone apparently called the police. You should call them. I know, but... She looked at him helplessly. How do I explain this? How do I explain you? Something shifted in Jake's expression. You don't have to explain me. That's not what I meant. But it was too late. The magic of the night was already evaporating, replaced by the harsh light of morning and all the complications they'd temporarily forgotten. Look, Jake said, pulling on his jacket. We should probably talk about what happened, what it means. Jake, no, it's okay. I know this was just circumstance. We were stuck. We got caught up in the moment. I'm not expecting... Would you shut up for a second? Kimberly surprised herself with her vehemence. You're doing that thing where you decide what other people feel before they get a chance to tell you. He closed his mouth, looking uncertain. I don't know what last night means, she continued. I don't know how to integrate made out with a poet in a bus station during a blizzard into my regular life. But I know it wasn't just circumstance. I don't do that. I don't kiss people because I'm bored or cold or emotionally compromised. So what was it? I don't know. The admission came out louder than she intended. I plan everything, Jake. Everything. And this, none of this was planned, and it should terrify me, but it doesn't, and that terrifies me even more. Jake was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if we don't figure it out right now? What? What if we get on the bus and you go to your sister's wedding and I continue my journey to nowhere and we just see? See what? See if this feeling survives outside of this depot. See if curiosity is enough to bridge whatever gap exists between a divorce lawyer from Chicago and a runaway poet from Iowa. She studied his face, looking for signs of false hope or naive optimism, but his expression was clear, honest. I have to go to the wedding, she said finally. I know. It's important to my family. I know. But after... Kimberly took a deep breath. This was insane. Everything about this was insane. But standing there in the cold morning light, still tasting coffee and possibility on her lips, she couldn't make herself care about being sensible. Come with me, she said. Jake's eyes widened. To the wedding? No, God no. That would be complicated. But to Odessa. We're both going there anyway. We could continue this conversation. Maybe grab dinner. See if anything we said at 3 a.m. still makes sense in daylight. You want to date me? I want to see you again. Beyond that, I have no idea. A slow smile spread across Jake's face. I accept your terrifying lack of a plan. We're doing this. We're seeing what happens. Small distinction, but important for commitment-phobic divorce lawyers. She punched him in the arm. Don't psychoanalyze me. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on, our chariot awaits. On the bus, they sat together but didn't talk much. The other passengers, more of them this time, created a buffer of reality that made late-night confessions seem impossible. Kimberly called her mother, managed to calm the worst of her fears, and arranged to meet her sister at the church. Jake wrote in his notebook, occasionally showing her snippets. Observations about the landscape, fragments of poems, a sketch of her profile that she secretly loved but pretended to hate. When they reached Des Moines for the connection, Jake stood to transfer to a different bus. This is me, he said. My bus to Nebraska leaves in 20 minutes. No, Kimberly said, making a decision she'd been mulling over for the last hour. This is us. What? I'm getting off here too, taking the next bus to Odessa, with you. But your sister's wedding. We'll survive without me for a few more hours, and I'll still make the reception, which is the part with the open bar anyway. Jake stared at her. You're sure? I mean, I wasn't actually going to Nebraska, I just picked a direction. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm doing it anyway. They switched buses together, settling into seats near the back. This time Jake took her hand openly, threading their fingers together. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For taking a chance, for being curious, for not running away from whatever this is. Kimberly squeezed his hand. Don't thank me yet. You haven't met my family. Fair point. How terrifying are we talking? On a scale of 1 to root canal? Yeah. Full-on dental surgery without anesthesia. Great, can't wait. But first we need to establish some ground rules. More rules? This sounds serious. It is. No mentioning that we met because you were running away from your brother's wedding. Check. No poetry about anyone named Rosa or Kimberly Sr. Check. And absolutely no hand-holding in front of my great-aunt Teresa. She asks invasive questions. How invasive? Last family wedding, she asked my cousin Rebecca when she was planning to give her parents grandchildren approximately 18 times in 3 hours. Noted. No hand-holding. Unless I initiate it. Complicated rules for pretend not dating. We're not pretending anything. We're just being discreet about our lack of plan. Jake laughed, the sound attracting attention from other passengers. Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly endearing when you're trying to maintain professional distance? Usually people just find me intimidating. Oh, you're definitely intimidating, but also endearing. It's a compelling combination. The bus rolled on through the Iowa countryside, past farms covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the morning sun. Kimberly found herself relaxing into the journey, into the uncertainty, into the warmth of Jake's hand in hers. At 11 a.m. her phone rang. Rosa. "Where the hell are you?" her sister's voice shrieked through the speaker. "On a bus! I'll be there for the reception, I promise." "That's not good enough, Kim. Mum is having a meltdown. I don't have anyone to hold my flowers during the ceremony, and are you with someone?" Kimberly glanced at Jake, who was pretending not to listen while clearly hanging on every word. "Define with someone." "Oh my God, you are, Kim, if you're bringing some random hookup to my wedding reception." "He's not a random hookup, he's..." She paused, looking at Jake. What was he? "He's Jake." Rosa's tone shifted, sensing something different in her sister's voice. "Who the hell is Jake?" "Someone I met last night. It's complicated." "Complicated? How? Are you having a midlife crisis? Did you join a cult? Are you in witness protection?" "Rosa, breathe. Everything's fine. I'll explain everything when I get there." "You better. And Kim..." "Yeah?" "Don't let Mum corner you alone. She's on a rampage about your biological clock." "Thanks for the warning." After she hung up, Jake raised an eyebrow. "Witness protection?" "My sister's imagination tends to run wild." "Runs in the family, apparently. What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Just that your whole no-plan plan is pretty imaginative for someone who schedules everything." She considered this. "Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. At 35? Quarter life was at 25. Midlife is negotiable." "Fair point. How's the crisis treating you so far?" "Well, I'm on a bus to Iowa with a poet I kissed in a snowstorm, so probably better than anyone's midlife crisis involving a motorcycle. Less expensive too." "True, though the emotional therapy bills might even out." The wedding reception was held in the community centre of Odessa, a town smaller than the bus depot in Cedar Falls. Jake stayed in the bathroom while Kimberly made her entrance, figuring she needed time to smooth over her absence with family before introducing her its complicated situation. Rosa spotted her immediately and pounced. "You missed the ceremony," her sister hissed, pulling her into a corner. "Mum spent the whole time alternating between crying about your broken phone and muttering about your inability to commit to anything." "I'm sorry, really. The bus broke down, I got stuck." "Save it for Mum. Tell me about Jake." "I told you it's complicated." "Uncomplicate it. Now." Kimberly glanced around the crowded hall, buying time. Through the window she could see Jake pacing outside, running his hands through his hair, probably writing mental poems about community centres and last-minute wedding crashes. "We met on the bus, got stranded together during the blizzard, found out we were both running from things, talked all night, kissed a little, decided to see what happens next." Rosa's eyes widened. "You kissed someone you just met? Don't sound so shocked." "Kim, you haven't brought anyone to a family function since David from law school, and you dated him for 2 years before we even knew he existed. This is different." "How?" "I don't know. It just is. He's present. Really present. And he makes me want to be present too." Rosa studied her face carefully. "You like him?" "I do. And he likes you back?" "Apparently." "Then bring him in. Let's meet this mystery poet who's got you acting like a human being instead of a client management system." "Rosa." "Kit Kat. For once in your life, just do something without overthinking it to death." Kit Kat. Her sister hadn't called her that since they were kids, sharing a king-size chocolate bar and plotting revenge against the neighbourhood bully. "Fine, but if Mum starts planning our wedding before the salad course, you're running interference." "Deal." Kimberly found Jake still pacing outside, now on a phone call. "No, I'm fine. Yes, at a wedding. No, not Seth's wedding. A different wedding. What do you mean, who brings poets to weddings? He spotted her and smiled, wrapping up quickly. I gotta go. Love you too, Mom. Everything okay? My mum. She's apparently heard through the family grapevine that I'm gallivanting around Iowa with a mystery woman. Small towns have surprisingly efficient intelligence networks. Oh God, I'm sorry, and don't be. It's the most interesting thing that's happened in our family since, well, you know. Ready for this? As ready as anyone is for being the +1 at a wedding filled with strangers who will definitely judge my thrift store sweater. They'll love you. You're charming. I'm weird. Charmingly weird. Is that the same as weird? Jake? Yeah. Shut up and come inside. The reception was everything Kimberly had expected. Loud, crowded, filled with relatives she saw twice a year, and neighbours who'd known her since she was in diapers. Jake handled it all with surprising grace, engaging in small talk about weather and farming with people who would normally make him want to hide behind his notebook. He was like a social chameleon, she realised, adapting to each conversation while never losing that slightly bemused artist quality. Her mother, Carmen, was a different story. So, she said, cornering them at the punch bowl, you're the poet. Yes, ma'am, Jake replied politely, and you're not a lawyer. No, ma'am. Or an accountant. Definitely not. Good. Kimberly dates too many men in suits. She turned to Kimberly. This one's scruffy, but he has kind eyes. Mom dash. And he looks at you the way a man should look at a woman he's interested in. Like you're something rare. We're not. It's not, Kimberly floundered. Relax, Mija. I'm not planning your wedding. Yet. But I like that he makes you flustered. You're always so in control. Jake caught her eye over her mother's head and winked. The casual intimacy of it made her stomach flip. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions, careful explanations, we met on the bus, and increasingly ridiculous questions from relatives. By the time they cut the cake, Kimberly had heard theories about their relationship ranging from secret long-distance romance to arranged marriage gone rogue. During the father-daughter dance, Rosa pulled her aside. He's perfect for you, her sister whispered. We've known each other for 12 hours. So, David practically lived with you for 6 months before I knew he existed, and look how that turned out. Rosa, I'm just saying, maybe for once don't calculate the risks. Don't build a dossier on his credit score and long-term compatibility. Just see what happens. When did you become a relationship counsellor? When my sister finally showed up to my wedding looking happy instead of professionally competent. Kimberly glanced across the room where Jake was entertaining her Tio Miguel with what appeared to be an elaborate hand gesture story. Her uncle was laughing, actually laughing, which hadn't happened at a family function in years. He fits, she admitted quietly. He does, even in that ridiculous sweater. It's a poet thing. The sweater or the fitting in? Both. Around 9 p.m, as the party was winding down, Jake found her on the porch, looking out at the snow-covered town. Pretty crazy day, he said, sliding his arms around her waist from behind. Crazy month, crazy year, crazy decade, if we're being honest. How are you holding up? Better than expected. Your charm offensive was impressive. I think my great-aunt Teresa wants to adopt you. She offered. I'm considering it. Don't you dare. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the occasional car drive past on Main Street. Kimberly? Yeah? What happens now? It was the question she'd been avoiding all day. In the bubble of the wedding, surrounded by family and celebration, it had been easy to pretend that tomorrow didn't exist. But Jake was leaving for wherever unemployed poets go. And she had to drive back to Chicago, to her office, to her perfectly organised apartment and her colour-coded calendar. I don't know, she admitted. And that's okay. You don't have to know. But I want to. I want there to be a plan, a strategy, some way to make this work without completely upending both our lives. What if we don't need a plan? What if we just keep being curious? Curious how? Curious about each other, about what we want, about whether this feeling survives in daylight, in different cities, in the real world. She turned in his arms to face him. The real world is complicated. Everything's complicated if you think about it too much. I always think about it too much. I know, it's one of your more endearing features. Jake? Yeah? Kiss me. He did, slow and sweet and tasting like wedding cake. When they broke apart, Kimberly had made a decision. Chicago, she said. What about it? Come to Chicago with me for a week. Let's see what happens when we're not stranded, when we have actual beds and working phones and real life intruding. Jake blinked. Seriously? This is crazy. We've known each other for 36 hours. I know. Everything before this felt slower somehow. She took a breath. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying let's try normal and see if this feeling survives. Are you offering me a place to stay? I'm offering you a chance to date me properly, with planning and scheduling and probably spreadsheets. Spreadsheets sound romantic. They're not, but they're honest, and you said honesty was important. I did say that, didn't I? So, what do you think? Jake pretended to consider, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, I do love spreadsheets, and I've never actually been to Chicago in winter. It's terrible. Freezing and grey and everyone's miserable. Sounds perfect for a poet. Jake? Yeah? Is that a yes? Kimberly Ramirez, divorce attorney extraordinaire, creator of spreadsheets and slayer of romantic illusions. I would love to come to Chicago and see what happens when we try to turn a bus station meet cute into actual reality. Good answer. I have my moments. 6 months later, they were living together in Kimberly's apartment. She'd cleared out her home office to make room for his writing desk, an adjustment that would have been unthinkable before a broken-down bus in a snowstorm changed everything. Jake's poetry collection, Terminal Stories, launched a modest success. The title poem was about accidental companionship in unexpected places, though he never admitted to Kimberly that she was the inspiration. Kimberly shifted her practice toward collaborative divorce, helping couples separate without destroying each other. The change reduced her income by 30% and increased her job satisfaction by impossible to measure amounts. They met every Wednesday at Delilah's Diner on Lincoln Avenue, a 24-hour place with terrible coffee and excellent pie. Jake would write, Kimberly would review cases, and they'd compare notes on how many of their bus station stories had come true. They fought sometimes, about Jake's tendency to avoid confrontation, about Kimberly's need to control outcomes, about whose turn it was to do laundry. But they also got really good at apologizing, at checking in, at maintaining the curiosity that had brought them together. On the anniversary of their meeting, Jake surprised Kimberly with a gift, a collection of bus tickets, arranged in a frame. Your backup plan, he explained, in case you ever want to run away. And go where? Anywhere. Everywhere. Nowhere in particular. Jake? Yeah? I'm good right here. And for once in her life, she meant it without qualification or contingency planning. Sometimes the best stories were the unplanned ones, the detours that forced you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Sometimes the last bus to Odessa turned out to be exactly where you needed to be. Her wake in the water. Charlie Winslow stood before her advanced projects class at Boston Preparatory Academy, wearing a threadbare sailing jacket that had belonged to her mother. Having skipped a grade due to her mathematical and scientific aptitude, she was tackling her senior project at 16 while most of her peers were still juniors. 17 pairs of eyes stared back at her, most already glazed with the particular boredom that comes from watching classmates present college track research projects. For my senior project, Charlie said, her voice steadier than her hands, I'll be sailing around the world, solo. Ms. Nakamura, who had been absently marking rubrics, looked up sharply. In the third row, Charlie's best friend Mei Wong dropped her phone. It clattered against the tile floor, the sound punctuating the silence that followed Charlie's announcement. "That's," Ms. Nakamura began, but Charlie spoke over her. "I've prepared a comprehensive overview of my route." She clicked to the next slide, revealing a map with a thin blue line circumnavigating the globe. "I'll be following Joshua Slocum's historic journey, the first person to sail around the world alone. My departure is scheduled for June 15th, immediately after graduation." Charlie had known this would be shocking. She'd anticipated the confused murmurs now rippling through the classroom. What she hadn't expected was the look of absolute betrayal on May's face, or the way Parker Chen was already typing furiously on his phone, no doubt live texting the entire presentation to his network of gossip-hungry followers. Her father's entrance wasn't scheduled for another 10 minutes. Charlie had carefully timed her presentation to ensure Edward Winslow, maritime attorney, overprotective father and widower, would arrive just as she finished outlining her safety protocols. Instead, he appeared in the doorway as she clicked to her third slide. Windfall, the 30-foot sailboat she'd spent the last year secretly restoring. "Charlotte." His voice cut through the room like the prow of a ship through still water. "What is this?" Charlie's heart sank, but she steadied herself against the podium. "My senior project presentation, Dad." "Ms. Winslow has just informed us she plans to sail around the world," Ms. Nakamura said, recovering her professional composure. "Perhaps we should discuss this after class." "There's nothing to discuss." Edward stepped into the room, his tailored suit incongruous among the teenage audience. "This presentation is over." Charlie felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I'm not finished." "Yes, you are." Her father's gaze was arctic. "You cannot possibly believe I would allow this." Charlie's carefully rehearsed presentation crumbled. This confrontation wasn't supposed to happen here, not in front of her entire class. She'd planned to handle her father's objections privately, armed with research and rational arguments. "Dad, I've been planning this for months. I've already what? Deceived me? Made plans behind my back?" His voice rose with each question. "Do you have any idea how dangerous, how utterly irresponsible?" "I've restored Windfall myself," Charlie interrupted, gesturing to the image on the screen. "I've learned navigation, weather prediction, emergency protocols. I've been documenting everything on my channel." Edward's expression shifted from anger to confusion. "What channel?" As if on cue, May held up her recovered phone, its camera lens pointed at the unfolding drama. "Wake Watch," she said. 30,000 subscribers and climbing. Charlie hadn't intended to reveal her growing online following this way. The YouTube channel had started as documentation of Windfall's restoration, a way to connect with other sailing enthusiasts and create a record of her work. It had grown far beyond that, becoming a platform where she shared her dream, her preparations, and the technical challenges of preparing for a circumnavigation. "This stops now," Edward said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Get your things. We're going home." The room fell silent except for the soft sound of May's finger tapping her phone screen, ending the recording. That afternoon, #SailGirl began trending. The attic of the Winslow home in Marblehead smelled of cedar and salt. Charlie had retreated there after 3 hours of arguing with her father, a standoff that had ended with him locking himself in his study with a bottle of Glenlivet. She'd heard the ice cubes clinking against crystal as she climbed the stairs. She hadn't meant to find her mother's journals. She'd been searching for an old topographical chart she'd stashed behind a steamer trunk. Instead, she found a waterproof case containing 5 leather-bound books, each filled with Catherine Winslow's elegant handwriting. April 15th, 1996. The Atlantic is merciless today. 30-foot swells and winds that slice through foul-weather gear. Harris wants to turn back. I told him we're closer to Lisbon than Boston, so we might as well keep going forward. Catherine Winslow had been a competitive sailor. Charlie knew that much. She died when Charlie was 7, her body consumed by an aggressive cancer that had taken her from diagnosis to grave in 11 months. What Charlie hadn't known was that her mother had once planned her own circumnavigation, a journey cut short by pregnancy, then marriage, then motherhood. March 22nd, 2001. Took Charlie out on the harbour today. She's only 4, but she already has better sea legs than Edward ever will. She stood at the bow with her hair blowing wild, laughing every time spray hit her face. My little Selkie. Charlie read until her vision blurred with tears, then with darkness as the attic windows reflected only the night sky. Her phone buzzed incessantly. May had texted 16 times, finally sending, "Your confrontation video has 50,000 views. Call me." Below May's messages was an email notification from someone named Marco Diaz at Artemis Sailing Gear. "Dear Ms. Winslow, your Wake Watch channel has come to our attention. Artemis Sailing Gear would like to discuss partial sponsorship of your journey, conditional upon parental consent and safety protocols." Charlie stared at her phone, then back at her mother's journals. There, in Catherine's final volume, was a detailed outline for a solo circumnavigation. Routes, supply lists, port considerations, all carefully researched and never used. Her father had lost his wife to cancer. That was why he kept Charlie so close, why the thought of her sailing away terrified him. But Charlie hadn't just inherited her mother's love of sailing, she'd inherited her meticulous planning, her respect for the sea's dangers. Charlie opened her laptop and navigated to Wake Watch. The confrontation video had indeed gone viral. Beneath it were thousands of comments. Is she really going to sail around the world? How old is she? This is some rich kid fantasy. She'll never do it. I've been following her restoration videos. She actually knows what she's doing. Her dad is right. This is crazy. She'll die out there. Charlie closed the laptop. Then, with her mother's final journal in hand, she descended the attic stairs. It was time for a different kind of negotiation. Captain Joanna Reeves arrived at the Winslow home precisely at noon the following Saturday. She wore practical canvas pants, boat shoes, and a weathered blue jacket with Olympic rings embroidered on the breast pocket. Her silver hair was cropped short and deep lines mapped her sun-weathered face. "You're late," she said when Charlie opened the door. "You're exactly on time," Charlie replied. "For sailing, on time is late." Joanna handed Charlie a heavy canvas bag. "Your father is expecting me?" Charlie nodded, leading the Olympic medalist into the living room where Edward waited, arms crossed defensively. "Mr. Winslow," Joanna didn't offer her hand. "I understand you have concerns about your daughter's project." Edward's posture remained rigid. "My concerns are that my 16-year-old daughter wants to risk her life for what appears to be internet fame." Joanna's weathered face cracked into a smile. "Is that what you think this is about?" "Isn't it? This Wake Watch business?" "Is a modern logbook," Joanna interrupted. "Sailors have been documenting their journeys for centuries. Your daughter simply uses the tools of her generation." Charlie remained silent. She'd been taking private lessons with Captain Reeves for 18 months, learning far more than the basics her father knew she'd studied at the community sailing centre. Joanna had competed in 3 Olympics, circumnavigated twice, and now coached elite sailors. She had also, Charlie had recently learned, been her mother's friend. "Charlie has natural talent," Joanna continued, "better instincts than sailors twice her age. But more importantly, she respects the sea. She prepares. She studies." "She's a child," Edward insisted. "Jessica Watson was 16 when she circumnavigated. Laura Decker was 14 when she started her journey," Charlie finally spoke. "I've been watching their videos, learning from their mistakes. Those girls had years of experience." "Charlie has been sailing since she was 7, Joanna said, "and I've been training her intensively for over a year." Edward's eyes narrowed as he looked at his daughter. "You told me those were general sailing lessons." "They were." Charlie met his gaze. "Just advanced ones." For 3 hours they talked. Charlie presented her safety protocols, her planned route, her communication schedule. Joanna outlined the qualifying voyages Charlie would need to complete before attempting the full circumnavigation, a series of increasingly challenging solo trips along the New England coast. If, and only if, she passes these tests would I consider her ready, Joanna concluded. Edward stared out the window toward the harbour where, unknown to him until yesterday, his daughter's boat waited. And if I say no? Charlie's heart sank, but Joanna merely shrugged. Then she'll do it when she's 18 instead, with less preparation and more resentment. Edward turned back to them, his expression unreadable. These qualifying voyages, how long would they take? The entire summer, Charlie said quickly, hope flickering within her. Her father was silent for a long moment. I'll consider it, he finally said. If, and only if, you complete every qualifying voyage to Captain Reeves's satisfaction. He believed she would fail, Charlie realised. He was agreeing only because he thought the reality of solo sailing would scare her into abandoning the dream. Charlie extended her hand formally. Deal. As they shook, her phone buzzed with a notification. WakeWatch just hit 100,000 subscribers. The ocean was calling, and now the world was watching. The first qualifying voyage was meant to be simple. Marblehead to Provincetown and back, a 24-hour trip around the curved arm of Cape Cod. Charlie had made this journey a dozen times with her father before her mother died, before he'd become afraid of losing anyone else to the vastness beyond his control. 6 hours in, the GPS failed. Charlie sat in Windfall's cabin, the device dismantled on the small fold-out table, trying to reconnect loose wiring with fingers numbed by the unseasonably cold June air. Her phone recorded the process for her growing audience, propped against a mug of cooling tea. So that's the thing about solo sailing, she narrated, forcing cheerfulness into her voice. You're the captain, navigator, engineer, and when things break, you're the repair service too. What she didn't say was that she'd forgotten to bring the backup handheld GPS, that Joanna would mark this as a critical error, that her viewers wouldn't see her real reaction. 5 minutes of frustrated tears before pulling herself together. Online, Charlie Winslow was becoming a symbol of Gen Z determination. Bold, unflappable, articulate beyond her years. The real Charlie. The one who hesitated at the shriek of rigging in high winds, who sometimes woke disoriented and afraid when sleeping alone on the boat, remained safely behind the camera. By the time she approached Provincetown Harbour, the GPS was functional again, but a dense fog had settled over the water. Charlie reduced sail and navigated by compass. The heavy antique instrument that had been her mother's now secured in a custom mount near the helm. I'm using traditional navigation now, she told her invisible audience, voice low as if the fog might be listening. No electronics, just compass bearings and charts. The harbour entrance should be... She squinted through the grey nothingness. Right about there. The harbour appeared out of the mist like a conjurer's trick, exactly where she'd calculated. Charlie felt a rush of satisfaction that had nothing to do with viewership metrics. Later, after securing Windfall to a mooring, she uploaded the day's footage using the harbour's Wi-Fi. Comments flooded in immediately. This girl is going to die out there. My dad says no way a 16-year-old can sail around the world. She fixed that GPS like a boss, though. Charlie closed the laptop, suddenly exhausted. The constant documentation was draining in a way actual sailing wasn't. Out on the water, she felt a clarity that disappeared the moment she had to perform for the camera. She slept fitfully that night, waking to a message from her father. Weather turning. Coming to get you. Charlie checked the forecast. A summer squall was indeed moving up the coast, but nothing Windfall couldn't handle. She texted back, heading home now, we'll beat the weather. She left before dawn, recording a time-lapse of the sunrise that would later become one of her most shared clips. By mid-morning, the skies darkened. Charlie reduced sail again, securing everything below deck and donning foul-weather gear as the first fat raindrop struck the cabin. The squall hit with surprising force. Windfall pitched in the growing swells, running with just a scrap of headsail. Charlie, tethered to the boat with a safety line, fought the wheel as the wind tried to push them sideways to the waves. This was the moment she should have been recording. Her face determined against the elements, spray soaking her hair, a perfect visual metaphor for the inner strength her followers projected onto her. Instead, her camera remained secure and dry below, and Charlie focused entirely on keeping her heading. 3 hours later, soaked and chilled but exhilarated, she motored into Marblehead Harbour. Her father waited on their dock, face pale with worry. Nearby, Captain Reeves stood watching with arms crossed and a slight smile. "You should have waited out the storm," Edward called as she approached. "The boat handled it fine," Charlie replied, throwing him a dock line. "So did I." That evening she edited out her navigational error, presenting a seamless narrative of competence. As the video uploaded, May called. "You don't answer my texts anymore," her friend complained. "Are you coming to Parker's party Friday?" Charlie hesitated. She had 2 more qualifying voyages scheduled before Friday, and equipment to check afterward. "I can't. I need to..." "Prepare for your next grand adventure." May's voice held an unfamiliar edge. "Do you realise none of us have seen you all summer? You've got time for your subscribers, but not your actual friends." "That's not fair," Charlie protested. "This is important to me." "And we're not," May sighed. "Look, I'm managing your social accounts while you're at sea because I care about you, but it feels like I'm supporting someone who's already left us behind." The conversation ended awkwardly. Charlie stared at her phone, then opened the Wake Watch analytics. Her subscriber count had just passed 250,000. The disconnection between her growing online community and her shrinking real-world one left her uneasy. The final qualifying voyage would be her most ambitious. Boston to Nova Scotia and back. A journey of over 500 nautical miles that would keep her at sea for at least a week. Edward had been strangely quiet when she'd announced her departure date, simply nodding and asking about her safety protocols. "He's coming around," Joanna had said when Charlie mentioned it during their final briefing. "He sees what I see. You're ready for this." "The big journey or just this qualifier?" Charlie asked. Joanna's weathered face creased with one of her rare smiles. "Both, but don't get cocky." Windfall slipped out of Boston Harbour on a perfect July morning. Charlie recorded her departure, then settled into the rhythms of open water sailing. For the first time all summer, she felt truly at peace. 3 days out, she encountered a small fishing vessel headed toward the Grand Banks. The grizzled captain hailed her, concerned about a young sailor alone so far from shore. When Charlie explained her journey, he laughed in disbelief, then offered her fresh cod and ice for her cooler. "My daughter follows you online," he called as they parted ways. "She thinks you're fearless." Charlie waved but didn't correct him. The disconnect between her public image and private reality had grown into a chasm. Online, #SailGirl was trending again after she'd posted footage of herself weathering 20-knot winds while simultaneously repairing a torn mainsail. What her followers didn't see were her moments of doubt, the loneliness that sometimes overwhelmed her, even as thousands watched her journey, the pressure to appear constantly confident, capable, calm. On the 4th day, sailing through fog again, she nearly collided with a container ship. The massive vessel appeared suddenly out of the mist, its horn blaring a warning that sent Charlie scrambling to alter course. Windfall heeled sharply as she came about, the container ship passing less than 100 yards behind her stern. Hands shaking, Charlie sat in the cockpit long after the danger had passed. Had she been broadcasting live, her followers might have offered advice, called for help, sent encouragement. But in the moment of actual crisis, she had been entirely alone. It was a sobering realization. That night, anchored in a sheltered Nova Scotian cove, she recorded her daily update without mentioning the near miss. Instead, she described the beauty of the coastline, the clarity of the stars, the joy of making landfall in a new country. Looking at her reflection in the laptop screen after the upload completed, Charlie barely recognised herself. Who was this poised young woman speaking confidently about celestial navigation? When had she learned to curate her experiences so carefully, to create a narrative that was true but not wholly honest? The return journey proved easier than the outward voyage, blessed with favourable winds and clear visibility. As Massachusetts Bay came into view, Charlie felt a surprising reluctance. At sea, her purpose was clear. Returning meant facing her father's final decision, the expectations of her followers, the complicated reality of balancing her online and offline lives. Edward waited at the dock again, but this time Captain Reeves stood beside him. To Charlie's surprise, a small crowd had gathered nearby, mostly strangers holding phones. But May was there too, her expression a complex mixture of pride and hurt. "You're back early," Joanna called as Charlie approached. "Good conditions?" Charlie nodded, throwing dock lines with practiced ease. Following seas most of the way from Cape Sable, Edward stepped forward to secure the boat, his movements efficient despite his business attire. He worked in silence until Windfall was properly moored, then turned to his daughter. "Captain Reeves tells me you've passed all her qualifications." Charlie glanced at her mentor, who nodded slightly. "I have," Charlie said. "Does that mean?" Edward looked out across the harbour, then back at his daughter. The crowd had grown closer, several phones openly recording. "We'll discuss it at home," he said quietly. Later, in the kitchen of their Marblehead house, Edward placed a folder on the table between them. "I've drawn up conditions," he said. "Daily check-ins, predetermined ports of call, a detailed safety protocol that you will not deviate from under any circumstances." Charlie stared at him. "You're saying yes?" Edward's face was a study in conflicted emotions. "I'm saying I can't stop you. You've proven you have the skills. You've experienced advisors, and according to your followers," he stumbled over the unfamiliar terminology, "you have people watching out for you around the world." He opened the folder, revealing legal documents, insurance papers, and a notarized permission form. "Your mother would have supported this," he said, his voice rough. "She had the same dream, you know." "I know," Charlie whispered. "I found her journals." Edward looked startled, then nodded slowly. "Of course you did. You're so much like her. Determined, capable, unafraid." He pushed the folder toward her. "I'm still terrified of losing you, but I'm more afraid of breaking your spirit by forcing you to stay." Charlie felt tears threatening. This was the moment she should be recording, the culmination of her campaign, the victory she'd fought for all summer. Instead, she simply hugged her father, whispering thank you against his shoulder. That night she announced her departure date, September 1st, immediately after her 17th birthday. The video went viral instantly, drawing attention from major news outlets and additional sponsors. Windfall would sail fully equipped with the latest navigation technology, weather monitoring systems, and multiple cameras for documenting the journey. As subscribers and sponsorship offers flooded in, Charlie felt a strange hollowness. She'd gotten exactly what she wanted. Why then did victory feel so complicated? The answer came the night before her departure. She found her father in the study holding her mother's compass, the one that had guided Charlie through fog and storm all summer. "She wanted you to have this when you were ready," Edward said, placing it in her hands. "I think she'd agree that time is now." The compass was heavy, its brass case engraved with a simple message: "Find your true north." In that moment, Charlie understood that her journey had become something larger than a personal challenge or an online spectacle. It was a continuation, a legacy, a dialogue across time with the mother she had lost and the woman she was becoming. The compass would not be shown on camera. Some treasures belong to the private self, not the public persona. Some journeys couldn't be measured in views or followers or sponsorship dollars. Tomorrow, Charlie Winslow would sail into the open ocean, away from everything familiar and secure. The world would be watching, but she would be seeking something cameras couldn't capture. A horizon line where the person she projected and the person she truly was might finally converge. The Atlantic stretched before Windfall like a living entity, sometimes calm and contemplative, other times roiling with uncontainable energy. 23 days into her journey, Charlie had settled into the rhythms of solo sailing. 4-hour watches followed by catnaps, constant small adjustments to sail trim, and the daily ritual of documenting her experiences for an audience that had swelled to over 1 million subscribers. Day 23 at sea, she narrated, the camera capturing her sun-bronzed face against the endless blue backdrop. Position is approximately 40 degrees north, 30 degrees west, making good time with a steady northeasterly wind. What the camera didn't capture was the profound silence that followed after she stopped recording. The absolute solitude that no 17-year-old in the hyper-connected modern world had likely experienced before. No matter how many comments flooded her uploads, no matter how many notifications pinged when she connected her satellite system, Charlie was fundamentally alone out here. And surprisingly, she had grown to treasure this solitude. The person she was between recordings, quiet, contemplative, sometimes singing off-key to herself while adjusting rigging, felt more authentic than the polished persona she presented online. 3 days later, a storm system caught her off guard. Windfall pitched violently as Charlie struggled to reduce sail, the wind howling through the rigging like a living thing. Rain slashed sideways, stinging her face and hands as she fought with the mainsail. "Talk to me, girl," she muttered to her boat. "We've got this." Below decks, her equipment recorded the storm automatically, cameras secured to capture the drama from multiple angles. Charlie had positioned them during calmer weather, understanding instinctively what her audience would want to see. Now, as she battled elements that threatened to overwhelm her, some detached part of her mind considered how this footage would play online. The slight figure against the massive waves, the determination in her face illuminated by lightning. She rode out the storm through the night, snatching moments of rest while tethered securely in the cockpit. By dawn, the wind had subsided, leaving Windfall in a gentle swell beneath clearing skies. Charlie checked her position, then laughed aloud. Despite the storm's fury, she'd maintained her course almost perfectly. Some combination of skill, instinct and luck had kept her on track through the chaos. She uploaded storm footage with minimal commentary, too exhausted for her usual cheerful narration. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Viewers awed by the raw power on display, concerned for her safety, impressed by her composure. One comment caught her attention. "They say the ocean doesn't care if you live or die. It just is. Watching this makes me understand that in my bones." Charlie stared at those words for a long time. The ocean's indifference was precisely what made it honest. Unlike the parasocial relationships forming between her and her followers, the sea made no pretense of caring. It simply existed, and you either adapted to its reality or failed. Gibraltar appeared on the horizon like a mirage, the famous rock hazy in the morning light. Charlie felt a surge of emotion at seeing land after weeks of nothing but water and sky. She had crossed her first ocean. Windfall had carried her safely to another continent. The Marina Bay was chaotic after the ordered solitude of the Atlantic. Charlie docked with practiced efficiency, then sat in the cockpit, oddly reluctant to step onto land. Her sea legs had become her normal state. The thought of solid ground felt almost alien. When she finally disembarked, the contrast between her online fame and physical reality hit her with unexpected force. No one at the marina recognized her. She was just another sailor, notable only for her youth, and the fact that she was travelling alone. The anonymity was refreshing. Charlie walked through Gibraltar's streets unobserved, savouring the sensation of being merely present rather than performed. She bought fresh fruit at a market, exchanged pleasantries with locals, and visited a maritime museum where Slocum's journey was mentioned in a small exhibit. That evening she uploaded footage from her Atlantic crossing, adding commentary about her arrival and first impressions of Gibraltar. Then she walked to a small pub near the marina, ready to celebrate her achievement with a non-alcoholic toast. "Sorry, no minors," the doorman said, blocking her entrance. Charlie was explaining that she only wanted dinner when she heard her name called. A group of women emerged from the pub, weathered faces, capable hands, the unmistakable bearing of experienced sailors. "You're Charlie Winslow," said the tallest of them. A woman perhaps 50 with salt and pepper hair cropped short. "Wake watch, right? We've been following your journey." "You crossed the Atlantic solo," added another, her accent Australian. "That earns you a seat at our table, regardless of age." Inside, Charlie found herself surrounded by members of an all-female sailing crew preparing for their own Atlantic crossing, in the opposite direction. They peppered her with questions about conditions, equipment performance, navigation challenges. None of them asked about her subscriber count or social media strategy. Their interest was purely practical, sailor to sailor, with no concern for the narrative she'd constructed for her audience. "Why do it so young?" the Australian asked after they'd been talking for an hour. "The ocean will still be there in 10 years. Charlie considered her answer carefully. "My mother was a sailor. She died when I was 7. I think. I'm looking for parts of her out there." The women nodded, understanding something Charlie had never articulated in her videos. "And the online thing?" asked another crew member. "All the cameras and followers?" "It started as documentation," Charlie admitted. "Then it became funding. Now it's complicated." The women laughed, a knowing sound. "The sea doesn't care about your subscriber count," said the tall woman. "Out there you're just another soul trying not to get swallowed." Charlie smiled. "That's exactly why I love it." Later, alone in Windfall's cabin, she recorded a brief update that mentioned meeting the female crew, but omitted their conversation. Some experiences, she was learning, belonged only to her, not to Wake Watch or its audience. The Mediterranean presented different challenges than the Atlantic: busier shipping lanes, variable winds, greater concern for security in certain ports. Charlie found herself constantly checking AIS data, adjusting course to avoid commercial vessels, navigating crowded harbours. Her 1 millionth subscriber joined as she sailed past Sicily. The milestone should have felt momentous, but Charlie received the news with complicated emotions. The number represented validation, certainly, but also pressure. 1 million people waiting for her next update, 1 million opinions on her choices, 1 million variations of investment in a journey that was, at its core, deeply personal. 2 weeks later, approaching a port in the eastern Mediterranean, Charlie faced her first major ethical dilemma. Political tensions had flared in the region during her passage. Her planned stop was now potentially unsafe, according to both her father's research and warnings from local contacts. Altering course would mean adding 3 days to her journey and missing a scheduled live broadcast. Maintaining her original plan would generate dramatic content, but expose her to unnecessary risk. Charlie spent a night weighing her options, consulting weather patterns, security advisories, and the opinions flooding her inbox. Ultimately, she chose safety, announcing her decision in a brief video update. The backlash was immediate and harsh. She's bailing because she's scared. So much for following Slocum's exact route. Sponsors probably forced this decision. Knew a teenager couldn't handle the real challenges. Charlie was still processing these reactions when an email arrived from her father. He had hired a social media manager to help her navigate the growing attention. A well-meaning gesture that nonetheless felt like another layer of artifice between her authentic experience and her public presentation. That night, Alone in her cabin with Windfall anchored in an alternate port, Charlie recorded but did not upload a raw, unfiltered video journal. "I don't know who I am out here anymore," she confessed to the camera. "Am I sailing for myself? For my mother's memory? For the audience? For the sponsors? The person I am when I'm not recording feels increasingly distant from the person I show to the world, and I'm not sure which one is real." She saved the file to a private folder, then stepped into the cockpit to watch stars emerge above an unfamiliar coast. Tomorrow, she would face her followers with renewed confidence, explaining her decision with logical clarity. Tonight, she allowed herself to acknowledge the fractures forming between her journey and its documentation. As Windfall rocked gently at anchor, Charlie made a decision. When she reached the Suez Canal, she would follow Slocum's route around Africa instead of taking the modern shortcut. Not because it would make better content, but because somewhere between Boston and this distant shore, the journey itself had become more important than its reception. The true adventure, she was beginning to understand, lay not in what her audience saw, but in what they would never see. The private transformations that occurred in moments of solitude, challenge, and choice. The Indian Ocean stretched before Windfall like an ancient deity, beautiful, temperamental, demanding respect. Charlie had chosen the longer route around Africa rather than transiting the Suez Canal, a decision that had divided her audience but earned respect from serious sailors. 5 months into her journey, she was discovering layers of herself previously hidden beneath the comfortable routines of her former life. Her videos had become more thoughtful, less reliant on spectacle. Subscriber growth had plateaued, but those who remained followed with greater investment. The community, calling themselves the Crew, had evolved from passive viewers to active participants, offering weather analysis, technical suggestions, and emotional support. Charlie's satellite connection became increasingly unreliable as she sailed farther from established shipping lanes. These communication gaps created anxiety among her followers, but gave her precious windows of true solitude. During these offline periods, she began keeping a handwritten journal separate from her video logs, private reflections she had no intention of sharing. After a particularly challenging week battling contrary currents off Madagascar, Charlie made an unplanned stop at a small island community. Her equipment needed repairs, her provisions needed replenishing, and something less tangible needed restoration as well. The elderly couple who welcomed her had circumnavigated twice in their younger years, long before social media existed. Their weathered sailboat rested in a protected cove, permanently moored but still seaworthy. "We found this place during our second journey," Elena explained as she poured tea in thick ceramic mugs, "and we knew immediately. This was home." Her husband Thomas nodded. "The sea gives you what you need, not what you want. Sometimes what you need is a place to stop sailing." For 3 days, Charlie lived without uploading content. A tropical depression made satellite connections impossible, but even if communications had been available, she found herself reluctant to document this interlude. The elderly couple showed her how they collected rainwater, grew vegetables in soil they'd gradually cultivated, maintained their boat with limited supplies. "You're quite famous, apparently," Thomas remarked one evening. "Elena's niece sent us articles about you." Charlie felt her shoulders tense. "Does that bother you?" "Not at all," Eleanor smiled. "But I wonder if it bothers you." The question lingered with Charlie as she helped repair fishing nets, learned to identify edible plants, and slept more deeply than she had in months. When weather conditions improved, she found herself reluctant to leave. "The journey changes you," Thomas said as he helped her prepare Windfall for departure, "but not always in ways you can show on camera." When she finally regained satellite connection, Charlie discovered that her absence had sparked wild speculation. Rumours of capture by pirates, secret romances, equipment failure. Rather than addressing each theory, she created a simple video showing the island, introducing Elena and Thomas, with their permission, and explaining what she'd learned during her unexpected sanctuary. The authenticity of this less polished content resonated differently with her audience. Comments reflected genuine connection rather than parasocial projection. She seems different, more present somehow. This is the first time I feel like we're seeing the real Charlie. Anyone else notice she wasn't performing here? Just being? Charlie read these observations with mixed emotions. Had her audience sensed her performative nature all along? Was the person they were now praising, the quieter, more reflective Charlie, closer to her authentic self? As Windfall sailed into the open Pacific, Charlie began integrating these questions into her journey, both the physical one carrying her toward Cape Horn and the internal one carrying her toward an identity that could withstand both isolation and observation. The Pacific Ocean humbled even experienced sailors. Its vastness created a psychological challenge unlike any other body of water. 3 weeks might pass without sighting land or another vessel. Whales sometimes surfaced near Windfall, their massive forms making the sailboat seem absurdly fragile. Albatrosses followed for days, their effortless flight a reminder of how humans remained visitors in this realm, never truly belonging. 8 months into her circumnavigation, Charlie faced a serious equipment failure. Windfall's water maker, essential for converting seawater to drinking water, malfunctioned during a routine maintenance check. Without it, her water reserves would last perhaps 2 weeks, far short of the time needed to reach her next planned port. Charlie documented the problem honestly, showing her diagnostic process and repair attempts. When her initial fixes failed, she faced a critical decision: divert hundreds of miles to an unplanned port or drastically reduce water consumption while continuing to troubleshoot. Her followers mobilized immediately. Marine engineers offered technical advice. Pacific sailors suggested alternative routes to closer harbors. The comment section became a crowdsourced repair manual. Following a suggestion from a retired naval officer who followed her channel, Charlie disassembled the unit completely, identifying a corroded connection no previous diagnostics had revealed. The repair was delicate, requiring steady hands despite Windfall's constant motion. During the process, Charlie forgot she was recording. Her focus narrowed to the task, her narration becoming a technical monologue rather than a performance. When the watermaker finally hummed back to life, her unfiltered cry of triumph was perhaps the most genuine moment she'd ever shared online. As Windfall continued westward, Charlie realized that the crisis had shifted something fundamental in her relationship with her audience. They had become active participants rather than passive viewers. She had allowed them to see her vulnerability without artificially heightening drama. The resulting connection felt more authentic than anything she had experienced since starting her journey. Cape Horn appeared on navigation charts long before it became visible on the horizon. Charlie studied weather patterns obsessively as Windfall approached the notorious passage, the southernmost tip of South America, where the Atlantic and Pacific met in perpetual conflict, had claimed countless vessels throughout maritime history. Slocum himself had chosen the Strait of Magellan instead, a technically challenging but less dangerous passage. Charlie had intended to follow his example, but recent geological events had made parts of the strait temporarily unnavigable for vessels of Windfall's draft. The Horn would be her only option. Edward Winslow, monitoring her journey with the help of professional meteorologists, urged caution. "There's a system developing," he warned during their weekly satellite call. "Consider waiting it out in the Falklands." Charlie checked her own forecasts, which showed deteriorating conditions, but nothing she considered beyond Windfall's capabilities. More concerning were the pressures she hadn't discussed with her father, schedule expectations from sponsors, the narrative momentum her followers anticipated, her own desire to maintain the pace that would complete her circumnavigation in under 15 months. "I'll be careful," she promised, "but I think we can beat the worst of it." 3 days later, Windfall approached Cape Horn in 30-knot winds and heavy seas. Charlie conducted a detailed equipment check, secured everything below decks, and prepared storm sails. Her live stream that evening drew record viewership, the intensity of conditions creating dramatic visuals her audience found captivating. What neither Charlie nor her distant meteorologists could predict was how rapidly the storm system would intensify overnight. By dawn, wind speeds had nearly doubled. Massive waves struck Windfall with percussion-like force, sending spray higher than the mast. The autopilot struggled to maintain course, eventually failing and forcing Charlie to hand steer continuously through conditions that demanded her complete attention. She activated the emergency satellite beacon during her final broadcast before losing all communications. The last image her followers saw was Charlie's face, determined despite obvious fear, shouting over the wind, "I'll update when I can, Windfall is strong and so am I." For 72 hours, Charlie Winslow disappeared from the world's view. In Boston, Edward Winslow coordinated search efforts with maritime authorities from multiple nations. The Chilean Navy dispatched vessels toward Charlie's last known coordinates. Satellite imagery was analysed for signs of the small sailboat in the vast, storm-tossed expanse. Mei Wong managed the crisis online, countering rumours and maintaining hope among Charlie's followers. Captain Reeves provided technical expertise to search coordinators, explaining Windfall's capabilities and Charlie's training. Social media exploded with hashtags, "Find Charlie and your Wake Watch Watch" trending globally. News outlets ran stories questioning whether teenagers should attempt such journeys, whether social media encouraged dangerous risk-taking, whether Charlie's sponsors bore responsibility for encouraging her ambitions. Meanwhile, 100 miles east of Cape Horn, Charlie fought for survival completely disconnected from her audience. The storm had damaged Windfall's mast, torn away the satellite communication array, and flooded the cabin with enough seawater to disable most electronic systems. Using manual bilge pumps, emergency repairs, and the navigation skills she'd refined over months at sea, Charlie gradually established control over her situation. The storm eventually subsided, leaving Windfall damaged but afloat in calmer seas beneath clearing skies. For the first time since leaving Boston Harbor, Charlie sailed in complete isolation. No cameras recording, no audience watching, no comments awaiting response. The silence was simultaneously terrifying and liberating. Without the performative layer that had become second nature, she confronted her true motivations for the journey and discovered a resilience that had nothing to do with being observed. Under jury-rigged sails and using her mother's compass for primary navigation, Charlie guided Windfall toward the Chilean coast, tapping Morse code messages on emergency frequencies but receiving no response. On the fourth day of silence, a Chilean fishing vessel spotted the damaged sailboat making slow but deliberate progress toward land. The captain recognized the distinctive blue hull from news reports and approached cautiously, eventually establishing communication through handheld radio. Charlie's first message to the waiting world was characteristically understated. "Windfall and I are both a bit battered, but we're coming in." The world had pronounced Charlie Winslow lost at sea. For 3 days, cable news ran stories about the promising young sailor presumed dead after attempting to round Cape Horn. Psychologists discussed the risks of encouraging teenage adventures. Maritime experts debated whether social media fame had pushed her beyond prudent seamanship. Then came the report of her survival, initially dismissed as rumour until confirmed by the Chilean Navy. The story transformed overnight from tragedy to triumph. Charlie Winslow hadn't just survived Cape Horn. She had navigated its aftermath with damaged equipment and no outside assistance. In the small Chilean fishing village where Windfall was towed for repairs, Charlie faced the consequences of her fame in unexpected ways. Journalists arrived before her father could reach her. Sponsors issued statements claiming her survival validated their support. social media exploded with competing narratives about what her experience meant. Through it all, Charlie remained largely silent. She sent a brief message confirming her safety, then focused on assessing Windfall's damage and her own physical condition. The separation from constant documentation gave her space to process what had happened. Not just the storm, but the entire journey thus far. Edward arrived 3 days later, having navigated bureaucratic hurdles and travel complications with the same determination his daughter had shown against the elements. Their reunion, far from cameras and microphones, involved few words but a long embrace that communicated everything necessary. "I thought I'd lost you," he finally said, his voice rough. "For a while there, I thought I'd lost me too," Charlie replied. During the 6 weeks required for Windfall's repairs, Charlie resided at a small coastal hotel. There she met Captain Isabella Vega, a woman in her 60s who had sailed commercially for decades, before retiring to operate charter boats along the Chilean coast. "So you're the famous Charlie Winslow," Isabella said when they first met at the local maritime office. "The internet girl who discovered the real ocean." Charlie might have once bristled at the characterization. Now she simply nodded. "The real ocean found me, I think." They began having coffee together each morning on the hotel's terrace overlooking the harbour where Windfall was being repaired. Isabella never asked about follower counts or content strategies. Instead, she shared stories of sailing before GPS, satellite phones or rescue beacons, when venturing offshore meant genuine isolation and self-reliance. "I watched some of your videos," Isabella admitted one morning, "before your adventure at the Horn." "And?" Charlie prompted when the older woman hesitated. "You were sailing well, but living for the camera," Isabella said bluntly. "It's a common mistake nowadays. People climb mountains while thinking about their Instagram caption. They sail oceans while mentally editing their footage." Charlie stared into her coffee. "And now?" Isabella smiled. "Now you have the eyes of someone who's seen the horizon without wondering how it will play online. It makes a difference." When Windfall was finally declared seaworthy, Charlie faced a decision about how to complete her journey. Her communication equipment had been restored, her sponsors eager for her to resume regular content creation. Yet something fundamental had shifted during those days of silence after Cape Horn. The night before her departure, she recorded a video unlike any she'd shared before. "I nearly died at Cape Horn," she began, her voice steady. "Not because the storm was unmanageable, though it was at the extreme edge of what Windfall and I could handle. I nearly died because I made decisions based partly on content expectations rather than pure seamanship." She explained her realization with unflinching honesty, how the pressure to maintain narrative momentum had influenced her choice to push forward despite warning signs, how the performance of confidence had sometimes overshadowed genuine caution. "For the remainder of my journey, I'll be changing my approach," she continued. "I'll share weekly updates rather than daily documentation. I'll focus on the sailing experience rather than creating content about sailing." Comments reflected the division this announcement created among her followers. Some expressed deeper respect for her new perspective. Others unsubscribed, disappointed by the reduced entertainment value. Sponsors responded with carefully worded support that barely masked their concern about diminished visibility. Edward, who had returned to Boston after ensuring Charlie's recovery, expressed quiet pride during their next satellite call. "You remind me of your mother more every day," he said. "Not just in how you sail, but in how you choose your course." The Atlantic crossing toward home became a period of integration for Charlie. With reduced pressure to document every experience, she found herself more present in the journey itself. Weekly updates focused on meaningful observations rather than manufactured drama. When unexpected mechanical issues arose, a problem with the rudder assembly that caused sluggish steering, Charlie solved it independently without crowdsourcing solutions. The repair itself became a metaphor for her transformation. She had learned to trust her own judgment, to value function over appearance, to solve problems rather than showcase them. her changing approach continued dividing her audience. Viewership numbers decreased, but engagement deepened among those who remained. The community calling themselves the Crew evolved from spectators to genuine supporters, respecting her boundaries while celebrating her accomplishments. Back in Boston, Edward prepared for his daughter's return. The girl who had sailed away nearly 14 months earlier had been replaced, through experiences both broadcasted and private, by a young woman who understood both the value of connection and the necessity of solitude. During their weekly calls, father and daughter began planning Charlie's future, not just her homecoming, but what would follow. Maritime architecture interested her, as did environmental conservation. The journey had awakened interests and revealed abilities that would shape her choices long after Windfall returned to its home port. 2 weeks from Boston, fate offered one final test. Edward suffered a heart attack, not life-threatening but serious enough to hospitalize him. May broke the news to Charlie during their scheduled communication window. "He's stable," May assured her, "but the doctors are keeping him for observation. He wanted me to tell you not to worry, to focus on finishing your journey safely." Charlie faced the choice between rushing home and completing her circumnavigation properly. The girl who had departed Boston might have chosen the former, eager for reunion and resolution. The woman now guiding Windfall through the North Atlantic understood that honouring her father meant completing what she had started, as he would want her to do. "Tell him I'm on my way," Charlie said. "On schedule, as planned. Tell him I'm bringing Mum's compass home." During this final stretch, an unexpected weather system developed off the New England coast. Drawing on everything she'd learned, Charlie navigated it with skill and confidence, with no cameras watching and no audience to impress. The storm became not an obstacle, but a fitting conclusion to a journey that had tested her against the elements repeatedly, each time leaving her stronger. When Windfall finally sailed into Boston Harbour on a clear October morning, the welcome was substantial but not overwhelming. News crews gathered alongside sailing enthusiasts and curious onlookers. Social media representatives positioned themselves for optimal coverage. A modest flotilla accompanied the blue-hulled sailboat on its final approach. Edward, released from the hospital the previous day against medical advice, waited on the dock alongside May, Captain Reeves, and others who had supported Charlie's journey from its inception. The contrast with her departure was stark. She returned not as an excited teenager hungry for adventure and validation, but as a composed young woman who had found something more valuable than either. In her final broadcast from Windfall, Charlie reflected on how the journey had changed her, thanking her followers, but explaining her decision to step back from constant documentation. "The ocean taught me that some experiences can't be shared, only lived. That observation changes both the observed and the observer, that the moments that transform us most profoundly often occur when no one is watching." She concluded with words that resonated far beyond her journey. "We live in a world that values visibility over substance, reach over depth. But the horizon doesn't care about your follower count. The wind doesn't check your engagement metrics. The sea demands your full presence, not your performance." After securing Windfall to its home dock, Charlie stepped into her father's embrace. Later, in a private moment aboard the boat that had carried her around the world, she placed her mother's compass in its original wooden box, completing one circle while looking toward others yet to be drawn. 6 months after her return, Charlie stood before a graduating class at the Maritime Academy as a guest speaker. Her speech focused not on her circumnavigation, but on the unexpected lessons it had taught her about ocean conservation, responsible exploration, and the difference between documenting experience and actually living it. Wakewatch continued as a platform, though with significantly different content. Rather than showcasing personal adventure, it now highlighted environmental issues Charlie encountered during her journey: plastic pollution in remote Pacific atolls, changing migration patterns of marine species, coastal communities adapting to rising sea levels. Her book about the experience, Finding True North, focused more on internal transformation than adventure thrills. Critics praised its honesty about the complicated relationship between genuine experience and curated presentation. Young readers appreciated its lack of easy answers or simplified inspiration. Windfall remained in the harbour, gradually being retrofitted for a new journey, this time with Charlie as captain of a small crew of young women learning to sail. The programme, sponsored by a foundation rather than consumer brands, emphasised technical skills, environmental awareness, and minimal social media documentation. Edward had shifted his legal practice to focus more on maritime environmental protection, inspired by his daughter's experiences and observations. Their relationship had evolved from protection and rebellion to mutual respect and partnership. May, now studying film at Boston University, frequently visited the harbour to help plan educational content, her creative skills complementing Charlie's practical knowledge in ways that benefited both. On a bright spring morning, Charlie stood on Windfall's deck watching her first crew of trainees board with their gear. Their faces showed the same mixture of excitement and apprehension she had felt 14 months earlier, though their journey would be shorter and shared rather than solitary. As final preparations were completed, Charlie felt her phone vibrate with notifications, remnants of the online life that had once seemed so central to her identity. She looked at the screen briefly, then smiled and powered it off, tucking it into a secure compartment below. The real journey, the one that mattered, would unfold on the water, in conversations during night watches, in skills shared and challenges overcome together. It would exist in the physical world of wind and waves, not in the virtual space of likes and shares. As Windfall motored out of the harbour for the first training voyage, Charlie thought of something Captain Isabella had told her during those reflective mornings in Chile. The sea gives every sailor two priceless gifts: the person you discover yourself to be when no one is watching, and the stories you choose not to tell. Charlie had found both, and in that discovery lay an adventure far greater than circumnavigation. The ongoing journey of living authentically in a world obsessed with performance, of finding value in private moments amidst the pressure for constant visibility, of knowing which stories to share and which to hold close, like treasures too precious for display. The Saboteur's art. Beck's fingers registered the humidity first. 92%. Enough to make ordinary men sweat through their shirts, but more importantly, enough to compromise the stability of the Russian-made RDX he suspected lay at the heart of the device. The air in the gallery's restoration room was thick with ghost particles of oil paint and varnish, making each breath a canvas of scent. This was the moment, the silence before detonation, where Major Beckett Sloan had always found his centre. 15 years of diffusing the world's deadliest devices had taught him that bombs were just puzzles with consequences. This one, however, was different. It had been placed deliberately to destroy evidence, not people, and its signature wasn't governmental or terroristic. It was corporate. "You've got 19 minutes before the external security protocols reset," Daisy's voice crackled through his nearly invisible earpiece. Her former CIA analyst's precision was the backbone of this operation, as it had been for the last 2 years since Beck's rebirth as Lucien Voltaire. "Won't need more than 12, Beck murmured, pressing his gloved hand against the underside of the mahogany restoration table. His fingers found the metallic anomaly exactly where his thermal scan had indicated. Found it. Garrett Hoffman's signature. "You're sure?" Daisy's voice sharpened. Beck's jaw tightened imperceptibly. "I'd know their work in my sleep." He would. After all, it was a bomb manufactured by Colonel Warren Hoffman's conglomerate that had destroyed the US Embassy in Kronstadt. The very bombing Beck had been framed for failing to prevent. 5 years in a military prison tended to burn certain details into memory. The bomb beneath the table wasn't designed to flatten a building. It was meant to destroy a single painting, specifically a recently authenticated Vermeer that had surfaced after being lost for nearly 6 decades. A Vermeer that, according to Beck's painstaking research, contained embedded microfilm documenting a weapons for hostages exchange that would destroy Hoffman's pending defence contracts if it ever came to light. Beck extracted a specialised thermal cutter from his matte black pack and began creating an access panel in the table's underside. The restoration room's darkness was punctuated only by the faint blue glow of his specialised equipment. With practised movements, he exposed the device, disappointingly basic, nothing like the complex challenges he'd tackled in his military days. Amateur work, he whispered, more to himself than to Daisy. Timed incendiary. They're just burning evidence, not sending a message. Can you disarm it? Beck allowed himself the ghost of a smile. Already done. He disconnected the detonator but left the rest of the components intact. Evidence. Then he turned his attention to the painting resting in its archival frame on the tabletop. The astronomer's daughter depicted a young woman measuring celestial distances with antique instruments, moonlight bathing her concentrated face through an open window. Worth 60 million euros conservatively, but the microfilm hidden in its stretcher frame was priceless. Beck carefully extracted the film using specialised tools. 40-year-old documentation of Hoffman's predecessor company, arming both sides of a forgotten African conflict. The beginning of an empire built on calculated chaos. Package secured, he murmured. Time to leave your calling card and get out, Daisy replied. From his breast pocket, Beck withdrew 2 items, a single strand of deep crimson silk ribbon and a piece of polished metal shrapnel, the latter extracted from his own shoulder after the embassy bombing. He placed them carefully beside the now harmless bomb. As he slipped out through the museum's blind spots between security cameras, Beck knew that tomorrow's headlines would be electric. Ghost thief strikes again. Lucien Voltaire claims another masterpiece. None would mention the prevented fire or the microfilm now on its way to carefully selected journalists. That was the point. In his former life, Beck had disabled bombs to save lives in the short term. Now he was playing a longer game, dismantling an empire of corruption one strategic move at a time, leaving only silk and shrapnel as his signature. Outside, the Lisbon night embraced him with salt air from the nearby Atlantic. He removed his gloves and slipped into the identity of an American tourist, faintly intoxicated after a night of fado music and too much port. Another perfect extraction. Another piece of evidence against the man who had destroyed his life. But as Beck disappeared into the labyrinthine streets of Alfama, he couldn't shake the growing suspicion that someone was finally connecting the dots between his targets. Nash Price, once his brother-in-arms, now Hoffman's head of security, had been spotted in Madrid 3 days earlier, methodically visiting scenes of Beck's previous operations. It was only a matter of time before Nash recognised the signature for what it was, a message meant specifically for those who had betrayed him. The silk, a reminder of Beck's mother who had raised him among museums and precious textiles. The shrapnel, a promise of retribution. Beck touched the scar beneath his collarbone unconsciously. 5 more targets, 5 more pieces of evidence. Then Hoffman's empire would collapse under the weight of its own corruption, and perhaps then the nightmares would finally stop. The ones where Beck was still buried under embassy rubble, listening to the screams of those he couldn't save. Extraction complete, he whispered into his comm as he slipped into a waiting car with diplomatic plates. Next target is the Geneva auction. Daisy's voice carried a rare note of concern. Nash is getting closer. He requested personnel files from your old unit yesterday. Beck watched the museum disappear in the side mirror. its majestic facade hiding centuries of secrets, now one fewer. Good, he said simply. It's time he remembered who taught him everything he knows. The car accelerated into the night, carrying Beck toward the next piece of a puzzle 5 years in the making. Behind him, silk and shrapnel waited to be found, a ghost promise of things to come. Nash Price had never considered himself a superstitious man. 15 years and special operations had beaten such tendencies out of him. Yet he couldn't shake the chill that ran through him as he stared at the evidence bag containing a single crimson silk ribbon and a polished piece of shrapnel. "Third one this month," said the Portuguese inspector, a weary man with nicotine-stained fingers. "Same MO as Barcelona and Vienna. No prints, no DNA, no witnesses." Nash nodded absently, his mind elsewhere. The shrapnel piece had been professionally polished, but he recognised the distinctive fragmentation pattern of a Russian-made RPOA thermobaric weapon, the same type that had collapsed the eastern wing of the Kronstadt embassy 5 years ago. The wing where Beck had died, where Nash had left him to die. "I'll need copies of your security footage," Nash said, his American accent sharp against the inspector's melodic Portuguese English. "What makes you think Colonel Hoffman has any connection to this art theft?" The inspector's eyebrow raised sceptically. Nash chose his words carefully. "These aren't random targets. There's a pattern we're tracking across multiple countries." What he didn't say, that each stolen artwork had a hidden connection to Hoffman's weapons deals, that the bomb maker's signature left beside the disarmed device matched manufacturing techniques that only a handful of people in the world would recognise. People like Beck. But Beck was dead. Nash had verified it himself, had stood at the prison funeral after the fire claimed Beckett Sloan and 2 guards during a routine transfer, had felt relief mixed with lingering guilt as the empty casket was lowered into Virginia soil. Nash's secure phone vibrated. Hoffman. "Tell me you have something," the colonel demanded without preamble. "It's him," Nash replied, stepping away from the inspector. Silence stretched across the connection. Then, "Beck is dead." Someone who knows his methods, then. Someone with intimate knowledge of our operation in Kronstadt. Nash kept his voice neutral, and our other operations as well. "Find them," Hoffman ordered. "The Geneva auction is in 72 hours, if those documents surface." "They won't," Nash cut in with more confidence than he felt. "I'm tripling security personally." After disconnecting, Nash stared out through the museum's Renaissance-era windows at Lisbon's sun-drenched streets. Something about this thief, this ghost called Lucien Voltaire by the press, nagged at his subconscious. The precision, the targets, the calling card that felt like an accusation. If Beck were alive... Nash banished the thought. 5 years of nightmares were enough. He'd made his choice in Kronstadt when he'd sealed the emergency doors, trapping Beck inside with the secondary devices. It had been Beck, or the evidence of Hoffman's weapons sales, and Nash had family to protect, leveraged by Hoffman's promises and threats. His phone vibrated again, a text from an unknown number. Some fires never stop burning. Nash's blood went cold. "You've been compromised," Daisy announced without preamble, as Beck entered the abandoned lighthouse keeper's cottage on Portugal's rugged Atlantic coast. Her fingers flew across 3 separate keyboards, screens illuminating her face in ghostly blue light. Beck set down his equipment bag calmly. "Nash? He's mobilising resources I've never seen before. Private contractors, former intelligence assets. He's called in every favour he has." Daisy turned one screen toward him, showing surveillance photos of Nash at various European airports over the past week. "He knows it's you, Beck. Not the how yet, but the who." Beck absorbed this without visible reaction, though something cold and clarifying crystallised in his chest. Sooner than planned, but not unexpected. He moved to the window, gazing out at the relentless waves crashing against jagged rocks below. Behind him, the cottage walls were covered with maps, timelines and photographs. 5 years of meticulous planning. "We move up the timetable," he decided, "all of it." Daisy stared at him. "That's insane. Geneva alone requires weeks of—" "3 days is enough," Beck interrupted. "Call Dante." Dante. The enigmatic art forger who'd become Beck's unlikely ally after Beck had spared him during a Europol raid years before. The man who could replicate any document, any painting, any security protocol with uncanny precision. The final piece needed for Geneva. 20 minutes later, a weather-beaten Citroën rattled up the lighthouse path. The man who emerged moved with an artist's economy, each gesture precise, deliberate. His face bore the distinctive scar of a knife fight across his left cheek, interrupting his otherwise immaculate silver beard. "This is premature," were Dante's first words as he entered. His accent was untraceable, sometimes French, sometimes Eastern European, sometimes nothing recognizable at all. "It's necessary," Beck countered, unrolling architectural plans for the Geneva auction house across the table. "Nash knows." Dante's eyes narrowed. "Then you're already dead." "Again," Beck added with grim humour. "The documents aren't ready," Dante protested. "The magnetic watermarks alone require—" "I don't need perfection," Beck cut in. "I need enough to cast doubt, enough to make journalists dig deeper." Dante studied him with the calculating gaze of someone who had spent decades discerning the authenticity of priceless objects. "This isn't about exposing Hoffman anymore, is it? This is about Nash." Beck didn't answer immediately. The truth was more complicated than even Daisy knew. Nash's betrayal at the embassy had been the most personal, yes, but Beck had come to understand the leverage Hoffman had held over his former friend. Nash's sister, chronically ill with an experimental treatment funded solely by Hoffman's discretionary budget. A moral sacrifice wrapped in loyalty to family. "It's about finishing what I started," Beck finally replied. "Geneva is where Hoffman is auctioning the intelligence files from 3 separate conflicts. The buyer list includes both sides in each conflict." "And you're going to what? Steal them out from under armed guards?" Dante scoffed. Beck's slight smile didn't reach his eyes. "Number, I'm going to let them be sold, after you've modified them." Understanding dawned on Dante's scarred face. "You're not removing evidence, you're adding to it, making each buyer believe they've been double-crossed." Beck nodded once. "When warlords and intelligence agencies believe they've been betrayed, they don't file lawsuits, they retaliate." Daisy looked up from her screens. "That's not justice, Beck. That's chaos." "It's equivalence," Beck corrected. "Hoffman built an empire by selling weapons to opposing sides. Now his clients will learn they're not the only ones he's dealing with." The room fell silent except for the distant roar of waves. Beck knew how it sounded, less like the calculated mission of justice he'd begun, and more like pure vengeance. Maybe they were right. Maybe 5 years in military prison had broken something fundamental in him. Or maybe he'd simply learned to fight fire with fire. "I'll need the guest list for the auction," Dante finally said, capitulating, "and optical samples of Hoffman's signature authorization stamps." Beck withdrew a small drive from his pocket. "It's all there, along with the identity you'll use to access the building tomorrow." As Dante reviewed the files, Daisy approached Beck by the window. "This isn't what we planned," she said quietly. "Setting Hoffman's clients against him, there will be collateral damage." Beck watched a distant fishing boat fighting against the current. "There already has been, for years." "And Nash?" she pressed. "What happens when he comes for you? Because he will." Beck's hand unconsciously moved to the scar beneath his collarbone, the place where surgeons had removed the shrapnel that had become his calling card. "When the time comes," he said, "I'll give him a choice. The same choice he gave me." The auction house resembled a fortress disguised as a palace. 18th century grandeur on the outside, 21st century security within. Beck observed it from his hotel window across Lake Geneva, thermal imaging revealing guard positions like constellations against the night sky. Nash had indeed tripled security. Former Special Forces operators patrolled in subtle rotation patterns. Signal jammers pulsed at regular intervals. Biometric scanners had been hastily installed at all entrances. All expected, all accounted for in Beck's revised plan. His phone vibrated. Dante. I'm in position. Documents are placed. Beck acknowledged with a single tap code. In 12 hours the auction would begin, ostensibly featuring rare manuscripts and historic documents, but the real transactions would occur in private rooms afterward, where intelligence files detailing arms shipments, shell corporations and offshore accounts would change hands for millions. Dante had spent 36 sleepless hours modifying these files, inserting evidence that Hoffman was double-dealing with opposing factions. The beauty was in the subtlety. Bank transfer dates slightly altered, weapon shipment quantities marginally increased, just enough to suggest systematic betrayal without appearing obviously falsified. Beck's hotel room door opened without a sound. He didn't turn around. You should have better security, Seraphine Dubois observed in her distinctive Franco-Algerian accent. The museum curator had been an unexpected variable. A woman whose path had crossed Beck's 3 operations earlier when he'd prevented the destruction of artifacts from her exhibition in Marseille. She'd tracked him ever since, finally confronting him in Barcelona with an unexpected proposition. She would help him access collections and auction houses in exchange for his protection of irreplaceable cultural heritage endangered by Hoffman's shadowy deals. If Nash's people were coming for me, Beck replied, they wouldn't knock. Seraphine moved beside him at the window, her reflection a study in controlled intensity. Unlike Daisy's technical pragmatism or Dante's artistic detachment, Seraphine brought scholarly precision to Beck's operation, along with connections throughout Europe's cultural institutions. The false provenance documents are in place, she reported. The auction registrar accepted them without question. Lot 37 now has historical ties to 3 separate conflict zones exactly as you specified. Beck nodded. This was the linchpin, creating a documented chain of ownership that would lead investigators toward Hoffman's weapons transactions once the chaos began. There's a complication, Seraphine added. Nash brought in a facial recognition specialist. They're scanning against military databases, including those officially listed as deceased. Beck turned from the window. This was unexpected. Nash leveraging resources beyond Hoffman's considerable reach. Personal resources, calling in favours from his time in special operations. He knows it's you, Seraphine concluded. Not knows, Beck corrected, suspects, hopes, fears. He moved to the room's centre table where building schematics and security protocols were meticulously arranged. 5 years of planning, accelerated into 3 days of improvisation. The risk had increased exponentially, but so had the potential impact. You should withdraw, Seraphine urged. We have enough evidence planted, let it unfold without your presence. Beck shook his head once. It won't work unless Nash sees me. He needs to make a choice. Seraphine studied him with archaeological precision, as though cataloguing the artifacts of his obsession. This was never just about exposing Hoffman, was it? This is about redemption. Beck didn't answer. Instead, he activated his secure communications. Daisy, what's the status on the venue's emergency protocols? Daisy's voice came through crisp and focused. Fire suppression system is bypassed. I can trigger alarms on your command. Elevator overrides are in place. And our exit? 3 options secured, including the maintenance tunnel beneath the northeast service corridor. Beck nodded, though she couldn't see him. Years of diffusing bombs had taught him to always have multiple extraction paths. Tonight would determine whether all that planning had been enough. His phone vibrated with an encrypted alert from Dante. Someone's testing my documentation. Advanced verification protocols initiated. Beck checked his watch. The accelerated timeline was unraveling. Nash was moving faster than anticipated, testing security measures that weren't scheduled for activation until tomorrow. "They're sweeping the building now," he told Seraphine, 12 hours early. Her eyes widened slightly. "That's not possible unless they know exactly what they're looking for," Beck finished. "The auction is a trap." He made a decision instantly, military training overriding caution. New plan, we move now. As Beck gathered his specialized equipment, Seraphine watched him with growing concern. What about Dante? He's still inside. Dante knew the risks. Beck checked his custom-designed tactical vest containing tools rather than weapons. This was always going to end with a direct confrontation. "Between you and Nash," Beck paused, meeting her gaze directly. "Between who we were and who we've become." Outside, Lake Geneva reflected moonlight like scattered silver. Beyond it, the auction house's illuminated facade concealed the corrupt transaction that had brought Beck back from the dead. For 5 years he had operated in shadows, dismantling Hoffman's empire piece by calculated piece. Tonight he would step into the light and force a reckoning. With Hoffman, with Nash, with himself. Beck secured his communications device and moved toward the door. "Beck," Seraphine called after him. "The signature, your ribbon and shrapnel, what do they actually mean?" He paused without turning back. "That some things survive the explosion." Nash knew something was wrong the moment the auction house's subtle lighting flickered. Just once, barely noticeable to anyone without combat experience. Power supply interruption, lasting milliseconds. Someone accessing the electrical system. He touched his earpiece. "All teams, condition yellow. Sweep sectors 1 through 4. His security contractors responded with professional brevity, mobilizing through the elegant reception hall where Geneva's elite mingled before the night's exclusive auction. Men in custom tuxedos and women draped in generational wealth remained oblivious to the hunters moving among them. Colonel Hoffman materialized at Nash's elbow, champagne flute an unconvincing prop in his military calloused hand. "Problem?" "Maintenance issue," Nash lied smoothly. He'd learned from Beck long ago, never alert the principal until you're certain. But he was certain. Every instinct honed through a decade of high-risk operations screamed that Beck was here. Not dead, not gone. Here. "Secure the merchandise," Nash ordered through his comm system. "Protocol Sigma." Protocol Sigma. Immediate relocation of high-value assets to secondary secure location. In this case, the intelligence files and weapons documentation that constituted the auction's true purpose. Hoffman's eyes narrowed. "That's excessive for a maintenance." "It's him," Nash interrupted, voice low. "Beck is alive." The colour drained from Hoffman's face. "Impossible! You confirmed—" "I confirmed what we were meant to see." Nash scanned the growing crowd, cataloguing faces, postures, anomalies. Prison fire conveniently destroying records and DNA samples. No remains ever positively identified. "Find him," Hoffman hissed. "If those files are compromised—" Nash was already moving, leaving the colonel mid-sentence. The auction house's magnificent grand staircase offered strategic overview of the main floor. From this vantage point, Nash systematically eliminated individuals who couldn't be Beck. Wrong height, wrong movement patterns, wrong-handedness. His earpiece crackled. "Sir, we've got a situation in document room C. Dante Keller's credentials are showing inconsistencies." Dante Keller. The name meant nothing to Nash, but the location did. Document room C housed the complete dossiers for tonight's most sensitive transactions. "Detain him. I'm on my way." As Nash descended the stairs, the lights flickered again, longer this time. Emergency generators kicked in seamlessly, but several security monitors reset. Precisely 17 seconds of vulnerability. Elegant, Nash thought grimly. Just like Beck would do it. Document room C was secured by 2 contractors flanking a reinforced door. Inside, a silver-haired man with a distinctive facial scar sat calmly at a workstation, hands visible on the table. Mr. Keller, Nash began, circling the seated man, except Interpol has no record of a document authenticator by that name working in Europe. The man smiled faintly. Perhaps you're looking in the wrong databases. Nash studied him. Where is Beck? Major Sloane died 5 years ago, Dante replied evenly, quite tragically. No, Nash leaned closer. He didn't. And you're going to tell me exactly what he's planning. Dante's smile deepened. He said you were intelligent, but not intelligent enough to ask the right question, which is, why tonight? Why this auction? Dante's scarred face remained impassive. You've been chasing his ghost across Europe for months. Why would he suddenly allow himself to be discovered? Cold realization washed over Nash. This man wasn't the target, he was the distraction. The building's fire alarms activated in cascading sequence sector by sector. Evacuation protocols engaged automatically. Through his earpiece, Nash heard his security team reporting conflicting emergency signals across multiple systems. Lock down the files, Nash ordered, already moving toward the exit. No one enters the secure vault. But even as he said it, Nash knew where Beck would be. Not in the document rooms or the vault or any location being actively protected. He would be where no one was looking. The service corridor connecting the auction house to its administrative wing was deserted, emergency lighting casting angular shadows. Nash drew his sidearm, advancing with practiced silence. At the corridor's end, a maintenance door stood slightly ajar, leading to the building's original foundation, a centuries-old stone substructure that predated modern security systems. Nash pushed through, descending worn stone steps into a catacomb-like space. The air grew cool and damp. His tactical light cut through darkness, illuminating ancient brick archways. You still favour your right side when clearing corners. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, acoustics distorted by stone. Beck's voice, unchanged despite 5 years. Nash steadied his weapon. You're supposed to be dead. I was. Beck stepped into the edge of the light beam, face half illuminated. Older, leaner, a new scar bisecting his left eyebrow, but unmistakably Beck. For 317 days, that's how long it took to accept that the man I was had died in that embassy. Nash kept his weapon raised. Whatever you're planning, it's over. The building's locked down. Is it? Beck's slight smile carried no warmth. Check your phone. Nash hesitated, then withdrew his secure phone one-handed. The screen displayed multiple news alerts, all time-stamped within the last 4 minutes. Breaking. Classified documents. Implicate defense contractor in illegal arms sales. Hoffman International accused of double-dealing with warring factions. Exclusive. Evidence links US defense contractor to embassy bombing. What have you done? Nash whispered. I didn't expose Hoffman, Beck replied calmly. You did. All of you. 5 years of classified files just hit 17 news outlets simultaneously. Every double deal, every offshore account, every weapons test disguised as insurgent activity. That's impossible. Those files are secured in a vault no one can access, Beck finished. They were, until Hoffman's own security protocols triggered emergency backup procedures. The same protocols that automatically upload insurance copies to secure servers that Daisy has controlled for 11 months. Nash lowered his weapon gradually as understanding dawned. The alarms, the power fluctuations. You wanted us to initiate lockdown protocols. The harder you tried to protect the files, the more thoroughly you distributed them. Beck stepped fully into the light now. 5 years of planning, Nash. Did you really think I'd leave anything to chance? Above them, muffled shouting penetrated stone. Security teams mobilizing, too late to contain what had already been released. They'll hunt you forever for this, Nash said quietly. Maybe. Beck seemed unconcerned. But first they'll hunt Hoffman, and you, everyone who was part of the Kirenstad operation, everyone who profited from it. Nash holstered his weapon slowly. Why am I still alive, Beck? Why this elaborate setup instead of a bullet? Beck studied him, his expression unreadable. Because you deserve to choose. The same choice you gave me 5 years ago when you sealed those embassy doors. I had no choice, Nash protested. Hoffman had my sister. Everyone has a choice, Beck's voice hardened. I'm giving you yours now. Walk out there and testify against Hoffman. Tell the truth about Kierenstad. Protect what's left of your humanity. Or run and become exactly what you made me. A ghost with nothing left but vengeance. Nash stared at his former friend, the weight of 5 years pressing between them. What about you? What's left after this? For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Beck's face. I don't know. That's the thing about demolition. You're never sure what remains until after the dust settles. From his pocket, Beck withdrew the signature items, a crimson silk ribbon and the polished shrapnel fragment. He placed them carefully on a stone ledge between them. The last ones, he said quietly, the mission's complete. Without waiting for response, Beck turned and disappeared deeper into the ancient foundation. Nash could have pursued him, should have, by any professional standard. Instead, he remained motionless, listening to fading footsteps echo against stone laid centuries before either of them existed. Above, chaos was unfolding, Hoffman's empire collapsing under exposed truth, a reckoning 5 years in the making. Nash's phone vibrated with incoming calls from Hoffman, from contractors, from handlers up the chain. He silenced them all, staring instead at the silken shrapnel Beck had left behind. A signature, a message, a choice. When Nash finally emerged from the foundation into the Swiss night, alarms still blaring and emergency vehicles converging on the auction house, his decision was made. Not for Beck, not for himself, but for the truth that had festered too long in darkness. Tomorrow would bring federal investigators, intelligence hearings, immunity negotiations, the dismantling of an enterprise built on calculated betrayal. As for Beck, Lucien Voltaire, the ghost who had orchestrated it all, perhaps he would finally rest, or perhaps, like the silk ribbon and shrapnel that had become his signature, he would transform into something new, something forged in fire but no longer defined by it. Either way, as Nash surrendered his weapon to approaching security personnel and asked to speak with federal authorities, he understood the final message in Beck's signature. Some things survived the explosion, changed but unbroken. And sometimes, those are the most dangerous things of all. End.